The aloof school beauty was stealing things in the supermarket, but I caught her red-handed with my phone. Seeing the girl trying to escape, I grabbed the strap on her back directly. In the school beauty's astonished eyes, I dragged her to a deserted corner. Then with a mischievous smile, I took out my phone and played the video I just recorded. Classmate, you wouldn't want this video to be seen by teachers and classmates, right? Now the girl's cheeks turned even redder, her watery eyes silently pleading with me. I'm not falling for this, I said, holding out my right hand. Just take out whatever you've taken. No need for me to search you, right? What a coincidence. Shoo, this supermarket is owned by my dad. Bai Qingxia looked up at me with teary eyes, then silently unzipped her backpack and took out the 3 bread rolls she had stuffed in there. I couldn't help but curse her silently in my heart, as she had taken the cheapest bread rolls. If you're going to steal, at least steal something more valuable, like a chicken leg or some milk. After taking out all the bread, Bai Qingxia opened her school bag to show me, proving that there was nothing inside. Indeed, there was nothing, but I had no intention of letting her off. In the previous life, I saw Bai Qingxia stealing items from the shelves. Because we were classmates, I deliberately turned a blind eye to avoid embarrassing her. The next day, I heard classmates saying she died in a car accident. Although I was not sure of the exact time of the accident, I couldn't let Bai Qingxia go back now. I had already made up my mind that as long as she could safely make it through today, she could stay here overnight. With that in mind, I emptied the contents of her school bag onto the table: textbooks, stationery, a damaged pencil case, and a white sanitary pad. Upon seeing the situation, Bai Qingxia's face blushed. She immediately rushed forward to snatch back the things and quickly threw them into her backpack, then forcefully grabbed the backpack. However, the backpack strap was torn off. Bai Qingxia looked up weakly, staring at me with slightly reddened eyes, making her innocent face even more charming. I stared back, grabbed the damaged backpack and casually threw it on the table. Do you think I'm easy to fool? You come in with a backpack and steal 3 of the cheapest bread rolls, I said as I approached her. Do you have something else hidden? Bai Qingxia quickly raised her hand to protect her chest and shook her head, stepping back like a bullied girl. I smiled at her. Open the zipper yourself. Don't wait for me to do it, or else all the classmates at school will know about this tomorrow. Bai Qingxia suddenly panicked. Without a word, she reached for the zipper at her neck and slowly pulled it down, revealing her snow-white slender neck. I saw the wrinkled t-shirt collar from being washed too many times, and the delicate half of her collarbone peeking out from beneath the collar. But as the zipper fell, the bulging culprit finally popped out. Bai Qingxia, her eyes red, weakly spoke. See clearly? There's nothing hidden. I moved closer to observe, smelling the fragrance of body wash mixed with laundry detergent. I questioned again. Isn't there another layer of clothing? Bai Qingxia lightly nibbled her pink lips. Just one piece. Upon hearing this, I didn't push for more outrageous demands. Instead, I leaned forward and lifted the collar of her clothes. There's nothing hidden in your sleeves, right? Bai Qingxia shook her head and said, No. I sneered. Just because you say there isn't, doesn't mean there really isn't. I need to see for myself. With that, I moved my head closer towards her left arm. Bai Qingxia turned her head away in embarrassment and anger. Besides the scent of shower gel and laundry detergent, I also caught a hint of a young girl's unique fragrance. I pretended to check the other sleeve again, and Bai Qingxia turned her head in frustration to the other side. At that moment, I noticed a detail. If a girl was being frisked so closely by a member of the opposite sex, her eyes should be cold and disgusted. But Bai Qingxia's eyes seemed only embarrassed. In that moment, I had a sudden realization that Bai Qingxia didn't actually dislike me. She might even have some level of fondness towards me. This also explains why Bai Qingxia voted for me. However, I can't recall any interaction between us in my memory. Could it be that I was too awkward in my youth? Thinking back to my youth, it gives me a headache. At that time, my heart was only filled with Song Xinyao. I was so nervous around her that her hot and cold behavior could keep me up all night. Looking back now, I was really foolish back then. At this moment, I took 2 steps back and looked down. You're not hiding anything in your pants, right? Bai Qingxia obediently turned out both pockets of the pants to prove to me that there was nothing. I didn't even look, just glanced silently at the clock on the wall. It had only been a few minutes. The car that hit someone probably hadn't even reached the intersection yet. I had to keep finding faults. Can you prove anything just by turning out the pockets? Let me see. After saying that, I half squatted down, ready to touch the long legs that the 2 school uniform pants couldn't hide. Bai Qingxia anxiously shrank back, breathing heavily with tension. I had anticipated her reaction and took a step back, saying, There is indeed a difference between men and women. Not very convenient. How about this? You jump in place a couple of times, and I'll see if anything falls out. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingxia took a deep breath. realizing that stealing was wrong. She had no reason to argue. She slightly raised her arm as if gathering strength and jumped in place. As I pretended to look down to see if anything had fallen, my subconscious gaze shifted upwards, my eyes and head moving up and down together. Fortunately, the girl was completely focused on looking down, unaware of my gaze. Bai Qingxia was about to bounce again, but I quickly stopped her. Alright, that's enough. I didn't lie to you. I only took 3 bread rolls. I've given them back to you now. Can I go? There was a hint of choking in Bai Qingxia's inquiring voice. I couldn't think of any reason to keep her any longer. Seeing my lack of response, Bai Qingxia immediately walked to the table and put back everything she had poured out into her bag. As she was about to leave, I immediately called out, "Wait!" Bai Qingxia turned around, clutching the bag tightly to her chest, her watery eyes watching me warily. I couldn't help but ask, "Are you very hungry?" Bai Qingxia lowered her head without replying. I didn't say anything else, turned around, tore open the packaging of the bread, and handed it to her. "Finish eating before we leave." Bai Qingxia didn't look up or reach out, just stood in place holding her school bag as if being punished, her thin body looking like it could be blown over by a gust of wind. Her face was covered by her hair. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't see her expression and could only continue. "I've torn it all apart. I can't sell it. Take it." He forcefully shoved the bread into the other man's hand. After a few seconds, Bai Qingxia slowly raised her hand and brought the bread to her mouth and took small bites, then ate faster and faster. Lu Yuanqiu saw this and revealed a satisfied smile. But all of a sudden, he saw 2 tears fall successively from Bai Qingxia's eyes to the ground like pearls with broken strings. Bai Qingxia cried. From the moment she was first captured, to the moment she was searched, she was stubborn and didn't shed a single tear until the moment the bread was in her mouth. When she finally couldn't help herself, Lu Yuanqiu looked at her silently, twisted his head and tore open another loaf of bread, shoving it into her empty hand. He then felt in his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper, realizing that he had blown his nose, and threw it on the floor in disgust. Your 17-year-old self doesn't carry around paper? Real men should always have tissues around. Lu Yuanqiu wasn't sure if something had happened in Bai Qingxia's home. Even if you're poor, it's the 21st century. How could you force a good student with good grades to steal bread from the supermarket? After finishing the second one, Bai Qingxia looked towards the third loaf of bread, and without waiting for Lu Yuanqiu to turn around, she immediately walked over to unwrap it and eat it. As he ate, he opened his book bag and took out a paper and pen from inside, brushing a few lines on the paper. After she finished writing, and her bread was finished, Bai Qingxia quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve, and with a serious expression, she presented the white paper to Lu Yuanqiu with both hands. It says, on August 30th, 2010, Bai Qingxia owed Lu Yuanqiu 3 loaves of bread. Lu Yuanqiu took the note and froze. His eyes quickly locked on the words Lu Yuanqiu. He didn't speak for a long time in this moment. The 3 words, sharp and elegant, were practically identical to the font on the remembered voting note. Yes, Hu Saiwei's handwriting was just as graceful as Bai Qingxia's, but the former couldn't write with that sense of sharpness. Words are like people, and the young girl in front of Lu Yuanqiu at this moment is not beautiful and sharp. Lu Yuanqiu casually tossed the IOU aside. Do you think you've written an IOU and that's the end of the day? Chapter 4, if you don't want word to get out about today's events. Lu Yuanqiu was completely sure that the person who silently supported him as a sports committee member last semester was Bai Qingxia, not Hu Kaiwei. Damn it, Lu Yuanqiu actually kept thinking it was that green tea. Even when Lu Yuanqiu specifically mentioned this matter one time later, Hu Kaiwei neither said it was her nor said it wasn't her, deliberately acting like a riddler. Lu Yuanqiu thought she was shy, so he got more excited and licked more and more firmly. Hu Kaiwei, on the other hand, has been enjoying the attentiveness of the licking dog, and it just so happens that Lu Yuanqiu's family owns a supermarket. That green tea many times White John's, mineral water, beverages, chewing gum, and even sanitary napkins. What made Lu Yuanqiu's scalp more numb was that when he gave her the sanitary napkins, he even snickered that he had already had a further relationship with Hu Kaiwei. Luckily it's possible to have a second life. Bai Qingxia looked at the IOU that fell to the ground. She picked it up silently, her tone low, making the worst possible plans. How do you want to settle this? Just kidding. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand, then opened the door of the warehouse before turning back and saying, you come with me first. Just tore up your book bag. Pay for one. Bai Qingxia froze and hastily shook her head. No need. The broken places can be sewn. Lu Yuanqiu, I'll have the final say in this matter. Lu Yuanqiu, don't like to owe people things. After saying that, he brought Bai Qingxia to the area where the school bags were placed, and the first thing Bai Qingxia's eyes fixed on was a pink school bag. Her eyes concerned. Lu Yuanqiu also found that this pink school bag was inexplicably somewhat familiar, and when he looked to the side, It was a blue school bag. By the way, wasn't that the blue style of his high school bag? The blue and pink ones are couples models. However, Bai Qingxia's gaze just glanced towards the pink school bag before quickly moving away. Lu Yuanxiu took it directly and shoved it into her arms. This is for you. Bai Qingxia was a bit surprised that Lu Yuanxiu would take this, and after freezing for a few seconds, she hurriedly opened her mouth. I don't want it. My book bag was broken in the first place. She stubbornly put her book bag back again. Lu Yuanxiu said, if you want today's incident to spread to the school, put it back. Bai Qingxia's hands lurched as she silently took her book bag down again, but she quickly took out the note she had just taken out and added another item. A book bag. She once again raised the note very solemnly with both hands and showed it to Lu Yuanxiu, then glanced back at the price of the school bag. Suddenly her eyes were stunned, and her expression became more bitter. Seems a bit unaffordable. Lu Yuanxiu saw the small change in expression on her face and couldn't help but smile. He certainly wasn't thinking of letting the other guy give it back. Since you've made an IOU, it's just as well. Come with me again. Bai Qingxia bereft lowered her head and silently followed behind him. Lu Yuanxiu came to a stop in the stationery area and was suddenly hit in the back. He turned back to find Bai Qingxia covering her forehead and backing away, a pair of choo-choo eyes carrying a few moments of innocence. Watch where you're going. Like hitting me with your forehead so much? Next time I'll let you hit me enough. Hearing herself being flirted with, Bai Qingxia bit her lip, her expression embarrassed. Lu Yuanxiu put a pink stationery bag into her arms. Bai Qingxia twisted her head to look at the price, then firmly refused. I don't want it. Lu Yuanxiu, if you don't want what happened today I don't have that much money to pay you back. Bai Qingxia interrupted shyly, even stomping her foot instinctively. This move was very girly and flipped Lu Yuanxiu's previous image of her feeling high and cold. Lu Yuanxiu clasped his hands on his chest and raised his eyebrows. I don't want you to pay me back either. Or you can think of another way to pay me back? Other way? Bai Qingxia slightly tilted her head, not knowing what came to her mind. Suddenly her expression was odd. When she saw Lu Yuanxiu smiling and looking at her, she quickly averted her eyes, but her earlobes betrayed themselves and became red again. I always had a feeling that these earlobes would taste like cherries. Lu Yuanxiu thought in his mind as he continued to lead Bai Qingxia around the supermarket. In fact, Lu Yuanxiu had been fantasizing about this scene for more than 10 years. He had thought many times that if he had stopped Bai Qingxia that day, it would have been fine if he had taken her to eat and drink at the supermarket, though it might get hung up by the old man of the house. I didn't expect to get what I wanted today. Lu Yuanxiu lifted his arms and rested them behind his head, happily humming a little song. Bai Qingxia didn't understand why he was so happy, but she didn't seem so sad anymore. Soon, the two of them came to another area, and Bai Qingxia was stunned. Then she was so shy that she twisted her head and left. Stop! Lu Yuanxiu called out to her and said sternly, if you don't want today's incident to spread to the school, I tell you, I am a bad student, and bad students can do anything. Bai Qingxia slowly turned around and spoke with reddened cheeks. I don't want a tampon. No, I counted on my fingers. One piece in my bag, one piece clipped to my body, and you're left with two. Seeing Bai Qingxia clenching her two small fists in anger, but speechless, Lu Yuanxiu curled the corner of his mouth, picked up a pack of sanitary napkins on the shelf and threw it towards her. Catch it! The young girl even jumped slightly and raised her hand to take it. Lu Yuanxiu's head bobbed up and down as he watched. His gaze staggered, and he forgot to turn off his self-aim again. No wonder the impression was that Bai Qingxia rarely wore a short sleeve alone. After adding the items owed on the note, taking advantage of Lu Yuanxiu's turnaround, Bai Qingxia quietly brought the bag of beautifully packaged sanitary napkins in her hand to her nose and sniffed it. There were a few moments of surprise and amazement in her gaze. So this really has a fragrance? The ones she had used before were loose, unscented, and sometimes you could see little bug bodies in them that needed to be pulled out one by one. Just then, Lu Yuanxiu turned around, and Bai Qingxia was so scared that she hurriedly threw everything into her school bag, her delicate features returning to a clear and cold appearance. Is there a knock on the door? Lu Yuanxiu perked his ears and asked hesitantly. Bai Qingxia took a few steps back and looked in the direction of the supermarket's front door, and saw that people were gathering outside. She nodded softly. Lu Yuanxiu walked over. The two of them walked towards the gate one after the other. Lu Yuanxiu suddenly stopped and turned back to look at her seriously. Walk well, watch out for cars, get home safely, go to school normally tomorrow, and as long as you do what you're told, today's incident will be treated as if it didn't happen, okay? Bai Qingxia didn't understand why Lu Yuanxiu would say this, but she could tell that this teenager didn't have any malicious intentions. How bad can someone who was thoughtful enough to notice a broken stationery bag be? Bai Qingxia nodded gently, then raised her arm at a 45-degree angle and presented the note earnestly with both hands. Here you go. Lu Yuanxiu suddenly found it cute how she always liked to hand things over with both hands, and for a moment he forgot to reach out, so Bai Qingxia stuffed the note into his pocket with a serious expression. This note will always count. Good. The two's eyes touched, and Bai Qingxia first averted her gaze. Lu Yuanxiu helped her open the door to the supermarket, but the person who appeared outside made them both freeze at the same time. In front of the supermarket were three young, pretty-looking teenage girls. The one at the head was sweet-looking, with two twisted braids, wearing a short floral skirt, white socks, and leather shoes. A look of a sweet girl dressed as a sweet girl. Hu Kaiwei. Lu Yuanxiu was a bit confused. Indeed, he just remembered that on August 30th, about half an hour after Bai Qingxia left, Hu Kaiwei brought her friend. Hu Kaiwei was also confused. She was surprised to see Bai Qingxia and Lu Yuanxiu, two people who could not be connected to each other, appearing in the same picture. It's too rare. Lu Yuanxiu couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Well, since the parties involved in the sports committee voting oops are all present, it's time to bring this matter to a close today. He turned toward Bai Qingxia and said, Classmate Bai, wait, don't go yet. P.S. Please catch up on the latest chapters daily. It's important. Thanks. And sweeten the postbread. Chapter 5 Tyrannizing the former green tea in front of the schoolgirl. Lu Yuanxiu just wanted Bai Qingxia to stay and see the good show later. Because this girl didn't know until she died that a small act of kindness she once performed had gone to someone else's expense. It's a really nasty memory to say the least. Back then, Lu Yuanxiu was secretly in love with Hu Kaiwei like the many licking dogs in the class. And after learning that Hu Kaiwei had given herself the only vote, Lu Yuanxiu became even more dead set on it. But in the face of Lu Yuanxiu's enthusiasm, Hu Kaiwei acted as if she didn't admit or deny the matter of voting. She also did not admit or deny her relationship with Lu Yuanxiu. He accepts gifts as they come, but keeps his distance when he's together. It says that the period before graduation counts as an observation period, so that Lu Yuanxiu can perform well. Then Lu Yuanxiu came to his senses. Dad stocked the supermarket on one end, and he delivered to Hu Kaiwei on the other, licking his dog in a manner that his 14-year-old sister despised. But after graduation, Lu Yuanxiu didn't get into college, and Hu Kaiwei got a second degree. During her freshman year, Lu Yuanxiu still mailed Hu Kaiwei all kinds of things without forgetting her first love, and Hu Kaiwei still accepted all of them. When Lu Yuanxiu was ready to call her, Hu Kaiwei refused because she was busy with her studies. It wasn't until her sophomore year that Lu Yuanxiu learned that Hu Kaiwei had been dating a senior for a year. Knowing this news, Lu Yuanxiu's heart was like ashes. He made a strong effort to start his own business, ate the wind of the internet bandwagon, relying on the family's savings to make the industry bigger and bigger, and eventually in his early 30s has been worth more than $1 billion. At that time, Hu Kaiwei was abandoned by her ex-husband and was alone with her child. And although Lu Yuanxiu had little attachment to her anymore, he was mindful of the friendship back then and helped her a lot. Until they learned at the cafe that the vote that year was not cast by Hu Kaiwei. Lu Yuanxiu suddenly wanted to laugh. He seemed to truly realize at that moment how many ridiculous things he had done for this woman over the years. Angry? It's okay, too. After all I've been through, I don't care anymore. But when he realized that the real voter was the young girl who died 15 years ago, Lu Yuanxiu was truly angry. It's so good that life has started over. At this moment, Bai Qingxia stood quietly and nicely waiting at the door, holding two school bags in her arms. After Hu Kaiwei appeared, she resumed her usual cool demeanor at school, giving people a sense of distance that no one should approach. Lu Yuanxiu suddenly felt that this cool appearance might be her usual protective color. It's okay Lu Yuanxiu, you're talking to Bai Qingxia, so do you think Bai Qingxia is pretty or me? Hu Kaiwei rested her hands on the cash register, and there was a touch of acidity in her conspiratorial words. Lu Yuanxiu sneered. Are you an underdeveloped brain or a completely underdeveloped cerebellum? Do you have to humiliate yourself? No mirrors in the house and the pee is matte? Of course, Hu Kaiwei was pretty, and she was dressed scantily, but these were nothing compared to Bai Qingxia's first love face, which was enough to charm the world. But Bai Qingxia had no friends and was usually very high-strung, so the boys basically wouldn't hit on her, which made Hu Kaiwei a hot goddess figure in the class. Once Bai Qingxia had interacted with the boys, Hu Kaiwei had a sense of crisis. There was no point in disliking her verbally. Lu Yuanxiu sat in the cashier's seat and spoke faintly. She's here to buy something. Is Hu Tongxuwei going to order anything today? Hu Kaiwei felt that today's Lu Yuanxiu gave her a strange feeling. To put it more finely, it was that the usual feeling of caution when facing her was gone, and the eyes of Lu Yuanxiu in front of her revealed a kind of sophistication that only a social person would have. But that's just a feeling. Maybe it's just that there are a lot of girls today and the guy is playing hard to get. Kaiwei, your classmate's family really runs a supermarket. It's so big. The girl next to her covered her mouth in surprise. Hu Kaiwei was a bit pleased with herself. She waved her hand very cheerfully. Yes. You guys feel free to take a look. Feel free to take whatever you like. It's my treat today. The two girls showed envious expressions and nonchalantly picked their way through the supermarket. Bai Qingxia watched silently, not knowing what to think in her heart. The matter of Lu Yuanxiu's crush on Hu Kaiwei was actually very clear to her. It didn't take long for the two girls to happily walk over with a bunch of chips and snacks in their arms. Placing them all on the register, they had really come over for the buffet. And as usual, Hu Kaiwei took a couple boxes of gum and drinks. She stood on her tiptoes, poked her head out, and spoke in a sweet voice. Lu Yuanxiu, bring us 2 big bags. Good. Lu Yuanxiu responded dryly and began to scan the items one by one. Hu Kaiwei, however, suddenly froze and couldn't help but speak. What are you doing? Lu Yuanxiu was serious, sweeping prices. Aren't you guys here to buy something? Hearing these words, the two girls behind Hu Kaiwei silently looked at each other with surprised expressions. They whispered, didn't Kaiwei say she didn't have to pay? Hearing her best friend's comments, Hu Kaiwei couldn't hold her face a bit. She frowned. Lu Yuanxiu, why are you so petty today? It's just a little bit of food. It's not expensive. Lu Yuanxiu laughed at this. Yes, it's not expensive. You've said it's a treat. Can't you afford it? Hu Kaiwei was dumbfounded. Bai Qingxia, who was standing on the side, blinked her eyes and looked at the scene with surprise. In fact, in her class, she had always silently watched those dog-licking behaviors of Lu Yuanxiu, but today's Lu Yuanxiu seemed to have changed. The sight coming from her two best friends behind her made Hu Kaiwei feel her back burning with embarrassment, followed by angrily raising her hands and slapping the cash register hard. Lu Yuanxiu, don't tell me you're serious. I'm really angry. Lu Yuanxiu, look at you. You're in a hurry again. So what if you're angry? Robbery in broad daylight? Hu Kaiwei's expression was stunned. Lu Yuanxiu's behavior today was too abnormal. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility and asked tentatively, you wouldn't have seen me hanging out with the class president at the mall yesterday? Lu Yuanxiu, why are you so careful? The class president and I just met by chance. Lu Yuanxiu, sorry, I slept at home all day yesterday and didn't go to the mall. So what's going on with you today? I'm normal. Isn't it a normal thing to pay for something? Classmate Bai Qingxia, don't you think so? Bai Qingxia sniffed and twisted her head to the side, ignoring it. Because she had just stolen something, she didn't feel qualified to answer that question. Why don't we just forget about it, Sevi? We don't really want to eat that much either. Yeah, Zivi, no need to get mad about that. Hu Kaiwei's two best friends couldn't look away. Lu Yuanxiu's logic was impeccable, and they couldn't help Hu Kaiwei even if they wanted to, because the truth was that Hu Kaiwei and Lu Yuanxiu were just classmates, and there was no closer relationship. Hu Kaiwei was unwilling to stop and took out her killer app. Lu Yuanxiu, let me tell you, the class president confessed to me yesterday. Chapter 6, this time Bai Qingxia will sit with you in the corner. She finished with a soft grunt, angling her white chin and adding, yes, it was at that mall yesterday. Lu Yuanxiu smiled at his words and spoke, let me guess, did you not say yes or no? And what you told the class president was that academics were important and that you would wait until you graduated? Being ruthlessly dismantled, Hu Kaiwei was dumbfounded on the spot. Her face flushed red as she broke defense and spoke. Lu Yuanxiu, what do you mean? Lu Yuanxiu waved his hand. It's not interesting. Buy it or not. If you don't buy it, put it back. Seeing that the two friends were going to walk over to get their stuff, Hu Kaiwei immediately stopped them. Wait a minute, you two. Today this matter is not a matter of paying or not paying. It's a matter of his attitude. Lu Yuanxiu, is this how you like me? Is that how you act in front of me? Do you believe I'm going to say yes to the class president's confession tomorrow? The next moment, a scene that made Hu Kaiwei's temples burst with anger appeared. Lu Yuanxiu clapped and sang while smiling. Happy confession. Happy to you. You found a better one. Seeing this scene, Bai Qingxia pursed her lips slightly, and her cool face was a bit taut, wanting to laugh out loud. But after realizing that Lu Yuanxiu was looking towards her, Bai Qingxia hastily skimmed her head again, and her eyes were flustered for a moment. You must have gone to the mall yesterday. Lu Yuanxiu, you'll regret it. After Hu Kaiwei finished speaking, she pulled her two friends to leave the supermarket. From behind came a sudden stop. Hu Kaiwei curled up the corner of her mouth and turned around. What? You regret it so soon? Lu Yuanxiu slapped the cash register hard, startling the three girls. Regret my ass and put back what you took. Hu Kaiwei's mouth slightly opened, standing in place with her hands trembling, and her eyes unconsciously reddened. Her two friends had long heard of Lu Yuanxiu's bad reputation at school, so they hurried over and put all the merchandise back in its place. After doing so, he hurried to Hu Kaiwei's side. Let's go, Kaiwei. Go go go. Hu Kaiwei was pulled and dragged out of the supermarket, and before she left, she was still teary-eyed and her eyes were very aggrieved and angry as she looked at Lu Yuanxiu. Cut! Lu Yuanxiu smacked his lips, and his heart was much more comfortable. Bai Qingxia shouldn't feel anything, but Lu Yuanxiu still wanted to make the scene for her to see. What are you going to tell me? Bai Qingxia re-entered holding her school bag. Lu Yuanxiu didn't say anything and circled around from the cash register, then walked over to her, taking a pink hair clip out of his hand and gently pinning it to her scattered hair. After clamping Lu Yuanxiu also on the hand gently popped down, very satisfied. This beautiful face with this pink hairpin looks more innocent. It's also very youthful. Bai Qingxia looked up at the teenager in front of her in a daze, looking at the smile that the teenager showed her, and even forgot to open her mouth to refuse. It took her a while to react, and she hastily removed her hair clip and handed it to Lu Yuanxiu's chest. I don't want it. This is a thank you gift. Lu Yuanxiu opened his mouth and pushed her small snow-white and delicate hand back. Seeing Bai Qingxia's bewildered face, Lu Yuanxiu explained, thank you for voting for me when I ran for sports commissioner last year. Bai Qingxia's expression was surprised. Her onion-white fingers clutched the pink barrette, and her eyes had begun to dodge in her pretty ones. After a few seconds, Bai Qingxia immediately shoved the hairpin back into Lu Yuanxiu's hand before twisting her head and leaving as if she was running away. Slow down on the road. Use the walk. Run on the road and I'll report you to school tomorrow. Lu Yuanxiu took the hairpin and chased out a few steps. Bai Qingxia didn't turn around, but obediently slowed her pace, changing from running to walking. Lu Yuanxiu could see that no matter how credible it was, as long as the threat of being reported for stealing was uttered, it would be absolutely useful to her. Next time it would be a good idea to use the threat to play something exciting with her. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanxiu silently slapped himself. What a crime. The other little girl is still a year shy of adulthood. He looked at the hairpin in his hand and spoke suspiciously. If you voted for me, you voted for me. What's there to be ashamed to admit? Is it embarrassing to vote for me? Or is she being shy? After muttering to himself, Lu Yuanxiu pocketed the hairpin. Let's wait until school starts tomorrow and then find a chance to give her this little thank you gift. I hope to see her show up to class without incident. Nightfall. Back home. Lu Yuanxiu was changing shoes in the entrance hall when he suddenly heard a thick voice coming from the living room. Lu Yuanxiu. School starts tomorrow. Have you finished your summer homework? Lu Yuanxiu probed and found a middle-aged man sitting at the table with a serious face. It's Papa Lu Tian. Lu Yuanxiu was confused. Is there summer homework? As soon as the words fell, Lu Tian directly copied the drying rack beside his hand and rushed in aggressively. On your attitude towards studying, I'll see how you'll get into college next year. Mom Su Xiaoya didn't stop it at once and complained, slapping her thighs, hitting the child again. Even a good child has been beaten silly by you. Mom's right, Dad. You're less angry. You won't have high blood pressure in the future. Lu Yuanxiu was chased all over the house. Lu Tian bellowed, and you damn well cursed me. Just then, the door to her sister's room opened, and this short-haired little lowly ghostly revealed a head through the crack in the door, egging on, Daddy, hit harder, or else my brother is going to come over and hug me later. Lu Yuanxiu twisted his head to look at him, and Lu Yidong grunted at him and immediately closed the door with a bang. Lu Tian was confused. Why are you hugging your sister for nothing? Just after he finished speaking, Lu Yuanxiu silently walked to the middle-aged man, opened his arms to hug him, and spoke with a deep gaze. Old man, don't be surprised. I can also hug you if you want. And disgusting old me. I'll beat you to death today. Lu Tian got goosebumps and became furious once again, and Lu Yuanxiu was so scared that he bounced and started. Su Xiaoya shook her head helplessly as she looked at the father and son who were chasing around the living room with her at the center. Both of these men are wasted. September 1st, senior year begins. Lu Yuanxiu got up late in the morning. He put on his blue and white school uniform, bought 2 breakfasts, and immediately rode his bicycle to rush to the 7th middle school in Lusheng. Hurriedly rushing to the door of the classroom, Lu Yuanxiu gasped for air. And his first glance did not look at the homeroom teacher, nor did he look at Hu Kaiwei, but at Bai Qingxia. At the moment, she was moving tables with her classmates, and when she heard the commotion at the door, she also looked over with her classmates. But soon Bai Qingxia turned her head back as her earlobes turned red. Cool, she managed to show up for her senior year. Lu Yuanxiu was so excited that he couldn't contain it, and didn't notice that Hu Kaiwei on the other side was looking at him with a ghostly gaze. At this time, bang! A loud bang suddenly came from the other side of the podium, and Lu Yuanxiu shuddered in fear and hurriedly looked over. The class teacher, Lu Wei, raised the highly myopic glasses on the bridge of her nose and said in an unkind tone, Lu Yuanxiu, do you really think you're the main character? You're late on the first day of school? Line up your seat first. and I'll clean you up when you're done. Lu Yuanxiu shrugged indifferently and followed the 50 or so people in the class down the corridor. At the beginning of each semester, the first thing that happens is that seats are assigned based on the final exam scores from the previous semester. The schoolboys are in the front, the scum are in the back. Lu Yuanxiu was the bottom of the list at the end of last semester, and it was no surprise that he had to sit in the corner of the last row again. But at that moment, he suddenly realized that Bai Qingxia's expression was a bit uncomfortable, and her two small hands were gripping the sleeves of her school uniform tightly. Lu Yuanxiu thought coldly. He wasn't dead last at the end of last semester. He's second to last. The penultimate is Bai Qingxia. The college bully scored a rare 0. As for why she got a 0 on the test, P.S. Bookmarking, catching up on reading, it's really important. Chapter 7 Boldly admiring a young girl's diverting face. The reason is also simple. She didn't show up for her final exam. Lu Yuanxiu couldn't help but laugh, and suddenly heard the study committee member next to him speak in a hushed tone. Happy now, Lu Yuanxiu. This time Bai Qingxia is going to sit in the corner with you. The name of the study committee member is Zhong Jinchang, white and clean, 1.7 meters or so tall, wearing a pair of glasses, very scholarly temperament. He was considered Lu Yuanxiu's hairdresser, but unlike other hairdresser relationships, the two of them were rivals and despised each other. Zhong Jinchang disliked Lu Yuanxiu's poor academic performance and grew his head just for that little height, and he did do well for himself, second in his class and likewise second in his grade. As for what Lu Yuanxiu despises about him, it is, unlike his outwardly svelte demeanor, Zhong Jinchang was a particularly horny pervert on the inside. A favorite thing to do during the week is why all kinds of women. The goddess of the class, Hu Kaiwei, the neighbor's wife next door to his house who likes to wear wraparound skirts, and the English teacher are all hard to escape. As we all know, the English teacher in her student days was particularly fashionable, with beautiful big waves, never-ending clothes, and a penchant for short skirts and black silk. And Zhong Jinchang's once most glorious battle was watching the English teacher during English class while secretly doing handjobs with his school uniform over his thighs. I heard that after work, this guy tried to chase his female boss, but was rejected, so he spilled yogurt in her takeout and was eventually fired. It's really a damn toad chasing a frog. Ugly looking playing with flowers. None of your business. Lu Yuanxiu disliked Zhong Jinchang with his head down. Height suppression. The guy bristled. He didn't envy Lu Yuanxiu because he wasn't interested in Bai Qingxia. To him, Bai Qingxia had wrapped herself up tightly all year round, not showing any flesh at all, and although she had a face that was like the first love of the world, it wasn't enough to get him excited. Hu Kaiwei, who often doesn't wear a school uniform, revealing her snow-white thighs and displaying her globes, and his English teacher, who likes to wear short black silk skirts, are the ones he's targeting. At this point, Zhong Jinchang suddenly raised his hand. Teacher, I'm farsighted and apply to sit in the last row. Lu Wei lifted the glasses on the bridge of her nose and spoke with a smile. It's fine, Zhong, as long as you find it convenient. Class teacher Lu Wei is in her 30s this year, a buxom double-standard woman with a good-to-great attitude towards the school bully, and a perennial cold face towards school dregs like Lu Yuanxiu. Lu Yuanxiu snorted coldly. Farsighted? Ha, he's just conveniently in the back of the classroom for handjobs, because it's summer and the English teacher will be wearing a black silk skirt to class again, in accordance with final grades. From highest to lowest, pairs of desks walked inside the classroom. Hu Kaiwei, Wang Haoren. Lu Wei read the name. Hearing his name, the handsome-looking, center-parted hairstyle class president Wang Haoren was secretly happy, not realizing that he confessed to Hu Kaiwei only yesterday, and today the two of them became the same table, and Hu Kaiwei didn't look too happy about it. She looked back at Lu Yuanxiu as she walked towards the classroom, her expression worried and sullen. Ladies first, MS. Hu Kaiwei. Wang Haoren wore a smile and made an inviting gesture with a gentlemanly movement. Hu Kaiwei nodded with a hard smile on her face. Gradually, only two people were left in the hallway. Lu Yuanxiu leaned dangling against the window, smiling as he looked at the school uniform girl standing next to him. Bai Qingxia's head was low, somewhat embarrassed as she gripped her sleeves, her single ponytail softly resting slightly on her left shoulder, revealing some slightly white and greasy neck skin. Lu Yuanxiu suddenly wanted to reach out and tug on her single ponytail. The class teacher, Lu Wei, held up her highly myopic glasses and spoke with some heartache. Qingxia, if you can't see when you sit in the back, just tell me and I'll move you to the front again. Holy, you double-standard monster. Lu Yuanxiu was immediately unconvinced. I don't agree. Lu Wei glared over. You don't agree? Lu Yuanxiu, who do you think you are? Bai Qingxia didn't take the final exam at the end of last semester because something happened at home. If she had taken it, she would have been number 1 in her grade. Lu Wei held the frame again and threatened. Lu Yuanxiu, I'm warning you, Don't disturb her study in class. If I find out, I'll make you go to the podium in the playground to stand for punishment. Bai Qingxia hurriedly looked up and said with a cool timbre, Teacher, no need. I'll just take the test back when I take the monthly exam. The class pillar of senior class 28 spoke up, and Lu Wei smiled as if she had changed her face. Hey, okay, don't be discouraged. Just don't be discouraged. And if Lu Yuanqiu is bullying you, just talk to me. Bai Qingxia let out a soft Lu Yuanqiu said with a thick skin. How is bullying considered bullying? He reached out and poked Bai Qingxia's soft arm, tentatively asking, is this considered bullying? The young girl's earlobe on the same side of her face reddened and shrank to the side. Lu Wei's face also red with anger. Immediately picked up the stick to rush to protect the class 28 pro daughter. Lu Yuanqiu skimmed his lips and smiled, easily dodged over, walked into the classroom like a leisurely stroll. Bai Qingxia's head was low as she followed behind, and in plain sight, her other earlobe was red. Strange. How this guy Lu Yuanqiu's cheek has gotten so much thicker after a vacation. Lu Wei held the frame and muttered a curious sentence in her mind. Coming to the window seat in the back row of the classroom, Bai Qingxia suddenly shrugged her nose with a frown. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu inquired, smell feet? He opened his arms and laughed brightly. Bai Qingxia, welcome to the back row of the classroom. The world of poor students, the realm of the gods. Seeing Bai Qingxia's confused face, Lu Yuanqiu reached out and pointed while explaining. Those two twins, Lu Kant and Lu Kant, the biochemical brothers, if they took off their shoes, the whole of the 7th middle school in Luton would have to blow up. Their seal is the god of biochemistry. Lu Yuanqiu spoke interestingly, teasing Bai Qingxia pursed her lips and laughed. This moment can be described as a city of stunning color. But Lu Yuanqiu was shocked. You will actually laugh? Bai Qingxia hastily stopped her smile. Her eyes somewhat flustered as she looked down and pulled out the stationery bag and books in her school bag, her face gradually returning to a cool appearance. Lu Yuanqiu saw her new school bag and new stationery bag, and with a satisfied smile in his heart, he continued, look over there again. Bai Qingxia looked up and obediently followed his gaze. Lu Yuanqiu introduced, the right side of the twins, Zhang Yifeng. From early morning to late night, every class bell rings. Fall back to sleep for a second. Slap him not to wake up. Drool so much that you can draw a map on the desktop. Shouting to eat will wake up. Guess what god he is? Bai Qingxia shouldn't have answered, but she still answered softly in a low voice. Sleeping god. Lu Yuanqiu laughed. That's right. The young girl's eyebrows gently arched for a split second, as if she was rejoicing that she had matched Lu Yuanqiu's brainwaves. Lu Yuanqiu continued his introduction. Zhang Yifeng and then to the right, our study member Zhong Jincheng, the god of guns. Waiting for a moment, before Lu Yuanqiu could explain, Bai Qingxia looked over, her beautiful eyes quietly looking at the other party. Lu Yuanqiu smiled oddly and said, no, I can't go into detail with you on this. Bai Qingxia then averted her gaze and focused on the books in front of her, when suddenly, an inch slowly moved into her field of vision. Lu Yuanqiu's head laying on its side on the young girl's desktop, recklessly and boldly admiring the young girl's captivating face. The gazes of the two were intertwined at close range like twitching strings. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Now officially welcome to the back row of the classroom. Scholar God. Gaze from the bottom up. Bai Qingxia fiercely clenched the water pen in her hand. Her eyes flustered as she quickly pressed her head down to avoid looking directly at Lu Yuanqiu, while her gaze shifted to her toes, both earlobes scarlet. No, she couldn't see her toes. You hurry back, Bai Qingxia anxiously urged. But the more she panicked Lu Yuanqiu, the happier she was. Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Wei pounded the table on the podium, and only then did Lu Yuanqiu remove his head from Bai Qingxia's territory. The students all looked over, and Hu Kaiwei and class president Wan Haoran also turned back. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia sitting together, Hu Tsaiwei's eyes grumbled, but Lu Yuanqiu didn't even look at her. Guess what kind of god I am? Suddenly, Lu Yuanqiu asked Bai Qingxia in a low voice. P.S. It's really important to bookmark and catch up on your reading. Chapter 8 I'm going to spill your secret. Don't want to guess. Bai Qingxia expressionlessly flipped through the English textbook she needed to take in the first period, preparing to prep, with an air of never bothering with Lu Yuanqiu. Guess, Lu Yuanqiu urged. Bai Qingxia's lips pursed slightly. Still ignoring him, her face had turned to the other side and she seemed to be concentrating on her English book. Lu Yuanqiu pillowed his head and spoke in a languid voice. If you don't guess I'm going to tell your secret. 3, 2. Bai Qingxia immediately turned her head, gasping softly and staring at Lu Yuanqiu with an expression of shame and indignation. Obediently, she asked, what kind of god are you? The tone was crisp with a point of forced aggression. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Eros. Bai Qingxia frowned. Boring. She exhaled in exasperation and turned her head back around to prep her English textbook. Lu Yuanqiu smiled kindly, resting his head on one hand and just twisting his head recklessly to observe Bai Qingxia. For some reason, saving this girl was like giving birth to her. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her as if he was looking at the daughter he had raised with great difficulty. Couldn't help but tease, watching the little expressions change on her face like proof that she was a living, breathing human being. The breeze from the window gently blew her hair, and under the morning light, a layer of golden color emerged on the surface of Bai Qingxia's hair. Eyelashes are slender, eyebrows are like willow leaves, pale pink lips are moist and tender, and the nose is straight and showy, as if dividing the blue sky into a lovely rounded L-shaped snow-white gap. 1 minute later, Bai Qingxia couldn't bear it anymore and twisted her head to look at him in shame. What are you looking at? Lu Yuanqiu was puzzled. Nothing, just wondering why your mouth is so small. Boring. Bai Qingxia pursed her small mouth hard, trying to keep Lu Yuanqiu from seeing it, and turned her head back. Lu Yuanqiu, on the other hand, withdrew his gaze, took out a bag of hot meat buns from his school bag and handed it over, ordering, "Settle it during the big class." "Don't." Qing Chang responded coldly. Lu Yuanqiu glared. "You dare say no? Do you believe?" The young girl immediately obediently took away the bun, her pretty eyes huffing as she glanced at Lu Yuanqiu. Only then did Lu Yuanqiu praise the old-fashioned way. "Hey, this is the right thing to do. Just listen." Bang! Lu Wei slapped the podium hard again, and the schoolboys in the front row closed their eyes lifelessly. Shaken by a face full of chalk dust, she held up her frames and spoke with intent. "It's senior year. I hope you're clear on what your goals are, whether to continue to muddle through, or are you going to take a chance and turn your bike into a motorcycle? If you don't study hard this year, like someone who doesn't write his homework, talks in class, gets the lowest grades, and even influences other students, you'll be waiting for the pain in the future." Lu Yuanqiu leaned back, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. "Vi, you know what? There are many paths in this world, but school is not the only one." However, Lu Yuanqiu has already experienced what it's like to be worth over $100 million. But honestly, different classes have different worries. It's not like you can be carefree when you're rich. His family wasn't poor, and he'd been able to nibble on his old money to get a car and a house. And while he'd still have to earn money in his reincarnation, he wasn't going to put up that much of a fight. Lu Yuanqiu didn't go to college in his last life, and in this life he wants to taste what it's really like to go to college. But it's a little hard to get into college with the grades I have now. But with Bai Qingxia, a school god, beside him, it made Lu Yuanqiu inexplicably confident. Sometimes I really wonder how this Zhong Jinchang guy got such good grades, full of boobs and legs, and still managed to be second in his grade. People are more angry than people. Lu Yuanqiu let out a sigh and slapped his thigh. Bai Qingxia was startled and hurriedly put her long legs together and tucked them inward. Lu Yuanqiu immediately apologized. "Sorry, the shot was wrong. First period is English class. Get all your textbooks ready." Lu Wei, the class teacher, ordered. She was the language teacher. After another lecture or two, she uneasily glanced toward the corner of the window and raised her finger to point at Lu Yuanqiu, her eyes fierce and silently threatening, before leaving the classroom. And the English teacher, clutching his lesson plan and textbook, stood waiting at the door for a long time. After smiling and nodding with Lu Wei, she walked into the classroom. A pair of black silk legs came into view. Wah dash! The class looked at the beautiful young English teacher and raised a collective voice. English teacher named Su Miao Miao, just graduated not long ago. Looks cannot be said to be very beautiful, can only be said to be clear, but the body is great. Good temperament, character is also good. She was looking forward to mingling with her classmates, and Zhang Jinchang was looking forward to mingling up her skirt. Lu Yuanqiu glanced to his right, and sure enough, the brat by the door had slowly lowered his hand. Thunk 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 thunk, the class bell rang, and there was a fluttering sound from the right side, and Zhang Yifeng's head was lying on the desktop, and he instantly fell asleep, and his breath was dull and powerful. Lu Yuanqiu also took out his English textbook, looking at the clean portrait of the character on the first page. He had a sudden craving to paint the portrait with dark circles under his eyes and 2 mustaches, but he forced himself to hold down his right hand, as if it were a left-right wrestling technique, to stop his schoolboy behavior. No, can't draw. The old man is going to learn this time. Damn muscle memory. Bai Qingxia twisted her head, strangely sizing up Lu Yuanqiu next to her. She didn't say anything because the boys in the class were quite middle-aged sometimes, just like Lu Yuanqiu. For example, she often saw Lu Yuanqiu walking around suddenly jerking around and jumping up in place to make a shooting motion. Whenever this happened, Bai Qingxia would stop and look at the teenager in a confused manner, avoiding Lu Yuanqiu from noticing her gaze. Bai Qingxia would immediately follow up by passing by him again with her head down. Since then, She had noticed that Lu Yuanxiu was strange. When I meet a garbage can, my hands always subconsciously shake, and whether there is a paper ball or an empty bottle nearby, I must get it in my hands and throw a perfect parry towards the garbage can. If it doesn't fall into the trash, it's awkward to rerun and pick it up and go back to the same spot and rethrow it again. Once Lu Yuanxiu cast a classroom has not yet cast in. People are going crazy. Sitting in the classroom, Bai Qingxia then turned his head, a pair of beautiful eyes staring blankly at the busy teenager in the corridor, engrossed in watching a whole classroom. What are you doing? Bai Qingxia couldn't take it anymore. Lu Yuanxiu was still pressing his right arm, causing the two tables that were pieced together to shake. Lu Yuanxiu looked serious. There's a demon in my right hand, and now it's going to break through the seal. Fellow Bai Qingxia, can you help me hold it down? When there was no response from the side, Lu Yuanxiu twisted his head and found that Bai Qingxia's eyes had lost their high beams and were looking at him with the same eyes as if he was looking at a retard. No way. Have a little childishness, okay? Childish. Bai Qingxia let out a low curse and turned her head back while pulling the table's 38th parallel out of the Grand Canyon. Lu Yuanxiu still wanted to strike up a conversation with her, but he suddenly heard the English teacher, Su Miaomio, call out his name. Lu Yuanxiu, please stand up and read the first paragraph of the text to everyone to check your pre-study. Lu Yuanxiu was a bit confused. Su Miaomio smiled with a very gentle voice. It's okay, there may be a bit too many raw words, so you can stop when you meet something you don't know. The goddess is so gentle. Zhong Jincheng's two eyes are flooded with love, and his right hand is busy without stopping. Lu Yuanxiu stood up, flipped open the clean textbook, and read the first paragraph according to it very naturally. When the first word came out of his mouth, Su Miaomio's eyes instantly changed. Lifting her eyes from the book in surprise, the class turned back collectively. Bai Qingxia was also surprised and looked to the side, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at the teenager next to her. Good standard of speaking. Surprisingly, it's still British? What happened to this Lu Yuanxiu guy? P.S. Please catch up on the latest chapters daily. It's important. Thanks. Chapter 9, A Punch That Doesn't Hurt Is Youth. Su Miaomio slowly put her book down, politely not interrupting, and looked admiringly at the inch-haired teenager in the corner. At this time, Lu Yuanxiu saw an unrecognizable word, and his good English accent stopped and looked up at Su Miaomio. The young English teacher was stunned and reacted with a quick bow of his head, prompting him with the pronunciation of the word. But she had a somewhat embarrassed look on her face, feeling that her not-so-standard American pronunciation had somewhat tainted Lu Yuanxiu's authentic British accent. Only then did Lu Yuanxiu pick up and read the first paragraph in its entirety. Su Miaomio put her textbook back down, a smile on her face, a smile that was very unexpected and shocked. Lu Yuanxiu. She called the other woman's name incredulously. Lu Yuanxiu was serious. Su Miaomio habitually rested her butt on the desk next to her, one of her black silk legs slightly bent. This action made Zhong Jincheng in the corner's eyes instantly light up. What did you do on your one vacation? Out of the country? That's not so bad. Su Miaomio asked the common doubt of the class. She was well aware of Lu Yuanxiu's standard of English, not to mention how well it was spoken, and how to pronounce many words. How is it that after this one vacation, this guy is transformed? Lu Yuanxiu spoke seriously. Of course I'm studying hard. I'm going to college. Hearing these words, there was a moment of surprise and joy in the eyes of Bai Qingxia next to her. Put. Zhong Jincheng in the corner suddenly burst out laughing. Harry? Which wall are you going to paint with feces? Bai Qingxia silently glared at him. Zhong Jincheng's words caused the class to laugh. But Hu Kaiwei didn't laugh out loud because she didn't want Lu Yuanxiu to work on anything else. Lu Yuanxiu shouted in a cold voice. Zhong Jincheng, put the gun away. A gun? Su Miaomio sniffed and looked over. Zhong Jincheng trembled in fear and hurriedly placed his hands regular and flat on the table, looking embarrassed. Only after Su Miaomio turned her body back, did Zhong Jincheng then silently hurl curses through the air, raising two middle fingers towards Lu Yuanxiu. Lu Yuanxiu returned the favor with two middle fingers. Su Miaomio walked towards Lu Yuanxiu and patted him on the shoulder. Good. You can have this idea, teacher is too happy. Lu Yuanxiu, I'm optimistic about you. Oh. Sit down. She spoke softly in her voice, and at the moment there was undisguised admiration in her eyes as she looked at the errant student. Lu Yuanxiu sat down and proudly twisted his head to look at Bai Qingxia and raised his eyebrows. The latter retracted his eyes and his face was clear and cold. Not responding. It's all reborn. What's a reborn person without some extra personal abilities? In fact, it was Lu Yuanxiu's business that expanded to foreign countries back then, and he stayed there for 5 years, compulsively engaging in oral communication every day. So it would be strange if he didn't get assimilated. Have a say. This wave is so cool to pretend. Lu Yuanxiu smiled and patted his thigh. Bai Qingxia once again shrank her legs in fear and couldn't bear it as she raised her small fist and punched Lu Yuanxiu back on his arm. her beautiful eyes containing anger. I'll tell the homeroom teacher if you tap my leg again. I really shot the wrong one. I was trying to shoot myself, Lu Yuanqiu explained. But Bai Qingxia ignored him. But being whacked on the arm by Bai Qingxia's punch didn't hurt. And surprisingly, it was also a bit refreshing. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. And the punch that does not hurt is youth. He patted the other man's arm and said, I'll teach you to practice speaking later. And you'll help me supplement my other subjects. What do you say? Bai Qingxia twisted her head and was about to respond, when suddenly her complexion froze and she hastily withdrew her eyes to her desk. What? Lu Yuanqiu looked back and found Zhong Jincheng beside the door, who was currently looking serious and sitting in an incredibly upright position, and in the window in front of him on the side, a human face ghostly looked over, its gaze focusing right on Lu Yuanqiu's side. The class teacher, Lu Wei, appeared there like a ghost, frightening Lu Yuanqiu's shoulders and subconsciously sitting in place as well. When are classroom teachers the scariest? Standing outside the window is the scariest. Lu Yuanqiu still couldn't escape this moment of bloodline suppression after living for so many years. After Lu Wei left, Lu Yuanqiu found a note slowly appearing in his field of vision. Bai Qingxia's sharp and elegant script reads, Good, she agreed to help me with my homework? Can. Lu Yuanqiu's heart is free. Maybe this year's hard work can really get into a good university. He looked carefully at his textbook, sat up straight, and began to listen hard. 5 minutes later, Lu Yuanqiu struggled to fall asleep on the table. In the back row area, he and Zhang Yifeng's grunts sang in unison. At this time, the curtains were blown up by the breeze, just like turning over a picture scroll to reveal the blue sky and white clouds outside. The harsh light hid Lu Yuanqiu's sleeping face, and he frowned, raising his hand to scratch his cheek. In the next moment, a slender white hand lifted up to pull the curtains shut, and seeing that the shadows completely blocked the sunlight from Lu Yuanqiu's face, and his frown stretched out, Bai Qingxia then lowered her head at ease and continued to carefully take notes in her textbook. Now to the multiple choice questions in the back and we'll match up the answers in 5 minutes. It wasn't long before Su Miaomia's voice suddenly came closer, and Bai Qingxia looked up to find the English teacher slowly walking down the aisle with her textbook. She craned her head from time to time, checking the students on either side of her doing their work. Seeing that Su Miaomia was about to come to Lu Yuanqiu's desk, Bai Qingxia nervously twisted her head to look at it and raised her hand to quickly slap Lu Yuanqiu's arm. Lu Yuanqiu got up in a hurry. He shook his legs, turned the water pen in his hand, and pretended to stare at his textbook. Seeing this, Bai Qingxia hurriedly and thoughtfully reached her small hand over and flipped a page back for him to where the after-school exercises were. Just in time, Su Miaomia walked over at that moment, lightly twisted her head to look at it, and left. Bai Qingxia breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yuanqiu, on the other hand, immediately relaid his head down and continued to sleep, listening to the sound of Su Miaomia slapping her book on Zhang Yifeng's face on the other side, and then looking at Lu Yuanqiu's baby-like sleeping face, as well as the indentation on half of her face. Bai Qingxia pursed her lips and smiled. She was so happy that before she could only watch from afar as Lu Yuanqiu was scolded for sleeping in class, and couldn't even touch it if she wanted to reach out and remind her. But today she reminded her once, allowing Lu Yuanqiu to successfully avoid the teacher. Bai Qingxia's sense of satisfaction and fulfillment came in a strange way. She turned back to her questions. The winds of fall are cool and soft. The breeze from the window drilled into the classroom, blowing the young girl's hair down, blocking half of her delicate face and her vision. Bai Qingxia habitually lifted her slender white 5 fingers to gather her hair back behind her ear. Just then, a pink hair clip moved to her desk. The young girl looked up, her gaze startled. She looked toward Lu Yuanqiu, but he changed his sleeping position and turned his face to the other side. P.S. Favorites. Catch up reading. Catch up reading is really important. Chapter 10. Be hard on her when you should be hard on her. Bai Qingxia pursed her small lips and refocused her gaze on the hairpin. This hair clip is so pretty. It has a pink Hello Kitty pattern on it. Bai Qingxia had never had such a nice looking hairpin. Or rather, she had never had a hairpin before. After struggling with her thoughts for a moment, Bai Qingxia reached up and took it, teasing her unruly strands of hair upwards before pinning it with a bobby pin. Not being able to see what she looked like at the moment, she craned her head to stare at the face reflected in the window. With her hair lifted out of the way, more of her delicate face was revealed, and the contours of her superior melon face became visible. But Bai Qingxia didn't have much joy on her face as she raised her hand and brought the hair clip back down, wrapping it gently in a piece of paper before placing it in the small compartment of her school bag. The long strands of hair fell back down, being gathered behind Bai Qingxia's ear once again. Time passed and the bell finally rang. The class slumped over. School just started today, and after a vacation, this is the first time anyone has gotten up early. And besides, most people stayed up late yesterday too. Lu Yuanqiu stretched a lazy waist, always felt that this sleep was unusually comfortable. It was just strange that the desks in the classroom were always more hypnotic than the beds at home. But in his senior year of high school before he was reborn, he wasn't really sleepy even though he slept between every class. He just didn't know what to do besides sleep. Lu Yuanxiu twisted his head to look at Bai Qingxia and didn't see the hairpin on her head. And since it wasn't on the table either, it meant she had put it away. She didn't want to wear it, and Lu Yuanxiu didn't force her to. Just as the cool appearance was her protective color, the strands of hair hanging down and the tight school uniform might be her protective shell as well. Forcing a girl to crack her protective shell is very irrational behavior. Tada! Lu Yuanxiu reached out and knocked on her table, reminding, eat. Bai Qingxia took out the still warm bun and handed it over with both hands, shaking her head. I'm not hungry. She really liked handing things with both hands, and Lu Yuanxiu also liked watching her in this action. There was a sense of contrast. Lu Yuanxiu, then tell me, did you eat in the morning? The young girl didn't say anything. Following up with a cool tone, he explained, I don't eat in the morning. Lu Yuanxiu spoke impatiently. I told you, hurry up and eat. Don't make me angry. Bai Qingxia glanced at him and could only lower her head, unwrapping the plastic bag and bringing the bun to her mouth through the bag. Taking small bites, her eyes lit up when she ate the meat filling, and her next bite became much larger, finishing one in 3 sittings, as if she felt that her eating might have become ugly. Bai Qingxia raised her head and glanced shyly at Lu Yuanxiu. Her earlobes flushed. She turned around and faced forward, no longer facing Lu Yuanxiu. Lu Yuanxiu, on the other hand, watched the scene with a contented look on his face. What is this if not raising a daughter? After finishing the second one, there were still 2 buns left in the plastic bag. Bai Qingxia looked at it, hesitated for 2 seconds, silently tied the plastic bag, and carefully explained towards Lu Yuanxiu. I'm full, and I'll eat the rest at noon. Pa! Lu Yuanxiu slapped the table, scaring Bai Qingxia so much that both her arms trembled. The students in the front row turned back. Lu Yuanxiu frowned. None of your business. The 2 students had the sense to turn back in a hurry. Lu Yuanxiu sounded serious. Eat when I tell you to. Don't give me crap. Bai Qingxia's eyes stared at Lu Yuanxiu with cold resentment, seemingly trying to rebel against the teenager's hegemony at this moment. How dare you stare at me? Again? Do you believe it or not? Lu Yuanxiu came closer and reached out to point at her. Bai Qingxia's eyelashes fluttered lightly, her neck shrank back, and her eyes retracted their glare in resignation. Her expression pitiful. She hastily unwrapped the plastic bag and obediently brought the 3rd bun to her tiny mouth. But she ate much slower, as if she was somewhat reluctant to finish it immediately. You have to be hard on her when you should be hard. Lu Yuanxiu knew this in his heart. Bai Qingxia was clearly someone with character, as could be seen from the many times she had glared at herself. Coming to soft persuasion when trying to get her to do something was useless. Just have to go toe-to-toe with her and see who tops who. Of course, Lu Yuanxiu would always be the winner. Hey, the secret of stealing. I'll eat for the rest of my life. It's so damn moist. Front row of the classroom. That day, I got past 5 guys on one walk, swung around to shake the big guy from the next class, and then jumped up and dunked the basketball in the hoop with a foul shot. Wang Haoren, the class president with a center-parted hairstyle, is colorfully recounting his exciting moments on the court. He raised his right hand, looking like he was showing off a shooting motion, but in fact he was showing off his biceps. But when he looked at Hu Kaiwei, he realized that Hu Tsaiwei's eyes were not here. Following the other party's gaze, Wang Haoren looked out the window on Lu Yuanxiu's side. He smiled and spoke. It's a nice day for a walk on the playground. Don't you think so, Kaiwei? Kaiwei? Hu Kaiwei didn't listen at all as she stood up from her position and walked towards the corner of the classroom. Coming over here, Hu Kaiwei, however, couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her nose. The smell of the Lu family twins' biochemical feet was too punchy. Lu Yuanxiu, she stomped her foot as she shouted. Seeing this, Bai Qingxia turned her body around with a cool face and concentrated on eating her buns, but she didn't forget to perk up her ears. Lu Yuanxiu turned back and saw that it was Hu Kaiwei, so he asked, "What for? Come out here. I have something to tell you." Hu Kaiwei turned around and left, and when she came to the door, she thought that Lu Yuanxiu would follow, but she found that there was no one behind her, and Lu Yuanxiu was still sitting in his seat. Lu Yuanxiu, you're getting out of line. Hu Kaiwei stood at the position of the back door and shouted angrily. The sound attracted many people in the classroom to turn around and watch, including the class president Wang Haoren. What happened? What did Lu Yuanxiu do to Hu Kaiwei? Gossip's ears perked up through and through. Lu Yuanxiu impatiently looked at the double ponytailed girl in the doorway. What's wrong with me? Just say it here if you have something to say. I'm too lazy to move. Hu Kaiwei then re-walked back. She stood by Lu Yuanxiu's table. So many people she is not good to speak loudly. so she gritted her teeth and said, "You give me a moderate stop. I said that I promised to Wang Haoren's confession is also just to scare you." "Just kidding, Hu Kaiwei carefully looked in Wang Haoren's direction and whispered, "I don't like him." Lu Yuanqiu smiled. "So you like me?" Hu Kaiwei blushed, and hurriedly said, "I said, we are still small now. We cannot fall in love. Wait for graduation." Bai Qingxia suddenly reminded in a cold voice, "The teacher is here." Hu Kaiwei turned around, and sure enough, she found the class teacher Lu Wei walking into the class with her textbook. Lu Wei has always been so unconscionable, starting class early and then delaying at the end of class. Hu Kaiwei stomped her foot again in annoyance and could only return to her position. Lu Yuanqiu instead gave Bai Qingxia a curious look, seeing for the first time that she would take the initiative to speak. The latter pretended to have nothing to do with it and took out his language textbook. The time drew to noon. The students in the class either went home or went to the cafeteria. Hu Kaiwei hadn't found a chance to talk to Lu Yuanqiu all morning, and now that she did, she ran over again. "Lu Yuanqiu, accompany me to the cafeteria to eat." "Sorry, I need to study." Lu Yuanqiu sat in his seat indifferent. Hu Kaiwei could not do anything with him, and was finally dragged away by the rice hitchhiker. Gradually, only Bai Qingxia and Lu Yuanqiu were left in the class. Lu Yuanqiu wanted to see what the young girl next to him ate whenever she went to the cafeteria so late, or if she didn't eat at all. P.S. Please bookmark and catch up. This book is all about catching up with your righteous fathers. Chapter 11. Your new school bag and Lu Yuanqiu are a couple? Bai Qingxia was quiet in her seat, carefully writing the homework that her teacher had assigned in the morning, and didn't seem to notice that only the two of them were left in the class. Since he had agreed to study hard, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't just sit on the sidelines and wait. He took out his math homework and pulled out his water pen with panache, holding his sword like an old general riding the sands, ready for battle. However, in the next second, the confident smile on Lu Yuanqiu's face suddenly froze. "What is the autumn bean sacks collection?" He blinked his big, innocent eyes and stared at the first multiple choice question with a serious face. After a long time, Lu Yuanqiu raised his head, his gaze roaming unfocused at the lime green blackboard. "Forgot all about it. It's over. It's all over. What to do?" Zhang Wuji forgot all the moves shows that he practiced, but if he himself forgot all the knowledge then the university has no chance. Lu Yuanqiu realized at this moment. Other reborn people were either reborn to just graduating from their senior year of high school or to the kindergarten period, but he himself was actually reborn to the ultimate purgatory period of his student years. Senior year just started. Is he really going to take the entrance exam with a 30-something-year-old brain filled only with money and women? Suddenly, a kind of blowing up feeling in his mind. The moment the idea of dropping out of school to start a business again sprang up, Lu Yuanqiu believed that he would be just as successful if he were to go back to the old ways of his first life. With this substantial family business, as well as the information gap and invaluable internet entrepreneurial experience at his disposal, success was an absolute certainty. But this time, he wants to go to college. It would be too much of a loss if you lived 2 lifetimes over and still didn't go to college, wouldn't it? No, I must study hard this time. There's still a year left anyway. That's enough time. Lu Yuanqiu immediately took out his textbook and read it word by word from the beginning. When a man makes up his mind to do something, it means he is not far from success. 5 minutes later, Lu Yuanqiu's snoring sound hovered evenly inside the classroom. Bai Qingxia twisted her head to look and found Lu Yuanqiu sleeping soundly, not knowing what he was dreaming about, raising his hand to scratch his nose, followed by a smile, but the snoring was still loud, sleeping like a child. Drool dripped from the corners of his mouth. Bai Qingxia was a bit lost in thought as she watched, and only reacted when she realized that Lu Yuanqiu's saliva was about to drip on the table. She hurriedly pulled out a tissue from her body, folded it, and carefully passed it to the corner of Lu Yuanqiu's mouth. After placing the tissue, Bai Qingxia's hand was in no hurry to retract. She has a secret she doesn't know. That means she's known Lu Yuanqiu since junior high school. Her mind was loaded with many memories of the teenager, but she was also aware that the teenager didn't even remember. So maybe the teenager just didn't care. But it's okay, she remembers. When Bai Qingxia thought of this, she lifted her white fingertips and gently, curiously, like a dragonfly touching water, touched the tip of Lu Yuanqiu's nose. When she saw Lu Yuanqiu's cries stop, she quickly withdrew her hand, sat up straight, clenched the water brush with both hands, and a heart beat fast. Only when Lu Yuanqiu's snores were renewed did Bai Qingxia breathe a sigh of relief. After sitting in silence for a few moments, she gently got up and carried her backpack, heading outside the classroom. It was her regular time for lunch. When I came to the cafeteria, the students had already settled their lunches, and the cafeteria was empty, and the cleaning had already started to clean it. Students are divided into resident and day students. but whether they are resident or day students, they can eat in the school cafeteria with a meal card. And Bai Qingxia is a day student, but she never goes home at noon. At the moment she silently bypassed her cleaning lady's bucket of sewage and made her way to the window. The short-haired auntie who was playing rice saw Bai Qingxia and spoke enthusiastically. "It's you again, little girl. How many times has auntie told you to come early next time? Every time you come at this time the dishes are all eaten up and there's just soup left." Bai Qingxia smiled restrainedly and spoke. "It's fine. I'll just eat white rice. People are first in their grade. Don't you know that? Came late must be studying." A long-haired aunt next to her recognized Bai Qingxia and reminded. Bai Qingxia bowed her head in silence. The short-haired auntie let out an ague and hurriedly stared at Bai Qingxia with fiery eyes. "Look at you. You look like a fairy. And your grades are so good. If my son is half as good as you are, auntie will give you more rice, and then pour you some broth." After beating the rice, the short-haired aunt added, "Just give 50 cents and forget it." Bai Qingxia whispered, "Thank you." After swiping her meal card, Bai Qingxia noticed that there was only $5.20 left in her meal card, and 50 cents for a meal was a bit extravagant for her. But without eating, she had no energy to study. She tried. Bai Qingxia took the white rice and found a corner seat and slowly ate it without sparing a single grain of rice. In the classroom of senior class 28, Lu Yuanqiu's body suddenly trembled, and the desk followed with a violent shake. He rubbed his eyes and with a strange look on his face picked up the tissue that had appeared near his mouth and looked at it, then tossed it to the side without caring. "Where are the people?" Lu Yuanqiu stretched, only to realize that he had been asleep for almost half an hour. He let out a low curse and went to the cafeteria. It's weird that there are still dishes at this hour. Lu Yuanqiu was also a day student and usually went home for dinner at this time, but he always had money in his meal card, more than he could use. Came to the cafeteria. At this moment even the cafeteria aunt is packing the plate with rice. Lu Yuanqiu rushed over and shouted, "Don't accept! Don't take it! There are still people there." Auntie Short Hair was instantly puzzled. "You learned now too?" "Pretty much." Lu Yuanqiu cheeky open mouth. He dreamed really in the exchange of learning with the teachers. "There's just rice left." "Then some rice." Lu Yuanqiu covered his grumbling stomach and willed himself to say. Suddenly he reacted. "Auntie, is there another pretty good-looking girl in front of me coming over for dinner?" Auntie Short Hair, "Yeah, that little girl always learns late. And every time she comes there's only white rice left." The rice was beaten. Lu Yuanqiu swiped $2 and was surprised. So cheap. He found a seat and sat down, raking rice into his mouth. It looked like Bai Qingxia only ate rice for lunch. Lu Yuanqiu mused. Of course, studying was nothing more than a cover umbrella, and Bai Qingxia was just giving herself the excuse that she could only eat the leftover rice that everyone else was eating. Children at this age have a strong sense of self-esteem, and so does Bai Qingxia, which Lu Yuanqiu knows very well. But what Lu Yuanqiu wondered was where she went after lunch. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the class had come in threes and threes. Bai Qingxia walked into the classroom with her backpack on her back, her eyes looking to the corner of the blackboard. There is usually a list of duty students written there. Wiping blackboard. Podium, Bastard Lu. Obviously, Lu Yuanqiu's name had been spoofed, and Bai Qingxia went over to erase the word Wangba and rewrite the word Yuanqiu with chalk. Then with a grimace, he threw the chalk onto the podium. Just as she walked off her seat, a voice came from the doorway. "Bai Qingxia, I just realized that your new school bag is a couple's model with Lu Yuanqiu." Bai Qingxia turned around and realized it was Hu Kaiwei standing there. Chapter 12 Class uniforms must choose JK uniforms. Requested for readings. She gave Hu Kaiwei a cold gaze and ignored it, walking straight to her seat to put her book bag down and stuff it into the hole in the table. Hu Kaiwei was deflated, but did not continue to provoke, but only cursed a freak in his heart. Everyday cold face to whom she actually didn't dare to mess with Bai Qingxia. It was because there was a rumor circulating among the girls that there was something about Bai Qingxia. I heard that before the separation of classes. That is, in the first year of high school, Bai Qingxia was jealous of the same class of girls good-looking, coupled with the character of the cold. Then a few girls will be after school to block her, deliberately take the scissors to cut her hair. But they didn't expect Bai Qingxia to be a lunatic, directly grabbing the scissors and cutting her long hair only up to her ears in front of those girls, then smashing the cut thick black hair towards those girls. Satisfied? Bai Qingxia looked fierce as she questioned the other party. A few of the girls froze on the spot in shock at her holding the scissors. Bai Qingxia then dropped the scissors on the ground and left in style. Of course, if that's all there is to it, the rumor doesn't deserve to be widely circulated. There's a follow-up to this. Since then, a few girls thought that Bai Qingxia was not to be messed with, so they got the sophomore seniors to teach each other a lesson. As a result, when the senior blocked the corridor with a bunch of people, a group of fierce boys froze in place when they saw Bai Qingxia's looks. At that moment they forgot what they were even here for. Bai Qingxia held her textbook and walked forward with a cold face, while the boys fell backward shyly, none of them willing to take the lead. That day, even with short hair like a dog's chew, Bai Qingxia made this group of virgins astonished. Since then, Bai Qingxia's great name had spread throughout the school, and she was called the cold-faced school flower. The girls don't dare mess with it, and the boys don't want to, but Bai Qingxia was still very high and low. Her fame was always there, but she always walked in the corners of the campus, engrossed in her studies, not influencing or being influenced by anyone, and gradually faded out of the limelight. From then on, when you think of her again, the first thing that comes to mind is being first in her grade, not being good-looking. Lu Yuanqiu had never heard of any of this, because he had been in the same class as Hu Kaiwei from his first year of high school until his third year of high school, and his attention was all on Hu Kaiwei. Even now, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't imagine that Bai Qingxia, who always looked soft and easy to bully in front of him, had once had such a rigid side. 20 minutes later, the students of class 28 arrived one after another. Lu Yuanqiu, who had run home to take a nap, also appeared at the classroom door at this moment. Bai Qingxia glanced that way and withdrew her eyes. Lu Yuanqiu, Zhang Jincheng, a member of the study committee, saw Lu Yuanqiu, arrogantly stepped on the bench with his foot and laughed. Turn around and look at the blackboard to see your name. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and pointed to the 3 words Lu Yuanqiu on the column of the duty student, raising his eyebrows in confusion. What's the matter? Like your father's name? Zhang Jincheng froze, so shocked that his glasses slipped off the bridge of his nose. He strangely walked over to him and said to himself, strange, who changed it? Turns out it's still the land bastard. Lu Yuanqiu heard immediately. Strong people lock men. What the hell? You change my name right, kid, did not expect it, the world or good people ah. Bai Qingxia couldn't help but look that way again. Get the hell off me, you're full of muscle. Zhang Jincheng's face was suffocatingly red, so Lu Yuanqiu let go of his arm and kicked him in the ass. Go back to your corner and open up to your mother. Get out. Lu Yuanqiu came to his position and suddenly frowned, raising his hand and pinching his nose. He turned around and saw that the Lu brothers had taken their shoes off and had 4 neat fat feet on the horizontal bar under the table. That space seemed to be distorted. Dozong powerhouse, terrifying as it was. Lu Yuanqiu, who was the manager of the back row of the classroom, walked over and directly slapped each of these 2 dead fatties on the head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Put your shoes on. Can't you see that the class bully is in the back row? Can't you take care of the image of the back row? The Lu brothers rubbed their heads, and when they saw Bai Qingxia's eyes looking over, they turned red and put on their shoes with some embarrassment. Bai Qingxia also looked embarrassed as she pursed her small lips and withdrew her eyes. Lu Yuanqiu walked over to Zhang Yifeng, who was slumbering, again, and knocked on his desk. Wake up, the bell hasn't even rung yet. Sleep early and don't collapse your persona, okay? Zhang Yifeng opened his eyes and woke up in a daze, looking at Lu Yuanqiu as if he was a psychopath, then changed direction and continued to sleep. He was actually quite handsome, but always squinted his eyes and looked like he couldn't get enough sleep. After managing the order in the back row, Lu Yuanqiu returned to his seat. He wanted to mention the issue of lunch to Bai Qingxia, but considering the young girl's pride, he gave up on talking about it directly. Just then, class teacher Lu Wei and class president Wang Haoran walked in together. Isn't first period in the afternoon English class? Gao Chang, who was sitting in the middle of the classroom, opened his mouth and asked. Zhong Jincheng in the corner also followed with a very disappointed expression. Black silk short skirt is going to be gone? Lu Wei explains. It's English class. Take the time to talk to you about this fall games before English class, and as usual, pick out the class uniforms you need to wear to walk the squares. Lu Yuanqiu remembered that there was a sports meeting later this month, on September 20th, and there is a tradition in Lushong No. 7 middle school that every class in the games has to wear a uniform and walk in squares on the playground as a class during the opening ceremony of the games. Although it was a very formal walk in the square, gradually it was almost turned into a large cosplay scene by the students, because the uniform choices are so varied. In the past, there was even a class full of emperors in costume, and the class president was lying on a stretcher while walking in square formation, holding up a beat, which read, "Help me up, I can still learn." Hearing that the class uniform was going to be chosen, the originally dead class was instantly agitated, and even Zhang Yifeng instantly sobered up and raised his head. Zhong Jincheng was even more excited and exchanged glances with the class president Wang Haoran. The tacit understanding between the color lots. Lu Wei took out 2 pictures, one of a JK uniform and one of a black suit. She spoke up. The class president picked out 2 medium class uniforms for us. Which one do you want to wear to walk in the squares? The next moment, the boys in the class very silently and excitedly shouted, JK. Gao Chang was particularly fond of inciting the atmosphere during his student days, and at this moment, He was also the first one to stand up, raising his hands high and looking at the back of the room while encouraging everyone to open their mouths and choose JK uniforms. The girls were collectively silent, their cheeks slightly reddened, and only the individual girls, including Hu Kai-wei, had somewhat excited expressions. Girls at this age don't often wear short skirts, and everyone is relatively conservative, both at home and at school. Lu Yuanxiu looked to the side and found Bai Qingxia looking at her textbook without a care in the world. He suddenly remembered that Bai Qingxia didn't participate in walking the squares in the sophomore year's sports meet, because she was the only one in the class who didn't buy a class uniform. P.S. It's starting to go on recommendations, so make sure you catch up on your reading over the next few days. Please, righteous fathers. Chapter 13, My Bedroom and a Hotel King Room. Take your pick. Lu Yuanxiu averted his eyes and said nothing, quietly looking ahead at the homeroom teacher and the restless students. Of course he wanted to see Bai Qingxia in her beautiful JK uniform. Wanted to see Bai Qingxia enjoying the same sense of fulfillment from the beauty of youthful limbs as the other girls. What's more, she's so innately privileged. Not to mention her face. Her body was tall. Not only her legs were long, but her skin was also white. Lu Yuanxiu had never seen her with her long hair spread out, but he could imagine the picture. Teenage girl wearing a white shirt and pleated skirt. Waist slim, breast curve superior. A pair of long legs white and transparent. Back hands in the sunshine spread like a waterfall of green silk hair. Face smile is like a warm spring sunlight, clear and touching. It's so beautiful. It's just a shame that God gave her beautiful features but denied her the right to show them off. Of course, Lu Yuanxiu could pay to help her, and he was more than happy to do so. He even has the money to buy dozens of sets, and at this age he has all his year-end money saved on his bank card. However, he also knew clearly that if he wanted to help a poor but self-respecting young girl, giving the other person money or clothes for nothing was the least reliable solution. That's why he chose to remain temporarily immobile at the moment. Lu Wei waved her hand. Then it's a good deal. Choose JK uniforms. I don't understand what JK, DK. In short, boys and girls as soon as possible. Within a week the money and their own sizes are handed over to the head of the class, and then by the head of the class unified purchase. Wang Haoren clapped his hands and added, remember, everyone, $50 for a set. Yeah. The excited boys cheered and the shy, expectant girls blushed. Bai Qingxia raised her head in surprise when she heard the price. Then she silently lowered her head and continued to read her textbook. After Lu Wei left, English teacher Su Miao Miao walked in. Only half a day had passed and she had changed into a white shirt plus pencil pants, with a pair of beautiful legs wrapped up tightly. Zhang Jincheng, who was leaning against the door in the back row, immediately pounded his chest and sighed long enough to cover up his tears. Whoa, whoa. Su Miao Miao's clear face lifted up and looked over suspiciously. What's wrong, Zhang? Lu Yuanxiu rested his hands on the back of his head and responded loudly. When a man loses his target, it's the same as losing his ideals. Zhang Jincheng glared at him. Su Miao Miao's expression was odd. She really didn't understand what was going on in the minds of boys at this age. Thunk 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 thunk. The class bell rang, and Zhang Yifeng's bloodline awakened again, and a handsome face slammed on the table and snored. Since school just started today, there is no late study hall. As soon as the fourth afternoon session ended, students regained their freedom. When the day there is no evening study hall and then the last class is physical education. It is an explosive surprise for the students. Class 28 has its fourth period Tuesday afternoon, which is exactly the same as physical education. A mushroom-haired boy geeks out excitedly. Meet downstairs. His name is Bowen Zhang, and he is a member of the sports committee. He ran for the sports committee during his sophomore year of high school, and he received the highest number of votes, for no other reason than being well-liked. But the truth is the guy is pretty average in all sports. Lu Yuanxiu was quite unconvinced in his last life, but it didn't matter now. It doesn't matter if you're on the sports committee or not. The most important thing right now is to get into college. Lu Yuanxiu packed up his school bag and turned his head toward Bai Qingxia. Then it's a deal. Come to my house this Saturday to help me with my tutoring. Bai Qingxia suddenly froze, followed by packing her book bag while saying in a cool voice, tutoring is fine, but I didn't say I wanted to go to your house. Lu Yuanxiu sniffed, resting one hand on the back of the chair and the other on the table, facing her like this, with a somewhat roguish expression as he stretched out his fingers to gesture. Then I'll say a few quieter places. Take your pick. Option 1. My bedroom. Option 2. The supermarket storeroom, where you get searched. Option 3. The KTV box. Option 4. The hotel king room. Bai Qingxia raised her head and stared silently at Lu Yuanxiu, waiting for the guy to say the latter option. But he found Lu Yuanxiu just smiling wistfully. At this moment she understood that Lu Yuanxiu was forcing her to choose the bedroom. Bai Qingxia's right earlobe reddened as she spoke. It's fine to go to your house, but there must be someone at your house. Lu Yuanxiu was serious. Yes, there is. Bai Qingxia didn't say anything anymore, and after cleaning up, she held her pink school bag with both hands and nodded her head half-heartedly towards Lu Yuanxiu. Looking very cute, Lu Yuanxiu revealed a smile and always had the feeling that he had successfully abducted the other party. Bah! What abduction? I saved her life. Her life is mine now. I treat her like my own daughter. Seeing that everyone else in the class had left, Lu Yuanxiu and Bai Qingxia also hurried downstairs together. Lu Yuanxiu intentionally waited for her to walk side by side together, but found Bai Qingxia carrying her school bag and slowly falling behind, as if she was deliberately keeping her distance from him. Strange young girl. Lu Yuanxiu didn't care about her either, carrying his blue school bag on one shoulder and walking towards the playground downstairs with his hands in his pockets. The 6'3" big man wobbled. Only then did Bai Qingxia carry her own pink school bag and speed up her pace a bit. From the back, the couple's book bag of a teenager and a young girl in blue and pink was unusually conspicuous, but apparently only the more sensitive-minded maiden noticed the sight. After the warm-up run on the playground, all of Class 28 stood in several rows and looked at Wang Ping, the tall, thin, and dark physical education teacher in front of them. Rumor has it that this man can do 20 pull-ups with one hand, is a full-fledged fierce man, and is also the male god in English teacher Su Miao Miao's heart. For this reason, Zhong Jincheng regards Wang Ping, a gym teacher, as a love rival. Wang Ping, starting from the next class, students who signed up for the games will start training for the corresponding program. If this class today, Wang Ping followed up with the 4 most popular words from his student days. Freedom to move. The 28th class cheered collectively and dispersed like birds and beasts within moments. But for some, the words free movement are viewed as a nightmare. These people are called marginalized. The moment the crowd dispersed, they had no one to play with or gossip about. You can only wander around the playground as if you were a lone soul, or sit on the steps and stare until the bell rings and the whistle blows. Bai Qingxia was such a person, but she didn't care. At the same time Lu Yuanxiu followed a few boys running to the basketball court. Bai Qingxia walked towards the steps where she put her school bag. She loved the bag, and patted a copy of Language Essentials 3 underneath it to avoid dust from sticking to the bottom of the bag. Coming to the steps, Bai Qingxia sat down and carefully placed her book bag in her arms before bringing her language book to her eyes. But when she flipped it open, her eyes, which should have been on the text, automatically drifted over to the basketball court, as she always did. After every free period in gym class, the time she should have spent studying, she wasted her eyes on the basketball court. At this point, Lu Yuanxiu in his school uniform carried the ball quickly over the people, shook Wang Haoren to stumble from side to side, then 3 steps to the basket. A foul. The basket buzzed. Lu Yuanxiu landed in a dashing manner, moving his neck. Bai Qingxia's beautiful eyes on the steps were stunned. At the edge of the basketball court, Hu Kaiwei and her 2 girlfriends, who were watching, were also dumbfounded. Wang Haoren's center-parted hairstyle drooped like a fallen chicken and unexpectedly spoke. Lu Yuanxiu, you can damn well dunk? Inside the 3-point line, god of sleep Zheng Yifeng, god of atmosphere Gao Chang, Lu can't. 2 biochemical brothers, and god of guns Zhong Jincheng were all surprised. Zhong Jincheng, all 5 of them were surprised. The few of them were considered the main basketball players of Class 28, and it wasn't like they hadn't played with Lu Yuanxiu before, but for the first time they knew Lu Yuanxiu could dunk. When I was a student, the boy who could dunk was the one true god on the basketball court. Lu Yuanxiu was also a bit surprised. From the beginning of his rebirth yesterday until now, he found that his strength had risen quite a bit, and his bouncing power had naturally increased. Is this a surprise from being born again? Nima, you rise up, the old man's IQ can also There's no point in raising this strength. Will it get me into college? Lu Yuanxiu, you were just so handsome. Hu Kaiwei spoke with a slight blush on her face. Lu Yuanxiu glanced at her faintly, then moved his eyes away and looked toward the distant steps. Suddenly, 4 eyes met. Chapter 14, How to Describe the World Under a Young Girl's School Uniform, Request for Follow-Up Reading. The moment the lines of sight met, Bai Qingxia immediately turned her head back, hugged her language textbook to her chest with both arms, and began to move her mouth, purposely pretending to memorize the text silently, while her earlobes reddened by one. The guy really did sit there for the millionth time. Lu Yuanxiu thought in his mind that he had the impression that every time during the free time in gym class, Bai Qingxia was sitting in that position holding a textbook. I'm so handsome. Why don't you come over to watch me play? Lu Yuanxiu retracted his sight and realized that Hu Kaiwei and her 2 girlfriends were still looking at him with eyes like spring water. Lu Yuanxiu, your dunk just now was really cool. Hu Kaiwei opened her mouth again, but her tone had the vestigial feeling that she didn't often compliment people, and once in a while it was rare. Lu Yuanxiu faintly said, oh. Hearing Hu Kaiwei's praise, Wang Haoren stared at Lu Yuanxiu with extreme defiance. as if he would explode if he looked at him again. He frowned and shook his center-parted hairstyle. No one can surpass me in basketball. Lu Yuanxiu, come to a 1v1 bullfight. Without waiting for Lu Yuanxiu to respond, Zhong Jincheng spoke expressionlessly. Class president, you're giving him a chance to pretend to be better than he is. The real blow is for us to pretend that nothing happened the moment he dunked the ball. Lu Yuanxiu raised his hand and compared it to his middle finger, still stepping on the horse. Your kid's heart is ruthless enough. Zheng Yifeng half squinted his eyes, a look of not waking up. Hurry up and fight. Just let you guys fight for a ball. Immediately after class fast. Ha! He yawned. Wang Haoren, me first. He shook his center hairstyle and walked to the three-point line, while Lu Yuanxiu came inside. And when he served the ball, Lu Yuanxiu gazed at the back, suddenly changed his face, and threw the ball over. Wang Haoren took the ball and excitedly held the ball for a three-step layup, but Lu Yuanxiu didn't stop it, but rushed over in the direction of the steps. There was a group of students gathered over the steps. Lu Yuanxiu squeezed into the crowd and found Bai Qingxia sitting on the ground, her expression somewhat painful as she covered her right ankle. Wang Ping, the gym teacher, put the whistle back around his neck and opened his mouth to ask, "What's going on?" A girl next to her said hesitantly, "Just now, I seemed to see a girl push Bai Qingxia from behind. Then Bai Qingxia rolled down the steps." Lu Yuanxiu spoke in a cold voice, "What does that woman look like? Which class?" Wang Ping glanced at him. Why did this guy sound like he was going to take revenge? The girl lowered her head and whispered, "I didn't see it. It ran away. Mud. What the hell? Don't let me catch her." Lu Yuanxiu cursed loudly and unabashedly, then hurriedly walked over to Bai Qingxia and squatted down. "Do me a favor. I'll send her to the infirmary. The girl I saved so easily. And there are still people who are hurting her without knowing what's wrong with her. Baby stuff." Several girls immediately went forward to help Bai Qingxia up, and Bai Qingxia hopped on one foot, staring blankly at the back of Lu Yuanxiu's white school uniform, hesitating. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Lu Yuanxiu turned back impatiently. "What are you waiting for? Come up here." Bai Qingxia bit her lip and opened her arms, her upper body gently lying on Lu Yuanxiu's back. At this moment, Lu Yuanxiu's sulking face suddenly regained its calm. It was as if a violent beast had been slapped in the face by Nangong Qingya, and both of its eyes turned clear. How should I describe the world under the school uniform? As the eastern and western hemispheres of the world pressed together on his back, this moment sublimated Lu Yuanxiu. Seeing Lu Yuanxiu's entire body frozen and squatting on the ground, Wang Ping frowned. "What's wrong? Can't carry it? If you can't carry it, I'll carry it instead." Hearing these words, Bai Qingxia wrapped her hands around Lu Yuanxiu's neck. Both earlobes reddened, and her expression was shy. Lu Yuanxiu, on the other hand, with clear eyes, hurriedly spoke. "No, no, 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 no. Just now my feet are numb. Now it's fine." He stood up in a hurry and gave an awkward smile towards the gym teacher. Wang Ping gave him a strange look. Lu Yuanxiu stood up and then dragged Bai Qingxia's legs with both hands, and when he saw that the young girl was about to slide down, he pawed upwards again. This is the moment when the world squeezes on its back again. Ah! Lu Yuanxiu couldn't describe the feeling. If I have to describe it, I can only say that I have a deeper understanding of the word soft in me youth. The softness of Vanity Fair may be prosthetic silicone, but the softness of this moment is definitely the real deal. In the future, if anyone can marry her, it would be too happy. That is, hugging and cuddling all day is not tired. Carrying Bai Qingxia to the side of the steps, Lu Yuanxiu leaned down slightly, letting Bai Qingxia take her own school bag, then took 2 more steps forward, letting Bai Qingxia take his school bag as well. "Just put my book bag around my neck. It's heavy, and your neck will hurt." Bai Qingxia's voice rang close to her ears. Lu Yuanxiu saw her with a school bag in one hand, and fearing that her arms were tired, he sped up a bit to head to the school infirmary. What Lu Yuanxiu couldn't see was that the young girl's face at the moment had revealed that smile that was like the warm spring sun. "Who pushed you?" "See? Nope. And do you have a suspect?" "Nope." Lu Yuanxiu turned back in surprise. The afterglow was the young girl's calm face. He said breathlessly, "You're afraid that I'll give them a bit of color CC, aren't you?" "Bai Qingxia, huh?" "Lu Yuanxiu, I served you." Arriving at the infirmary, Lu Yuanxiu carried Bai Qingxia around on his back, but didn't see where the doctor was. "Where are the people?" Lu Yuanxiu turned around again and still didn't find anyone, so he could only put Bai Qingxia on the bed with white disposable sheets first. The young girl sat on the edge of the bed, her 2 toes just touching the floor. Lu Yuanxiu looked around again and still didn't see anyone. "Forget it, I'll do it myself. He simply shouted and moved a small bench to sit across from Bai Qingxia. But Bai Qingxia suddenly clamped her legs together and asked vigilantly, "What for? Lu Yuanqiu, let's see if you simply twisted your foot, dislocated it, or fractured it." Ha! Both sides of Bai Qingxia's earlobes were red, but her tone was clear and cold as she asked, "You'll look? Nonsense. I used to bone the old sow in the village back home in the country." Bai Qingxia was puzzled. Why would an old sow? Suddenly she realized something and shyly raised her fist to pound Lu Yuanqiu's shoulder. The latter laughed out loud while reaching out and grabbing Bai Qingxia's right foot. The canvas shoes on her feet were clean, but there were a lot of cracks along the soles, and the cracks were even yellowed, so it looked like she had bought them a long time ago. Lu Yuanqiu removed her shoes. A clean white sock came into view. Bai Qingxia bit her lips shyly, her legs clamped tightly, but Lu Yuanqiu's next action made her so ashamed that she almost lifted her foot to kick him to death. Lu Yuanqiu zero-framed up his hand and passed his white-socked feet with extremely beautiful arches to his nose and sniffed them. And Bai Qingxia didn't even react when she heard Lu Yuanqiu ask strangely, "It's been a day. May I ask why your feet don't stink?" You're sick." Even though Bai Qingxia was such a cool and quiet person, she couldn't help but break out in curses at this moment. Lu Yuanqiu skimmed his lips and re-grabbed Bai Qingxia's retracted right foot in his hands again. When Bai Qingxia struggled, Lu Yuanqiu slapped her violently on her calf in an overbearing manner. "Be honest." Bai Qingxia submitted in humiliation, but her eyes glared at him angrily. Lu Yuanqiu removed the other party's white stockings, not stopping until he revealed a section of white as gelatin calf skin and a tiny white-on-pink heel. Then he reached out and pinched the slightly bulging snow-white ankle, and Bai Qingxia even stifled a grunt. P.S. I implore you to stick around and catch up on your reading. Chapter 15. Are you the one who wipes my ass every time? Does it hurt? The young girl nodded shyly. Then I'll go lighter, Lu Yuanqiu said while wrapping her snow-white and slender ankles with his hands left and right, then slowly twisted them, feeling the state of the bones at the moment. A few moments later, Lu Yuanqiu looked slightly relaxed and opened his mouth. "A small matter. It is twisted. The swelling is not big. Apply some safflower oil on the line." When he finished speaking, he stood up, turned around and searched the back drawer, and did see half a bottle of safflower oil. It's common for students to sprain their ankles in school, so I guess the school nurse just applies some of this stuff to the other person when they meet the situation. Lu Yuanqiu sat back down on the small stool and placed Bai Qingxia's right foot on his knee, ready to start applying it by hand. But the next moment Bai Qingxia put her foot back and spoke with an unnatural expression. "I'll apply it myself. Big guts." Lu Yuanqiu raised his head and chortled at the young girl sitting on the bed. Bai Qingxia's right leg stiffened, and Lu Yuanqiu smoothly took her foot back again. And by way of accusation, "What is there to be ashamed of in a special case? I'm so impressed with you little girls." Squirming, Lu Yuanqiu repositioned the other's right foot dominantly on his knee, still muttering, "It's not like I'm going to do anything to your foot." But within a few seconds, Bai Qingxia asked in a cool tone, "It's just an ankle painting. Why did you take off my entire sock?" Lu Yuanqiu looked up. "Did I?" Bai Qingxia bit her lip and questioned, "What's on your right hand?" Lu Yuanqiu looked down and realized that he was holding the white socks he had just taken off in his right hand, while in his left hand was a delicate and small, snow-white jade foot hanging in mid-air. "These soles are so pink." Before she could stare for more than a few moments, Bai Qingxia retracted her feet in shame, and snatched back her white socks with a mischievous expression. In between, he didn't forget to glare up at Lu Yuanqiu, the disgusted look as if he was sizing up a disgusting foot fetishist. After turning her back and applying it herself, Bai Qingxia put on her socks and shoes, put on her backpack and left the school infirmary. Lu Yuanqiu chased after him and explained, "No, listen to me. My hands are sometimes not very obedient to my own call." Bai Qingxia ignored him and buried her head as she walked ahead. After the duo left, the small room inside the school infirmary opened and the two men hiding inside stepped out of it. Behind the young school doctor in a white coat was a middle-aged man who was the senior year director named Gu Hao. The seniors affectionately referred to the yearbook director as Gu Ritian in private. The school doctor spoke somewhat breathlessly. "Director Gu, it's just to look at a hemorrhoid. You just put up your pants when the students come. What do you have to pull me into hiding for?" Gu Hao patted the other's shoulder with an ironic face. "Xiao Wu ah, two men in a small room in broad daylight, and I happen to be lifting my pants. What do you think the students will think of the two of us?" The school nurse known as Wu suddenly had a fixed expression. At this time, school was already over, and Bai Qingxia said she wanted to go back to her class to study. So Lu Yuanqiu let the other party walk towards the school building, while he himself walked towards the garage, ready to pick up his car and go home. When he pushed his bike to the school entrance, he still couldn't help but think of Bai Qingxia's sprained foot. "I don't know where this girl's home lives. It's not far away. Do we have to limp back in this situation?" Lu Yuanqiu sighed, slapped on the car seat. turned around helplessly, and returned to the school building. Send her home today. Arriving outside the classroom window of senior class 28, Lu Yuanxiu slowly slowed his pace and stopped. In the empty classroom, Bai Qingxia wasn't studying. She was limping and moving around the podium, holding a chalk eraser, and was struggling to tiptoe around the board to erase the slate. The third class in the afternoon is a history class, and the history teacher is a 1'9" man, just like to write the board book high, so Bai Qingxia erasing some effort. She struggled to hold up the board eraser, her right hand raised so high that the sleeves of her school uniform fell down, revealing her small, snow-white, slender arms, but I still couldn't reach the top of the blackboard, which looked like wild cursive writing. Lu Yuanxiu's eyes silently moved to the duty corner of the blackboard, where it was written, Blackboard, Podium, Lu Yuanxiu. On the podium, Bai Qingxia hung her arms down demotivated, unable to really reach. She slowed in place for a moment, then took a deep breath and, with a heave, hopped up on one foot, straining her arms up and out to reach the very top of the blackboard. But just as the blackboard eraser was about to touch the board, a large hand appeared in Bai Qingxia's field of vision, and that large hand snatched the blackboard eraser from her hand. Bai Qingxia twisted her head and landed on her heels with it, but her injured ankle made her unable to resist leaning over to the side, and Lu Yuanxiu saw this and hurriedly grabbed her arm and pulled her back again. The teenage girl looked at each other in all directions. Bai Qingxia, however, as if she had done something wrong and was discovered, she hastily fell backward and spoke apprehensively. Didn't you go home? Lu Yuanxiu stared at her without hurrying to answer, pawing at the board eraser in his hand one time after another, then raising it up and easily reaching the topmost board book. He wiped the blackboard clean and then tossed the eraser onto the podium. No wonder I never used to wipe the blackboard, but the teacher never bothered me the next day. Let me ask you, did you wipe my ass every time? Lu Yuanxiu held his forehead as he said this and corrected himself. Help me wipe the blackboard, not my ass. Bai Qingxia twisted her face to the side and spoke without meeting Lu Yuanxiu's eyes. No. The young girl finished her sentence with a look of panic in her eyes, like she was a thief. She looked up again and gave Lu Yuanxiu a hurried glance, saying, without anything else I'm going to continue studying. After saying that, she turned around and was about to walk off the podium. Lu Yuanxiu hurriedly tugged on her arm. Don't learn today. Your feet are hurt. I'll send you home first. You can learn again at home. No need for you to send it. Bai Qingxia immediately refused. Lu Yuanxiu frowned. Then where does your family live? Is it far? Not far. Lu Yuanxiu gave her a half-hearted look. It couldn't be said that Bai Qingxia just didn't want strangers to go to her home. After all, this girl was quite self-respecting. So Lu Yuanxiu didn't force the other party. He just played along and spoke. It's okay if you don't need me to drop you off, but you can only go to school until 6:30, and you have to go home as soon as 6:30 rolls around, and I'll keep an eye on you in class. Bai Qingxia turned to look at him, her shell teeth lightly biting her red lips, her eyes grudging. Then I won't study. I'll go home now. Lu Yuanxiu smiled and nodded. Hey, that's right. When she finished packing her book bag, Lu Yuanxiu walked towards the classroom door, and there was another movement from the podium at this time, and Lu Yuanxiu turned around to look at it. He found Bai Qingxia carefully cleaning the chalk dust from the podium, and Lu Yuanxiu's task as the duty student did include both the blackboard and the podium. This girl still says she's not doing my duty. It's all done in full. After the other party had cleared the podium, this time he walked over with his backpack, his head lowered and his expression unnatural as he quickly walked past Lu Yuanxiu. Lu Yuanxiu laughed and followed. The 5 words iceberg dead arrogance suddenly became tangible. Lu Yuanxiu pushed his bike and the young girl together to the school entrance, and the two of them were ready to go their separate ways. Still, Lu Yuanxiu patted the back of the bike and said, "Why don't I give you a ride? It's no trouble." Bai Qingxia clutched her sleeve and looked at him with a difficult expression. No need. My father if he sees a strange boy approaching me. Chapter 16, Bai Qingxia's special dad, requesting for catch-up reading. Lu Yuanxiu was stunned. What will happen? Bai Qingxia lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. He would chase after people with a stick. Hearing this, Lu Yuanxiu raised his eyebrows fiercely. Your father is so fierce? The look on Bai Qingxia's face flashed for a moment of embarrassment as she clutched her sleeves and nodded gently before turning around and walking in the opposite direction. Lu Yuanxiu shouted, "Hey!" Bai Qingxia turned around and looked at him suspiciously. Lu Yuanxiu said helplessly, "Do you know how to be polite? Don't you say goodbye when you get home from school?" When Bai Qingxia heard this, a rare smile appeared on her cool face as she softly said, "Bye, bye." Lu Yuanxiu revealed a smiling face in place, a smile filled with kindness. Looking at the young girl's somewhat staggering, but not too big of a problem, pace, he turned and assuredly mounted his bike and headed for home. Hearing the commotion behind her, Bai Qingxia also turned back closely, and she stared at Lu Yuanxiu's back on his bicycle, stopping to stand for a long time. It wasn't until Lu Yuanxiu disappeared into the crowd on his bike that Bai Qingxia turned back. She looked head-on into the orange evening sun in the sky, raising her hand to lift her hair behind her ear, a faint smile hanging on her innocent face, which was reflected in the sunlight as gold. 2 school bags, one blue and one pink, gradually separated from the entrance of the 7th middle school in Lushong. Across the street, the yells of hand-cooked pancakes and fried rice cakes rang out lazily, seemingly shouting out what it means to live in peace and quiet at this moment in time. I'm going to study hard. I'm going to get fired up. I'm going to get into 985, 211. Lu Yuanxiu. I'm going to be the top scholar of Lu City. After returning home, Lu Yuanxiu stepped on the bench with his feet in the living room, pointed his finger at the ceiling, and sent out a magnificent cry towards his father, Lu Tian, and his mother, Su Xiaoya. Listening to her son's rant, the mom clapped adorably. Lu Tian, who was sitting at the table, however, snorted and spat out the melon rind in his mouth towards the ground. Lu Yuanxiu suddenly felt that his father looked a bit like Wei Xiang when he was young, especially with that energy that he had just mocked himself with. Lu Tian looked at Su Xiaoya next to him and spoke with mocking meaning. Look at this. The bottom of the grade likes to have this kind of unfulfilled dream. It seems that it's not far away from my dream of becoming the richest man by stepping Bill Gates under my feet. Su Xiaoya angrily slapped Lu Tian's shoulder. How can you talk about your own son like that? Can't you encourage him? Lu Tian snorted again, unconcernedly knocking on his melon. Lu Yuanxiu sneered. I'm sorry, I was second to last in my grade on the final exam last semester. I've improved. Suddenly, the melon seeds in Lu Tian's hand shook on the ground as he looked over in shock. Really? Son? It wasn't surprising that he had that look on his face, because Lu Yuanxiu had been at the bottom of his grade for 2 years in a row. Of course it's true. Someone was absent from the exam, so naturally I became the second to last, and I won't have to sit on the last bench in the last exam room again for the next monthly exam. The smile on Lu Tian's face froze. He casually dropped the melon on his plate. Mother asterisk 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 her. Listening to this kid talk has made me waste a few more seconds of my life. When I was a student, I could score 37 points on a 100-point paper. You, a 150-point paper can only score 20 or so points. So the generation is worse than the generation. You have not inherited any of my genes of schoolmaster. Lu Yuanxiu silent. Seems to have found the reason for his poor learning. Lu Tian finished and waved his hand. Forget it, it's for a cow. I'm going to look at the supermarket. Su Xiaoya was puzzled. Isn't there Aunt Lu? What are you going for? Lu Tian, her grandson was born. She resigned and went home to take care of it. Now the supermarket is short of staff. Hearing this, Lu Yuanxiu's heart stirred, and he quickly spoke. Dad, I have someone who can take over Aunt Lu's job. Who? My classmate. Students. Then look at. Lu Yuanxiu quickly tugged on the little old man and begged. She can watch the supermarket at night after school. And the wages give less, not on the line? Lu Tian sniffed and silently pondered. That's right. If you delay her studies, you'll have one less opponent in the college entrance exam. Lu Yuanxiu looked at Lu Tian. Although he lamented that the other party's brain circuits were clear, the corners of his mouth were still twitching, and he gave a thumbs up with a fake smile. It's still you, Dad, who has a high level of awareness, worthy of being the school bully who managed to score 37 points in the exam back in the day. Lu Tian proudly angled his head. That's right. Su Xiaoya silently shook her head. This father and son are ruined. Lu Tian smiled and patted his son's shoulder. Okay, bring her to me for an interview tomorrow. I'm going to the supermarket. After Dad left, Lu Yuanxiu surveyed the living room and wondered, where's Louis Dong? Su Xiaoya glanced at the door of her daughter's room and spoke. She was just given a lecture by your father and I before you came back. Why? Su Xiaoya whispered to her son. Your sister recently got too close to a cutie at the entrance of the 65th middle school. Got too close and was reflected by the teacher. Your father and I are worried about her being bullied. The other party is a cutie, but it's always a guy. Just then, the door to Louis Dong's room was suddenly opened, and the little loli's head burrowed out from inside, shouting, Uncle Backpacker is not a bad guy. She stood in the doorway in her cute pink bear pajamas, pouting, puffed up and indignant, then promptly closed the door again. Watching the scene, the mother and son in the living room were wide-eyed. Hearing his mother explain again in a whisper, Lu Yuanxiu then understood. It turned out to be a goofy middle-aged man who always loitered there in front of my sister's junior high school, which was Luton 65, and was known to the students as Cutie. But when he heard Louis Dong call him Uncle Bib Pants, Lu Yuanxiu suddenly recalled this memory. Lu Yuanxiu's junior high school is also 65 middle school, and that little cute Uncle was already loitering at the school gate when he was in middle school. The uncle was goofy but handsome and cleanly dressed. He was obviously well taken care of by his family, and he was fond of wearing a pair of blue backpack pants that looked a bit contrasting. However, when Lu Yuanxiu was in junior high school, the other junior high school students loved to bully this uncle with the backpack pants, either throw a rock at him, intentionally hit him on the back and then immediately run away laughing, or a group of people gather around him to recite a jingle. This is the time when Uncle Backstrap is always at his wit's end. In junior high school Lu Yuanxiu looked bad. He would go up to stop, but Lu Yuanxiu remembers a girl from the same school who was even more displeased, and this girl once even directly held a broom and rushed toward the group of bullying junior high school boys, driving the boys away. At that moment Lu Yuanxiu thought she was very handsome, like a valiant heroine who maintained world peace, but Lu Yuanxiu did not know her name, only remembered that this girl was thin, her hair was long and messy, and her face was blocked. Maybe the girl took care of the uncle with the pants, so the uncle with the pants would always smile when he saw her, and acted very affectionately as if he was looking at his own daughter, and would even dance happily. Staring at the door of his sister's room, Lu Yuanxiu suddenly fell silent. When I was in middle school, there was a girl who was staunchly protective of the uncle with the backpacker's pants. According to the time, this girl should already be in high school like herself. So Uncle Backstrap has lost his protector. So, is the younger sister sort of taking over and inheriting the girl's spirit of justice? Choosing to continue to protect the uncle in the backpack who wanders around in front of 65th grade and only smiles nervously? Thinking of this, Lu Yuanxiu twisted his head to look at his mother and said, "Mom, I think you should understand what happened before deciding whether or not to criticize your sister. P.S. Again, I implore you to keep catching up on your daily reading, and I'll make up for it by popping it when it hits the shelves." Chapter 17, Lying by touching each other's pulse at the table in biology class. Ha! Su Xiaoya froze. Lu Yuanxiu, however, got up at this time and walked towards his sister's room. The 14-year-old Lori's room is built in very girly, with pink beds, pink tables and chairs, pink stuffed animals, pink wallpaper and posters, and once you walk in, it's as if you've crossed one foot into a sea of pink. Sophisticated and romantic. There's no way around it. She was born to her parents and Lu Yuanxiu was picked up from a trash can. However, in Lu Yuanxiu's impression, Bai Qingxia also seemed to like the color pink. Come in for what? Luidong sat on the edge of the bed hugging the stuffed bear, looking up at his brother, pouting and looking very unhappy. Lu Yuanxiu leaned against the door, his hands clasped his chest, and smiled. I'll tell you a secret. When I was in junior high school I had a good relationship with that Uncle Backstrap Pants as well. Oh. Hearing this, Luidong's small face froze. Really? Lu Yuanxiu nodded. Well, because that uncle was cute and kind and never bullied anyone, but there were many junior high school students who bullied him, so I protected him a few times. Luidong gave his own brother an unexpected look. How could the older brother, who has been labeled a bad student since junior high school, have such a kind side? Luidong nodded. That's right, uncle is very nice, and today at noon I even saw a very pretty sister kindly sitting on the steps across the road feeding him rice. Lu Yuanxiu was non-committal. Apart from those junior high school students who liked to bully him, Uncle Backstrap Pants was actually quite popular over at 65th form. After all, he was clean, handsome and kind, but it's pathetic and true. I don't know why he is so obsessed with hovering in front of the entrance of the 65th grade school, as if he has an obsession. Even though he is often bullied by junior high school students, he is still unwilling to leave. Lu Yuanxiu thought of this and instructed his sister. You protect him, brother is very much in favor of it. But if you encounter a situation that you can't solve on your own, be sure to notify me. I'll be there right away. Okay? Aha! Luidong immediately smiled and nodded her head, wiggling her white feet, cute and adorable. At this moment she suddenly felt that her brother was not as annoying as before. My brother did seem a little different from yesterday to today. But what was different? Luidong was somewhat unable to say. After leaving his sister's room, Lu Yuanxiu immediately turned back to his own room. He pulled out a dusty cardboard box from under his bed containing all the textbooks from freshman through sophomore year. Fortunately, it was not sold to the waste collection Moncler outlet. Lu Yuanxiu inwardly fearful of the aftermath. This kind of thing he really did before. After organizing the textbooks, Lu Yuanxiu moved them all to the table. He took almost 0 classes from freshman to sophomore year of high school because he didn't listen to the classes at all. I vaguely remember that many teachers made the most comments on him is, this child in fact, very smart, but just did not put his mind on learning. This time, I, Lu Yuanxiu, put my mind on my studies. I'd like to see if you teachers praise me for being smart or not from the bottom of your hearts, but it's really easy to get sleepy reading. Half an hour later, Luidong, who was wearing shorts, revealing 2 white calves, carried a fruit tray and pushed open the door to her brother's room as she opened her mouth with a sweet voice. Brother, mom cut up fruit and told me to bring it to you, mom. Lu Yuanqiu hung herself. Luodong's sweet voice instantly transformed into a terrified growl. Room. Lu Yuanqiu sat at the table with his textbook in front of him, a rope hanging down from the ceiling strangling his neck. I love to study, you can't be sleepy. Lu Yuanqiu was neurotic, rolling his eyes in dry heaves while making whimpering noises under his breath like he was fighting against fate. Head hanging from a beam, hanged version. Lusheng 7th High School is considered to be the second most important high school in the city of Lusheng. The best high school is Lusheng First High School. I've heard that the teaching model over there is a free-range one, relying on students' self-awareness. But under this model, the school's first book rate still manages to reach a staggering 90%. On the other hand, the 7th middle school in Lucheng is a captive teaching model with extremely strict rules and regulations, and the first book rate is maintained at about 50%. The next day, Lu Yuanqiu rode his bicycle to the school gate. Those who were familiar with him would be very surprised if they found Lu Yuanqiu appearing at the school entrance at this moment, because it was only 7 in the morning. Lu Yuanqiu in the past had never arrived at school until after the morning reading was over. I want to study. I love to study. And I swear not to be a person if I don't get the top prize in Lu City. Lu Yuanqiu pushed his bicycle, broken, and came to the school gate with 2 dark circles under his eyes and red strangulation marks on his neck. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Hu Kaiwei was stopped by the teacher. Even if you don't wear your school uniform in the morning, your skirt is so short. Which grade in which class? The teacher with glasses had a serious face and rebuked. Hu Kaiwei lowered her head as if she had made a mistake. She was wearing a white t-shirt with a blue pleated skirt today, and her pair of white legs were incredibly eye-catching. Lu Yuanqiu turned a blind eye and pushed his car into the school gate. Hu Kaiwei looked up coldly and wiped her eyes in disbelief after seeing Lu Yuanqiu's back. What's the sun doing in the west today? Lu Yuanqiu came so early? Thunk 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 thunk. The bell rang for the first biology class. Zhang Yifeng slapped his handsome face on the desktop and snored. Lu Yuanqiu, on the other hand, silently stuffed the buns he bought into Bai Qingxia's hole in the table. Don't talk nonsense, eat after class. Bai Qingxia at this time but stared at Lu Yuanqiu's neck, wanting to speak. Don't worry, I learned too late yesterday and strangled myself on purpose to clear my head. Lu Yuanqiu explained. Bai Qingxia sniffed and looked at the other party incredulously. Then as if reacting, she said with a clear and cold face, no worries. Lu Yuanqiu quirked up the corner of his mouth and smiled, closing his eyes and lying down on his desk. It is useless to listen to the lecture now. The foundation in front of them are not laid well. Now listen to no difference with listening to heavenly books. Lu Yuanqiu was lying on the table at the moment, firstly to recuperate, and secondly to consolidate in his mind the knowledge he had learned yesterday. Bai Qingxia touched the hot buns, pursed her mouth lightly, and while Lu Yuanqiu was sleeping, she secretly put 2 of them into the plastic lunchbox she brought with her. Lu Yuanqiu actually noticed it, only he didn't break it down. 10 minutes later, he lifted his head from the desk. See him wake up. Bai Qingxia seems to have long been in the heart of the rehearsal countless times. She quickly turned around. Look very formal, surrender. I just stole 2 buns. Lu Yuanqiu twisted his head to look at her and said with a smile, stealing food is just like stealing food. Why are you still reporting to me? Bai Qingxia lowered her head, her expression embarrassed, and quickly turned her body back again, both earlobes red. I can tell she's very bad at lying. But for the first time, Lu Yuanqiu thought that someone could be so cute when they lied. Lu Yuanqiu's feelings for Bai Qingxia were really complicated, and he wanted to have her. At that moment, from the podium, the biology teacher spoke. A normal person's heart rate is between 60 to 90 per minute. And by the way, do you all know how a polygraph works? The pulse is one of the determinations of the polygraph. Now you can try detecting each other's pulse with your tablemates. A pulse lie detector? Lu Yuanqiu turned around a bit bored when he heard this. Bai Qingxia, however, was flustered and put both of her small hands behind her back, staring at him warily. What are you doing? Lu Yuanqiu asked in surprise. Chapter 18 Question. Do you have a crush? Requesting for readings. I will measure you. Bai Qingxia looked at him, rarely showing initiative in front of Lu Yuanqiu. Whatever. Lu Yuanqiu lifted his sleeve and placed his arm on the table. Only then did Bai Qingxia reach out her small hand and put her scallion white fingertips on Lu Yuanqiu's pulse. Just then, a girl in the back row suddenly spoke in surprise. Teacher, Zhang Yifeng has a happy pulse. The class looked away. The girl who spoke was Zhang Yifeng's deskmate, called Chen Fei. In Lu Yuanqiu's impression, this girl seems to be a stargazer, madly addicted to GD. In 2010, the Big Bang boy band was popular in Asia. At the moment, she is riding on Zhang Yifeng's wrist, and the latter is sleeping and drooling. not realizing that she is already pregnant. Zhong Jinchang watched the fun and spoke up. Whose is it? Is it your Princess Fifi's? Chen Fei frowned. Get lost. Don't be ridiculous. I asked you guys to take a lie detector test, not a pregnancy test. The biology teacher huffed and said. I'll give you guys time to relax. You don't want to relax, do you? Then get on with the lesson. The class sniffed and wailed. The biology teacher then smiled and spoke. Then grab a question to ask your deskmate while you're at it and see if your pulse quickens when the other person answers. The whole class quickly faced the table, and poor Zhong Jinchang had no table and could only take his own pulse. Lu Yuanqiu said indifferently. Ask. Bai Qingxia thought for a moment and spoke. Do you like vegetables? Lu Yuanqiu pumped the corner of his mouth. General. Idiot. Can you ask something powerful? You don't have anything you want to know. Something about me? Feel free to ask. Of course there was, but Bai Qingxia didn't dare to ask. She shook her head gently and looked at the other woman. Her face calm. Lu Yuanqiu then turned his palm over and pressed Bai Qingxia's tender little hand underneath it instead. His sword finger domineeringly picked her sleeve upwards, revealing a small section of her snow-white slender white wrist, and when his fingertip was about to put it on that clearly veined vein, Bai Qingxia nervously shrank her hand back. Lu Yuanqiu glared at her. Are you nervous about hiding the buns, or are you nervous about something else? Do you have a secret? Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows. Why am I not allowed to take my pulse? Bai Qingxia's small face was serious. Not allowed is not allowed. Then I'll listen to the heartbeat. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he slowly brought his ear closer to Bai Qingxia's chest. The young girl shrank back nervously until her back was pressed against the wall of the classroom. Retreating. Lu Yuanqiu curled the corner of his mouth at this and shamelessly continued to bring his ear closer. However, he knew how to behave well enough not to really put his ear on the other party's chest, and sniffing the fresh fragrance wafting from the side, Lu Yuanqiu said, I'll start asking. Oh. The young girl was silent. Lu Yuanqiu smiled with a hideous expression. Question. Do you have a crush? Hearing these words, Bai Qingxia's ears flushed red in an instant. Her beautiful eyes rounded, and she looked very uncomfortable as she glanced away. She immediately said, boring. Of course not. Lu Yuanqiu heatedly smiled. Definitely ask something exciting. He listened attentively with his ear to the side, but frowned, wondering if the class was too noisy or too far away to hear the heartbeat. At this point, the biology teacher clapped her hands. Okay. Did all the verifications work? Lu Yuanqiu got up helplessly. Nope. Twisting his head to look at Bai Qingxia's shyness. The probability was there, but it wasn't necessarily so, because Lu Yuanqiu was aware that in the campus era, the question itself was prone to make any teenage girl during puberty feel shy. It's all too normal to have a crush or two. The biology teacher looked over. Why don't you? Lu, Hu Kaiwei turned around after her, and the thought of Lu Yuanqiu just touching each other's wrists with Bai Qingxia made her heart pang. She had been distracted since yesterday, and her mind was full of this Lu Yuanqiu guy. Lu Yuanqiu rested his hands on the back of his head and said subconsciously, because hearts are separated by great thunder. The morning session was over and it soon came time for dinner. Hu Kaiwei was wearing a pleated short skirt, twisting her slender waist towards the back row. A pair of white shaking tender thighs made Zhong Jinchang in the corner's eyes look straight. Lu Yuanqiu, can you eat with me today? Can't. Study. Lu Yuanqiu really wanted to study this time, and he took out his senior year textbook and spread it out on the table to read it. Hu Kaiwei was furious and stomped her foot. What's the point of pretending? What else is there to learn with your grades? Deliberately gambling with me, is it? Bai Qingxia sniffed, her eyes coldly glancing at Hu Kaiwei before she lowered her head to continue studying. Lu Yuanqiu, on the other hand, slapped the table and pointed in the direction of the class entrance and said, leave on your own if you're sensible. Don't make me kick you out. Hu Kaiwei aggrieved to cry. Her rice hitchhiker girlfriend immediately walked over and pulled her toward the outside. Let's go. Let's go. Care about him for what? Hu Kaiwei glared at him then. After everyone in the class left, Bai Qingxia and Lu Yuanqiu were left alone. During this time Bai Qingxia twisted her head to look at the person next to her and noticed that Lu Yuanqiu was really studying hard and taking different colored pens to mark up his textbook that was covered in scribbles. Lu Yuanqiu's change of heart made Bai Qingxia unable to resist pursing her lips and smiling. But the next moment Lu Yuanqiu looked over, and Bai Qingxia immediately turned her head back, flipping through the pages of her book with a less than natural expression. Time passed by, and Bai Qingxia arrived at her regular mealtime. She stood up and Lu Yuanqiu stood up at the same time and stretched. Gu, learning is so fulfilling. I guess the cafeteria doesn't have much food. Bai Qingxia ignored him and left the classroom silently with her backpack on, while Lu Yuanqiu followed behind unhurriedly. Arriving at the cafeteria window, Lu Yuanqiu looked surprised as the short-haired auntie who typed the food priced Bai Qingxia's white rice at 50 cents, but his white rice at $2. Lu Yuanqiu licked his lips and spoke in anger. Auntie. The short-haired aunt looked at him with a cold face. What? Lu Yuanqiu then put on a smile. It's fine. You look really good today. He finished walking towards the table where Bai Qingxia was eating and took a seat across from her. The young girl glanced up at him, then looked down and took a small bite of her meal. Lu Yuanqiu picked up his school bag and put all the snacks he had brought from the supermarket on the table. Hey, I knew I wouldn't have any food late for school, so I brought snacks. Lu Yuanqiu muttered to himself as he tore open the packaging of the chicken thighs, marinated eggs, and spicy sausages and put them on his dinner plate. When he was ready to eat, he suddenly stopped moving. Ha, what's going on today? Not much appetite. Could it be that these snacks are usually too much? Lu Yuanqiu then looked up at the young girl across the table and took her dinner plate over, placing his own plate filled with snacks. Forget it, let's switch today. Bai Qingxia looked up with a stunned expression, and Lu Yuanqiu quickly reached out to point at her. Dare to beep one more time? Bai Qingxia stared at him in a daze, her mouth closed, not daring to speak. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head and started up. The young girl silently watched Lu Yuanqiu eat where she had eaten, her long eyelashes blinking and fluttering gently. Fragrant. Really fragrant. How is your rice better than mine? Lu Yuanqiu opened his mouth intoxicatedly. His expression was beat up, but Bai Qingxia didn't want to punch him in the slightest. She silently moved her chopsticks and spoke very quietly. Thank you. Lu Yuanqiu pretended not to hear. After a long while, he ate all the rice on his plate and spoke towards the girl across the table. By the way, my supermarket is short of a cashier for the night, so I'm officially informing you that you're hired. Bai Qingxia once again looked up in dismay. Lu Yuanqiu still pointed at her in an overbearing manner. The salary is only half of a normal employee's, and if you dare to say one more word of dissatisfaction or refusal, I'll give you some color to see that you know what I'm talking about. Bai Qingxia quietly looked at Lu Yuanqiu, then sat upright very seriously and nodded her head as if she was looking at her boss. No grievances. I'm willing. That's good. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her with satisfaction. Bai Qingxia, on the other hand, happily continued to eat with her head down. She then ate a halibut egg and then ate half of her white rice. At this point, he took out the lunchbox to avoid Lu Yuanqiu seeing the buns inside, so he put it on his lap, and then dumped the rest of the rice, chicken thighs, marinated eggs, and spicy sausages from the dinner plate into the lunchbox. Lu Yuanqiu looked stunned. What are you doing? Bai Qingxia looked up. Take it to my dad. P.S. A daily plea to catch up on your reading. Don't feed the book. Chapter 19, Xia Xia runs fast. Daddy can't catch up. What the hell? Taking it to your dad? Lu Yuanqiu felt like his ears had heard something incomprehensible. No. You mean, you're going out of school right now to go bring this meal to him? He asked with a look of disbelief. Bai Qingxia nodded lightly, looking at Lu Yuanqiu's expression. He seemed to disagree. Bai Qingxia then put her chopsticks aside and silently stopped the move to continue putting snacks into the lunchbox. After all, these snacks are all brought by Lu Yuanqiu. She sat there restrainedly, her expression a little awkward, as if waiting for Lu Yuanqiu to take away the snacks again, or give other dead orders, because she knew that Lu Yuanqiu was only kindly giving them to her, not to her father. Lu Yuanqiu didn't understand. He had actually had a problem with Bai Qingxia's father for a long time. What kind of father is this? Not to mention forcing his own daughter to steal bread from the supermarket to eat. He even asked her to bring him food from the school cafeteria? Lu Yuanqiu really had a nameless fire rising from the bottom of his heart. If he hadn't taken care of Bai Qingxia's self-esteem, he would have made a home visit to settle the score with his father. With Lu Yuanqiu's temperament, he definitely did it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. My daughter is so beautiful, and her academic performance is so good. If this were my daughter, I would have spoiled her to the sky, even if the family is poor. I'm just going to smash pots and pans, donate blood and sell money, starve myself, but also let her have a bite to eat. Lu Yuanqiu took a deep breath, really depressed, so he raised his hand and knocked on the table, cursing ********. Against all odds, the two dinner plates shook and jumped, and Bai Qingxia was startled. She raised her head and timidly glanced at Lu Yuanqiu, and 2 teardrops fell without warning. She whispered, "I'm sorry." After apologizing, Bai Qingxia quickly lifted her sleeve to wipe away her tears before picking the snacks out of the lunchbox again and putting them on the dinner plate before pushing the plate towards Lu Yuanqiu's side. Lu Yuanqiu looked confused. "What are you doing?" Bai Qingxia lowered her head. "I'm already full. Thank you for sending me this food. I really appreciate it." In order to prevent Lu Yuanqiu from misunderstanding that she was gambling, Bai Qingxia lifted her face and showed the teenager a smile that was worse than crying. She knew that Lu Yuanqiu had been kind enough when he was willing to send her food. She was the one who didn't know how to be courteous and was thinking of passing the food on to someone else. Lu Yuanqiu was about to be laughed at by this girl. He pushed it back again. No. I'm not saying I won't let you bring it to your dad. It's just that you should at least eat the chicken leg, okay? Give him the rest. Bai Qingxia hung her head and gently shook her head. I'm so propped up. I really can't eat anymore. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly wanted to give himself a pinch, and exploded. And the anger was a little brain blood supply. This stubborn girl. Forget it, take her no way. This time Lu Yuanqiu also cannot afford to teach her a lesson. After all, this girl is very filial. This is a good thing. To blame can only blame her father. So he adjusted himself and immediately said, Fine, give it to him, I agree. You fill the lunchbox. Bai Qingxia silently raised her head and looked at Lu Yuanqiu, as if confirming the other party's face. Lu Yuanqiu then pulled the corners of his mouth hard and squeezed out a friendly and harmonious smile to prove that he didn't care and that the snacks were distributed as she pleased. The young girl was then relieved to revert to her chopsticks and put the snack in her lunchbox. She put the lunchbox into a plastic bag and then put it into her school bag. And after getting up, Bai Qingxia gently bowed towards Lu Yuanqiu and spoke. Thank you. Don't say that I am a good person. Don't say that I am a good person. Lu Yuanqiu expressionlessly read in his heart. Bai Qingxia didn't say anything. Watching the back of the young girl leaving the cafeteria, Lu Yuanqiu let out a long sigh. How good would this be for my daughter? He thought to himself, then gave a helpless laugh. Leaving from the entrance of Lu Chang No. 7 Middle School, Bai Qingxia turned left and quickened her pace. She really didn't lie to Lu Yuanqiu yesterday. Her home was quite close to Lu Chang's 7th Middle School, just near Lu Chang's 65th Middle School. However, Bai Qingxia carried her school bag and didn't go home, but instead headed to the entrance of Lu Chang's 65th Middle School. She used to go to middle school here too. After crossing the road, Bai Qingxia saw from afar a middle-aged man in blue backpack pants sitting next to the green belt across from the school. He sat upright, his back straight, as if he were an attentive elementary school student, his eyes fixed on the school entrance, as if he was afraid of missing someone from school. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Bai Qingxia's always cool face, and she hurriedly ran over quickly with her backpack. Taking advantage of the middle-aged man's lack of attention, she tiptoed around, as if her age had returned to that mischievous little girl from her childhood, and approached the other party quietly from behind, step by step, then a quick tap on the other man's shoulder. The middle-aged man turned around in a daze. His handsome face looked left and right, and when he didn't see anyone, he turned back again, when an innocent smiling face appeared in front of him as if it were a flower in bloom. Dad! Bai Qingxia smiled and opened her mouth. Xia! The middle-aged man looked at his daughter and happily called out the other man's name as well, but immediately after, he was like a child who had done something wrong. He stood up in a hurry, lowered his head, and kept apologizing. I'm sorry. Didn't see Xia out of school. Didn't see Xia out of school. He broke down and spoke in a childish tone, like a 5 or 6-year-old child. 10 fingers were also wriggling nervously with a resigned expression. Bai Qingxia hurriedly helped him sit down and comforted him, because Xia ran too fast, so Dad didn't see it. Xia runs fast. Xia runs fast. Daddy can't catch up. The handsome middle-aged man repeated his daughter's words toothily. Bai Qingxia looked at him with a gentle face, then took out her lunchbox and clean chopsticks from her school bag. Let's eat. Let's eat. The middle-aged man propped his hands on the steps and wiggled both legs like a child. Bai Qingxia didn't rush to feed the meal. She took out a paper towel and a water cup, poured water onto the paper towel, dampened it, and then wiped the ash from the middle-aged man's face, her tone of voice scolding. How did you get your face dirty again? Xia is sorry. The man spoke accusingly. It's okay. Xia's not mad, Bai Qingxia said gently as she wiped it off. She opened her lunchbox and wrapped the chicken leg bone in a clean paper towel and handed it to her dad. Chicken legs. Chicken legs. Chicken leg. The man spoke excitedly, but didn't reach out to pick it up. He looked anxiously at Bai Qingxia and urged to speak. Xia eat. Xia hurry up and eat. The bad guys are coming after us. I've eaten 2 of them. Dad, you hurry up and eat. The bad guys are coming after me, Bai Qingxia said, following the man's tone, then used her chopsticks to pick up the rice and pass it to the man's mouth. The man ate the rice with an open-mouthed awe and then immediately nibbled on a large bite of the chicken leg, eating it with gusto and wiggling his legs in excitement. Chapter 20, Evening Study Hall Blackout. Romantic scene? Requesting readings. Is it good? Bai Qingxia inquired the man with a gentle face. The man ate with his mouth full of grease and was happily shaking his legs. Yummy. Yummy. Has Xia eaten? I just said it and forgot it, Bai Qingxia patiently repeated, her voice as melodious as singing a children's song. Ate 2 of them. The chicken legs are so delicious. She wiped the man's mouth with a paper towel and then continued to feed him white rice with chopsticks. Just then, A short-haired little loli suddenly bounced out of the entrance of the 65th grade school, holding a pineapple bun that she had just bought. I was about to cross the street to the opposite side of the street when I realized that the pretty sister was sitting there again feeding Uncle Backpacker. Luidong stared for a while, then a smile appeared on his face, and he returned to the campus with a pineapple bun bouncing around again, his short black hair in his ears trembling, like a swimming jellyfish. Okay, so today it was this sister who beat her to feeding Uncle Backstrap again. A little after 1 p.m., Bai Qingxia returned to her class with her backpack and found Lu Yuanqiu already reading and studying in his seat. Rarely, upon arriving at her seat, she offered a smile and said, "Good afternoon." Lu Yuanqiu turned her head in horror and looked at her as if she were a ghost. Bai Qingxia was looked at a little unnaturally, avoiding his gaze and asking softly, "What's wrong?" Lu Yuanqiu spoke. "The sun has come out of the west?" The impolite and cool girl would even take the initiative to greet me? Bai Qingxia didn't say anything. Her expression was embarrassed as she put her book bag and opened the zipper of her book bag to take out her textbook for the first class. Lu Yuanqiu casually asked, "How was it? Did your father have a good meal?" Bai Qingxia spoke in a happy tone. "Happy?" Lu Yuanqiu twisted his head to look at her, looking at the faint smile that spread across the corners of the young girl's mouth, and asked, "So that's why you were so happy this afternoon?" Bai Qingxia stared at him blankly, and after a long time, nodded her head dully. "Cut!" Lu Yuanqiu snorted. "Can't really think of anything to say." "But there's nothing to say. The child is filial. You can still blame her, can't you?" Lu Yuanqiu urged. "Come with me to the supermarket at the end of the evening study today. My father is waiting for you at the supermarket. He is the boss and said he wants an interview." Hearing these words, Bai Qingxia turned her head with a pretty face of shock. Lu Yuanqiu raised an eyebrow. "Don't be nervous. Although my dad's brain lacks a rib, he's still quite easygoing and won't deliberately make things difficult for you." Bai Qingxia then breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't really know how to deal with the first interview. Was it possible to memorize the trigonometry formula with the other party? "Why, do you talk about your own father like that?" Bai Qingxia asked softly. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her. "What? Brainless?" Lu Yuanqiu's expression was odd. "Not only do I want to say him, I also want to say your father. Your father's brain lacks 10 tendons." Just as he finished speaking, a powerful little fist suddenly pounded heavily on his chest, and compared to the painless force of the previous times, this punch really hurt Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu unexpectedly looked at Bai Qingxia and realized that the young girl was glaring at him with red eyes, tears gradually gathering at the corners of her eyes. However, soon after, Bai Qingxia averted her eyes with a complicated mood, knowing that Lu Yuanqiu didn't know the specifics. "I'm sorry," Bai Qingxia apologized. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Lu Yuanqiu rubbed his chest, took a deep breath and said, "Well, I also apologize. I am sorry. I know that you are filial. I should not say that about your father." Bai Qingxia skimmed her head so that Lu Yuanqiu wouldn't see the tears streaming down her face. At this moment her nose was suddenly sore and aggravated. It was as if with the teenager's words, all of her grievances over the years poured out of her heart all at once. The shadow of her past weighs her down, but Bai Qingxia never gives up. She feels strong and she tells herself to be strong. But when the young man beside her said words with the nature of comfort, Bai Qingxia realized that she had been pretending to be strong. This moment of pretended strength of character seemed to fall apart in an instant. Under the cover of her hair, the young girl burst into tears. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but open his mouth. "I'm indeed not clear about your family's situation. If your father has special reasons of his own, resulting in not being able to..." Bai Qingxia immediately interrupted. "My father is normal." "Okay." Lu Yuanqiu nodded. He had the good sense to keep his mouth shut. He could tell she didn't want to talk about it. But if Bai Qingxia was so protective of her dad, couldn't it be possible that her dad wasn't an asshole and just had other reasons? Bedridden? But Lu Yuanqiu couldn't figure out how a critically ill patient could eat these bags of chicken thighs, spicy sausages, and marinated eggs. All these things he, a muscular man, was prone to diarrhea if he ate too much of them. Today's afternoon 4-period class, Bai Qingxia was very silent. Lu Yuanqiu wanted to talk to her, but when he saw the cool look on her face, he put away his intentions. During the evening study hall, however, something happened that took the whole school by surprise. The teacher who watched over Class 28's evening study today was English teacher Su Miaomiao. Zhong Jincheng did not do his homework, and was enjoying the podium with an evil smile on his face. Su Miaomiao's black silk legs that were crossed up. As a result of looking at it, there was darkness before my eyes. The entire classroom was instantly plunged into darkness. The students gasped, then turned their heads to look out the window to find the entire campus blacked out. Gao Chang, worthy of being a small master of inciting atmosphere, immediately growled, "Holy, the power is out. School-wide blackout." The The students of Class 28 burst into collective ghosts and wails, and all manner of bulls and demons took to the stage at this moment. After all, Su Miaomia was young and somewhat unable to deal with the situation in front of her, so she could only keep tapping the podium. Quiet, quiet, all sit back to their positions. Just then, a scream issued forth. Ah, who touched my leg? Pervert, nasty, nasty. Su Miaomiao's face turned blue as the scream belonged to a boy. This is obviously a deliberate attempt to raise a ruckus. She swung around on her stool, unable to manage the disorganized class. The school's power went out during the evening study hall and the air was dark. Teenagers and young girls are each hiding their thoughts, cheering, hoping and waiting for some romantic bridge to happen to them. For example, suddenly someone takes their hand. For example, suddenly someone kisses you on the cheek. If you put it in a youthful and hurtful idol drama, the female lead is bound to possess an attribute of being afraid of the dark. This allows the hero to show off his protectiveness, protect the heroine, and show off his charisma. Sure enough, there was a thud from the back row of the classroom. In the corner by the window, Lu Yuanqiu fell to his knees. MMP. He didn't realize that this damn fear of the dark attribute had even appeared in his body. Did the old man get the wrong heroine script? When he was 6 years old, Lu Yuanqiu went out to go to the toilet in the dark in his hometown in the countryside and fell into a dark, dry well. He sat in the dark, dry well for a whole night, screaming for help, and nearby were fields with graves in them. The brain-dead dad thought his son was sleeping soundly in his room, so he hugged his wife and dreamed and drooled by himself, not realizing that his son was crying for help in the dry well. That's why Lu Yuanqiu has never slept with the lights on over the years. At the moment, he was on his knees, his chest was tight, he was in a panic, and he felt like he was surrounded by outstretched tentacles. In a moment of despair, a voice like heavenly music rang in his ears. Lu Yuanqiu, the cool young girl, who hadn't paid any attention to him all afternoon, anxiously called out his name at this moment. P.S. Daily exhortations to righteous fathers to stick to catching up on their reading. Don't feed the book. Chapter 21, Comrade Schoolgirl, are you still mad at me? Something like an all-campus blackout would be so combustible if it occurred during the evening study period. Even if a few years or a dozen years have passed, what happened in the darkness will definitely be added to the youth handbook of each person. At this moment, not only the senior class of 28 agitated a ball, the entire hallway, the entire senior building, the entire campus is a ghost cry. For unmotivated students, school has gone from hell to heaven. Outside in the corridor, Year Director Gu Zhitian's flashlight was shining around, and every now and then there was a loud scolding from him. What's going on? Who's hiding there? Get back to your class. Don't run. Don't run. What are you guys and girls doing in the corner? Which class? Pants on. How dare you run? Stop right there. Su Miaomia sighed as she listened to the heckling outside, and she sat down on the podium to set up her mess. This situation could only wait for Lu Wei to deal with it. As the class teacher, Lu Wei was a bit more intimidating than her as an English teacher. But all of a sudden, Su Miaomiao's body stiffened violently, and she felt a dark shadow flash before her eyes. What's the situation? Ma! English teacher Su Miaomiao came back to her senses and stood up in a hurry, stepping up in fear and fleeing towards the office with her arms flung out, her high heels snapping. This discipline is out of her hands. Whoever wants to take care of it should do so. Listening to the commotion coming from around him, Zhang Yifeng lazily ignored it and continued to sleep on the table. Suddenly, he felt a light, warm, dragonfly-like soft touch on his cheek. Zhang Yifeng violently opened his eyes. Shadows were gathering in the darkness before him, and he didn't realize who had just kissed him. Who? Zhang Yifeng touched his face and asked in shock. Thinking that there was Zhong Jincheng sitting right to his right, he hurriedly turned around and growled in that direction. Zhong Jincheng, you're sick, aren't you? Is this guy hungry and crazy? It was a pity that Zhong Jincheng was long gone from his seat, and the culprit who had sneaked his loved ones had long escaped the area. In the darkness, a swarm of demons, Gao Chang, being the little master of setting the mood, kept letting out screams. Lu Yuanqiu half-kneeled on the ground. He slowly raised his hand, somewhat out of breath. The extremely strong odor of feet came from the air. It should be the biochemistry brothers taking advantage of the chaos to take off their shoes. Darkness, depression, tension, stench, all sorts of negative factors swept towards Lu Yuanqiu. He felt like he was sinking into a quagmire step by step. Fear of the dark was a mental illness he couldn't shake even after living into his 30s. In a trance he also recalled that in his last life he hadn't come to night study at all, so he didn't remember anything like a school-wide blackout at all. Lu Yuanqiu was a bit desperate. Lu Yuanqiu. In her ears, the cool young girl cried out anxiously. Lu Yuanqiu's brain suddenly cleared for a split second. A fragrant scent came from beside him. He turned his head, and in the darkness he could vaguely see Bai Qingxia crouching beside him. Are you afraid of the dark? Bai Qingxia asked in a hurry. Lu Yuanqiu didn't expect that the young girl, as if she was very experienced, had hit the nail on the head about his current situation. Without waiting for him to come back to his senses, Bai Qingxia immediately helped him up, at which point his arm was close to something soft, but Lu Yuanqiu was in no mood to feel it. Immediately after being helped up, a small, warm, soft and supple hand burrowed into his palm, and then moved to skillfully clasp his palm back. Follow me. The cool young girl turned back and spoke softly, her voice gentle, even with a few tones like comforting a baby. She led Lu Yuanqiu in front, while Lu Yuanqiu obediently followed behind. Somehow, even though he hadn't yet stepped out of the pitch-black environment, it was as if Lu Yuanqiu was already less afraid of being led by a warm hand as he walked. If someone had been able to grab his hand like this 12 years ago at the bottom of the dry well, Lu Yuanqiu believed that he would not have been afraid that night. Bai Qingxia led Lu Yuanqiu out of the building, down the stairs, and straight to the open area on the playground. The full moon hanging in the night sky was bright and beautiful, scattering silver shavings throughout the grass-covered playground. Although it was still dark around them, Lu Yuanqiu was much better when he looked at the glowing moon. His body lay limp on the lawn of the playground, already sweating profusely. Bai Qingxia glanced at him, wanting to continue guarding the teenager, so she silently sat down beside him, her arms gently encircling the two small legs. She said softly, "People with darkness phobia can't stay in small, dark, airless places, and it's much better if they can see bright sights." When she finished, she smiled and pointed to the moon. Under the bright moonlight, the young girl's innocent smiling face was beautifully moving, like a pure white angel. She actually didn't want to laugh, but Lu Yuanqiu needed to be comforted, and as if to then ease Lu Yuanqiu's mood, Bai Qingxia took the initiative to pick up the topic again and said, "But Lu Yuanqiu, do you know? The moon itself doesn't shine. It reflects the sun's rays. You're looking for a topic that's too obscure and uninteresting." Lu Yuanqiu opened his mouth to interrupt. Bai Qingxia pursed her lips and silently skimmed her head. The atmosphere fell silent. After all, the two had just had a disagreement this afternoon. Lu Yuanqiu twisted his head to look at her. "How did you become so familiar with this symptom?" "My dad also has a phobia of the dark and has to sleep with a small light on at night." Bai Qingxia spoke softly, but her tone was a bit low. "It's probably because of the subject of dad that the two of them were at loggerheads just a few hours ago." "I see so." Lu Yuanqiu rested his arms on his head and recalled Bai Qingxia's tone that was like comforting a child. "Is it because you're used to comforting her father?" "Probably because he shared the same problem as the other man's father." Lu Yuanqiu was suddenly much less malicious towards that man. After all, they're the ones who felt the same pain. "Hey, comrade schoolgirl, still mad at me?" Lu Yuanqiu twisted his head and asked. Bai Qingxia sat there hugging her legs, her body looking like a tiny ball of pills. She was silent and didn't answer. "Lu Yuanqiu, say something." Bai Qingxia twisted her head and glanced at him silently, still keeping her mouth closed and not opening her mouth. "Okay, still angry by the looks of it." Lu Yuanqiu's depressed milk hurts. "You've been cold-cocking me all afternoon, and you're still not over it?" That's when he had a plan. It didn't take long for Bai Qingxia to hear a low voice coming from the side, and when she turned around to take a look, she suddenly realized that Lu Yuanqiu was curled up like a shrimp, and his entire body was shivering. "Lu Yuanqiu, what happened to you?" Bai Qingxia lost her color and immediately came over. She grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's shoulder and tried to right his body. After righting himself, Lu Yuanqiu was sweating profusely, but in fact, this sweat had just been shed. His lips trembled while he raised his trembling hand to grab Bai Qingxia's arm. "I'm so scared." "Afraid?" Bai Qingxia repeated the word worriedly, her hands at a loss for a moment before she hastily looked up at the moon's position. There was no other way. Bai Qingxia immediately helped Lu Yuanqiu sit up. The teenager was stout, and she almost exerted her milk strength when she held him up, and then immediately moved her body back so that Lu Yuanqiu's upper body was lying in her arms, and then stretched out her two small hands to quickly wrench Lu Yuanqiu's head upright. "Lu Yuanqiu, look at the moon." Lu Yuanqiu at this moment how have the heart to see the moon. This is also too soft. Behind the soft fragrance and soft fragrance. Chapter 22, Interview. Nervous? Requesting for follow-up readings. Bai Qingxia might have been in a bit of a hurry, and her two small hands were on the verge of deforming Lu Yuanqiu's face, but she didn't realize the teenager's mind wasn't on the moon at all. Damn it, even if there is China on the moon, Laozi is not interested in seeing it now. Lu Yuanqiu trembled and rubbed back, as if he was lying on an elastic, yet scented sponge, and his entire body drifted away. Better? So scared. Still scared? Bai Qingxia looked left and right with worry. She wanted to go over to the school building to borrow a flashlight, and when she was about to get up, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly grabbed her arm. "Bai Qingxia, I am." The young girl turned back in a hurry. Lu Yuanxiu looked at her anxious face and spoke in a very aggravated manner. Are you still angry with me? Bai Qingxia shook her head. No, I'm not angry with you. I was angry for that second. Ha, that way. Under Bai Qingxia's stunned gaze, Lu Yuanxiu picked his nose and sat up with a flat face as he spoke. Don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing the young girl staring at him in a daze with little reaction, Lu Yuanxiu, as if to prove that he was really fine, laughed while doing a Mongolian shoulder-shaking dance towards her. I'm really fine. Look, lively as can be. Bai Qingxia's face regained its coolness, and she was so angry that she immediately lifted her hands towards his chest and pushed. Hey you! Lu Yuanxiu stared into his eyes and grabbed her arm in his haste before lying down. Bai Qingxia made a startled sound and was yanked forward by the force of the teenager's lanky body falling down. She lay on Lu Yuanxiu's chest in shock, her beautiful eyes staggering as she locked eyes with Lu Yuanxiu at close range. The two reflected each other's reflection in their eyes. Just then, the lights in the four corners of the entire playground instantly lit up. Lu Yuanxiu and Bai Qingxia twisted their heads at the same time. Incoming call. The red rubberized track with green grass was illuminated by the blinding lights. But what shocked the duo was that there were more than just the two of them in the expansive playground. Hundreds of pairs of men and women are physically frozen in place, either holding hands, walking side by side, or facing each other. But not many are as wild as Lu Yuanxiu and Bai Qingxia's pose. Not far away, 6 middle-aged men with serious expressions slowly came onto the runway, and they moved neatly to turn off the flashlights in their hands. Is the head and deputy head of 3 grade levels. Gu Tian, the head of the senior class, shouted. All stand still. Be honest with me. One by one. Report your name and class. It's weird to listen to him. All the students on the playground instantly exploded, fleeing under the blinding light. Lu Yuanxiu also hurriedly wrapped one hand around Bai Qingxia's thin waist and stood up with one hand propped on the ground, gently placing her on the ground like a hugging toy before grabbing her arm and immediately running wildly down the stream of people. A good student like Bai Qingxia would be in trouble if she was caught, and calling her parents would be the lightest punishment. Although the two of them were innocent, Lu Yuanxiu believed that if he explained to Guritian that he had a phobia of darkness, the old thing would only look up to the sky and laugh, and wouldn't believe it. How dare you run? All give chase. With a shrill growl in his voice, Guritian raised his right hand in a rush to command the other 5 yearheads. Instead, he followed slowly, limping along, occasionally raising his hand to cover his ass. Ouch, my hemorrhoids. If it weren't for hemorrhoids, I could have personally caught 2 pairs of students today at least. Guritian thought indignantly in his mind. In the flow of people fleeing, Bai Qingxia gasped for air, her long legs taking big steps. She couldn't shift her gaze from staring at Lu Yuanxiu's broad back. Her mind couldn't help but think of the scene just now. It was only a few seconds, but it burned both of the young girl's crystalline earlobes red to the present. Lu Yuanxiu glanced back at this time. Bai Qingxia looked up to meet his line of sight. Lu Yuanxiu curled the corners of his mouth towards the young girl's sunshine and smiled, then turned back and continued to run. Bai Qingxia blushed and lowered her head. Running in the back, the duo finally escaped to the hallway of senior class 28. Just now Lu Yuanxiu noticed that 3 or 4 pairs of students had been caught. A scene that made him happy, with a sense of gloating after the robbery. Surely it's cool to be called a parent, or even criticized in a briefing. Being a poor student, Lu Yuanxiu loved to hear other students being informed and criticized. As she was walking towards her class, Bai Qingxia suddenly stopped in her tracks as she shouted, Lu Yuanxiu. The latter turned around. What? Bai Qingxia looked unnatural and said, I will go in first. You wait. For 3 minutes before going in, Lu Yuanxiu nodded his head as he sniffed. It's still you who are thoughtful. Okay, you go first. Bai Qingxia quickly passed by him with her head down, while Lu Yuanxiu ran to the restroom before returning to class. The students are almost back. English teacher Su Miaomia stood on the podium with a cloudy face, and a faint blush even floated on her clear face. She slapped the podium in rare anger. What's all the fuss about? A power outage frees up nature, doesn't it? The class was silent, a far cry from their previous ghostly appearance. Everyone kind of acts like a thief. The class teacher, Lu Wei, was currently standing at the door of the classroom, her beastly gaze staring at the crowd. Su Miaomia looked around the class, trying to find out the owner of that black hand, but the unnatural look on every student's face made it hard for her to judge. Suddenly, she saw Zhong Jincheng in the corner. This study committee member was staring gravely at the homework in front of him, with a pensive look, a face so righteous that it was positively evil. Su Miaomia averted her eyes. Zhong Jincheng seemed like a very righteous kid. It definitely wasn't him. It was not easy to say this kind of thing, and she couldn't find it, so she could only stop and turn her head to look at Lu Wei. Lu Wei took over on the stage and slammed the podium. The front row schoolboy choked and opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of chalk dust. They're all quite capable. Gao Chang. I'll call the parents tomorrow. I heard you're the one who yells the loudest, right? Lu Wei held her highly myopic glasses and droned. Gao Chang stood up with a desperate look on his face. Zheng Yifeng sat in his seat, rarely sleeping, biting his fingers, his handsome face like Sherlock Holmes observing the people within a 5-meter radius. He had just beaten up Zhong Jinchang and the other party died without confessing. It seems that the one who kissed himself was someone else. At this time, Zhang Yifeng twisted his head to look at his tablemate Chen Fei, and suddenly noticed that this stargazer girl's cheeks were as red as a monkey's butt. What's wrong with you? Fever. More hot water. Thanks. The conversation ended and Zhang Yifeng continued to look around critically. He suspected that Lu couldn't kiss him, and Lu Wei and next to teach a few people. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia ultimately nothing. The two people have some reasons for different reasons in their hearts to steal joy. The power outage happened, so today's night study ended early. After Bai Qingxia packed her school bag, she followed Lu Yuanqiu to the garage. As if he could see the young girl's unnatural look, Lu Yuanqiu spoke. Nervous about the interview? Bai Qingxia looked at him and immediately nodded her head. Lu Yuanqiu laughed and said, "What's the point of being nervous? Just treat my dad's head like a big carrot later. Whatever he says, just nod your head and smile him." Bai Qingxia lowered her head and pursed the corners of her lips slightly as if she was somewhat amused. Lu Yuanqiu liked to see her smile, because this girl smiles so beautifully. It's just a shame that it's cold every day. Pushing the car to the outside, see the young girl carrying a school bag silently walking the road. Lu Yuanqiu surprised to see her. There is a car does not sit. You walk ah? He finished patting the back of his bike, looking at the dense flow of people in front of the school. Bai Qingxia stood still, her small hands nervously and restrainedly clutching her school uniform pants. She shook her head stubbornly. P.S. Daily begging the righteous fathers to stick to catching up on their reading. Don't feed the book. Chapter 23. Where did you get such a beautiful girl? On the shelf for readers. Although Marcos said such words, his stubbled face could not hide his happiness. Compared to the pursuit of wealth, perhaps changing the world was what he wanted to do more now. Clicked in a few. Most of them had spoken recently, and some had some comments under other songs or something. All sorts of answers, all sorts of personalities, but it definitely wasn't something that could be created by any kind of water army. Yang Fan picked up the strange sign and looked carefully. This sign is not gold or wood. Cannot see what material is made, only to see a peach blossom engraved on the sign. The peach blossom below the engraving of a yellow word. Exhaling a long breath, Zhang Yu's worship of Fu Yi at this moment is simply like the water of the mighty yellow river. It is really too handsome, too cool, and he even secretly feels glad that Zhang Jingyuan fainted. Otherwise, seeing this scene, he will not fall in love with someone else. At this moment, not caring about the muddy river water stained by blood, all of them took a deep breath and sank down. Cat you big head. Of course the Meow Fist should be fought by a cat. Ziyu is so beautiful. How can she be a cat? Ziyu's disgruntled voice rang out. The energy of the essence of the great sun entered his body and was integrated into his true chi, causing his golden crow true chi to skyrocket in power and climb to the realm of perfection in a single breath. Even if they occasionally obtained some innate divine rhythms, they would contribute them to Lord Candlelight, striving to allow Lord Candlelight to complete the realm as soon as possible, stepping into the cave void, and even the shattering vacuum realm next. If Su Qian had come and reacted in time, he would have been able to see the many spell formations laid down by the Dean in the past, the energy walls being shattered layer by layer and then punched through. When Zhang Can unwrapped the first layer, he saw a short note, and probably understood that it was from his own Chu Lu Xiang, who was praised by a big brother in an informal competition in the Martial Arts Association, and then this was the reward. Although, it doesn't matter if the dirty talk or whatever is said, when it comes to action, she is still a little scared. You are all old men of the Jinui, and you all know what the Jinui family law is. Before doing a thing, he always loved to push everything to the extreme, to make peace with all the bad results, the reality, the ugliness. After all, in this world, there is no such thing as a fairy tale. He thought that he had returned to his ordinary life after going down the mountain, but now he seems to realize that the spirit has been with him all along. Most importantly, those who were able to use a complete guardian spirit spell were, without exception, wizards who could be called the best in the wizarding world. Is that so? Then the more than 20,000 warriors who died before. Fellow travelers, weren't they wrong about Windy Motionless? Bah! Who is your wife? Would like to be imposing sentence? This time from Su Shangjuan's mouth to say out sheepish and feeble, two eyes secretly glancing at the corner of the clothes, shy and anxious look all of a sudden lovely. Windy Motionless laughed to himself. The snake people were all puzzled looking at the nearly 100 snake people who had fallen on the ground. What the hell was going on just now? the elder eunuch and the empress. Their eyes straightened in anticipation of the results, fearing that if they did not pay attention, they would lose the impartiality of their supervision. If it's not unexpected, I think this should be the ape emperor's palm print, Jiang Chang'an said. He had long seen the power of the demon emperor's finger into an abyss, so this palm print in front of him would not be surprising. Ninji Hyuga had experienced such pain once when he was inflicted with the caged bird, and the pain of uncaging the bird was more than enough. Lu Chiting heard, instantly thought of the negative bear. Also do not know where that guy is now. What is doing? Establishing a cordon system, setting up guard posts and assigning special personnel responsible for observing the surrounding area. Set up fortifications, such as trenches and barriers, at key locations to defend against possible enemy attacks. Nan Zhe, Yin Xiao, and Lang Sang were all sneaking their gazes towards Mo Jie, and sure enough, they saw his face gloomy, the bottom of his eyes flashed with tyranny, and his complexion was extremely terrifying. Sarutobi Hinata frowned, and just as he was about to speak, Shifuyu jumped ahead of him and said, "As Kakashi's master, it would be inappropriate for me to leave my own disciple in his most difficult time." Beidou fiercely looked in the direction that Mingren had pointed, only to see that an endless rice field had actually emerged out of nowhere in the middle of a majestic treasure hall glowing with golden light, which emanated a pure Buddhist Taoist aura, causing one to involuntarily give birth to a feeling of reverence that one could not help but aspire to. Sarutobi Hazuro couldn't wait for Maelstrom Naruto to be able to have less contact with Shifuyu, and how could he agree to Maelstrom Naruto following Shifuyu's training? Fatigued, he moved his body, although he was trapped in a virtual world, but the continuous illusion test had to make Hokuto feel an irresistible sense of fatigue. The corners of her mouth jerked a few times. Where could she endure this? And she simply slapped her palm towards that black shadow. Whirlpool Naruto was feeling a little strange, before Shifuyu asked him why he was in a hurry to train. And now Sarutobi Hinata was asking him what he was training for. So I sat down on the chair where Chu Jiutian sat just now, fatally smoking a cigarette. Sometimes there is nothing wrong with conceding a little. Shui Lingxin was also shocked by this sudden voice, but after returning to her senses, Shui Lingxin immediately realized that such an overbearing shrill voice could be sent out by anyone other than her own big sister. Lord husband. Qin Xuan was staring at the screen when Feng reached out and pressed his hand on his shoulder. After a long time, the look of panic on Morong Rushue's pretty face completely dissipated. The restaurant has a box. The box door is closed, even if the shouting chat outside is not visible. Juko was young, and at this point, he already possessed Ice System psychic abilities, as well as Earth System psychic abilities, so it could be said that he was very powerful. He was secretly alarmed and regretted at the same time, feeling that he had been a little too inflated after he had sub-ruined stone and coincidentally killed Kai, directly disregarding the quasi-first-class lineages. Ning Yi was captured and actually imprisoned, and he had to wait for his sentence, which I heard was at least 3 years. With her right hand, Ryu Hyunner took out the whip at her waist in one go, squeezed one end of the whip tightly, and struck it hard on top of the burned-out residue. Chapter 24. If you let her work here, I'll get into the top 40, on the shelf for followers. The whole body's combat nerves became taut. Yi Fei secretly celebrated. Fortunately he reacted in time just now. If he was hit by that fireball, he would have become crippled even if he was not killed in seconds. In the eyes of countless fishing wire with green light, that girl player was taken away by a pig-looking tycoon. Then countless wolf howls sounded, and people sighed. The good cabbage let the pig arch again. Chu Qingqing screamed and quickly fled away. Qin Lang immediately went to chase after her, and only after chasing her across the road did Qin Lang catch Chu Qingqing, scratching around on her body, scratching Chu Qingqing so much that she couldn't get up from her feet from laughing. He was now a perfect great gold powerhouse, his entire body golden, and he was actually so afraid of this fire? The flying daggers that dragged out the black smoke were silent, but embedded themselves into the pavement as easily as if they were cutting tofu. Mr. Pitos, could I trouble you to take me to that outlet? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Don't worry, you will be surprised. Long Yi snorted, but in his heart, he said, this drag beans, hidden really deep, actually let the ancient evergreen thunder fall into time reversal and still could not sense it. Closer, you can even see that there is a stream flowing in the root zone of the cliff, a clear water. Thank you for the gift. Chewing his words over, Ji Shuiyan revealed a loss that was true. Why do they think that just because they shouted I am a member of the royal family, others must let them go? Until this moment, the boulder was finally crushed completely, and from today onwards, it was finally possible to sleep peacefully. At the moment the door of the room closed, there were only 2 people in the room, Fang Hao and Anshin. A strange atmosphere suddenly spread between the 2 people, even though he had just drank a lot of tea, but Fang Hao suddenly felt his throat dry. Nervously, he looked at Anshan across the room. Gu Feng still couldn't help but complain. Having spent several hours gathering more than 100,000 people under the Bodhi tree to participate in enlightenment, unexpectedly got this result. The heart cannot mention how depressed. Secondly, he also got a warning from above. The above hope that Wanhai County to maintain stability will continue to maintain the current good development trend. One of the key is not to be able to stimulate Bao Feiyang. In order to prevent Wanhai County in the economic development of the heart to achieve some impressive achievements. And then what happened to the change of heart? It was this loud bang that made Ray completely fall asleep. He only felt as if his body was floating like a feather and a peaceful atmosphere enveloped his entire body. Alright, everyone follow me. Thousand-Foot Scatterer nodded with a smile before leading the crowd towards the barrier ahead. After the exclamation of surprise, everyone was stunned. Even Shuesong, who had been keeping a close eye on Gu Feng's demeanor, couldn't help but sit up straight, probing his head and staring in disbelief. Fan Hao was shocked and hurriedly pondered what was going on. How did he get here? And where did Rose and Lin Xiaoxiao go? Zhang Jian was happy to introduce to his colleagues at the welcome meeting of the district party committee, but when arranging the division of work, he assigned agriculture to Chu Kuanyuan, so that Chu Kuanyuan could focus on agriculture. Xu Mingqiu frowned. He suddenly remembered a piece of possibility. In this era, the Golden Witch Hazel had not yet appeared, so this Golden Witch Hazel could be the first Golden Witch Hazel in this world. Bailey Jing was sitting in Jingtai's side hand position, eating at ease without hearing a word from either ear, without a single worried look. A few hundred meters away to the Jade Street, Bu Su went in and strolled around, and then felt that Boss Tian's bragging in the morning was actually not exaggerated at all. When she was newly married and pregnant, she was afraid of losing her husband and rushed to arrange for her beloved to be his roommate. Bast had long since stopped treating the royal family, even his own grandson, since the mermaid story had come to light. The leader of the man looks more than 30 years old, wearing a black slim suit, thin eyebrows, round face, eyes gleaming, looks very tasteful. Every move are permeated with a long time in the upper echelon of the momentum. In his dream, he was wearing a red robe, standing in a very busy hall, surrounded by many people, with laughter on their faces, and the distant sound of popping firecrackers. Show me your arm. Without saying a word, she ran to Ning Shijing's side, lifted his arm, and tried to roll up her sleeve. Instead of rushing to blindfold his eyes, he held the bow and arrow for half a day, finding the angle and feel before blindfolding his eyes. And these people in the company, because of the special nature of her position, would inevitably say a few words to curry favor with her, just like now. She was a little afraid. Why did not she agree with him just now? Have a good talk. Just now he was very sincere with himself. She so unfeeling refusal, and now, she cannot pull face to call him. I'm hungry too. He meant something else with this hungry, which Xu Wei didn't understand. Not good. Something's wrong. The tutors, who were originally watching from the periphery, suddenly noticed the mushroom cloud rising into the air. I fought valiantly, and before the 8 heavenly kings all surrounded me, I first repelled the 2 guys who rushed ahead. Che, stupid as hell. Don't understand the gist of tracking at all. If it's a Fusan ninja, it's definitely not so easy to lose them. Hua Jitian despised Wu Shuangyou, Gao Xinghao and the others. This night, I slept in the guest room of Pang Yusin's house, while Pang Yusin slept in her own room. I actually wanted to stay and sleep in the same room with Pang Yusin at that time, but unfortunately, we hadn't established a formal relationship as lovers yet, and all our fantasies came to nothing. That's the Giga Drop? A voice suddenly sounded slowly in the field, and then people were looking at the large pit in front of that Hua Yoxiang. As she watched Mo Yishan walk out, Yenyu said wait into her cell phone, hung up, and pushed her wheelchair to follow her. Jiang Wendian also took a deep look at Yi Wuhu, and then turned his gaze to Ning Fan, a hint of contemplation flashing through his eyes. Chapter 25. Want a raise? Just please the boss in some way. In contrast, what attracts Wu Wei are those buildings in the Republican style, full of historical weight and heritage. They didn't know that Bo Shang's strength was so strong at that time. If they knew, they would not have made such a mess with Bo Shang. Su Wan lurched, realizing that this was the first time he confessed to her in broad daylight, and the last time he said he liked her was at night when he was sleeping in a daze, which always felt like ravings. The Taoist priest looked young, with long, flowing hair, a bearded face, and a dark black Taoist robe with unreadable lines and styles. As the sword in Paraxuan's hand was about to close in on him, a lion suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking Paraxuan's attack. Yang Jiangwo favored a person who disliked going out by car, so Qin Yuan's working hours were very free. Next, the 5 had given up struggling and let Wu Erdog arrange it so that they took pictures, deleted the pictures in their cell phones, and then copied the contacts in their cell phones to Pan Bai Ling's cell phone before letting them get dressed. You killed someone's father. It would be strange if Anna treated you as she always did. This time, no one dared to say another word, but the eyes of everyone looking at Imosia changed. But there's no way to help the big boys in your head when they're famous, and the many faces in front of you don't even come close to matching up. To be captured alive and not shot. Otherwise it would be like breaking the trail, and whose value would drop too much. It wasn't until this moment that Bian Yuanhang realized that he hadn't even written who he was in his text messages. Enduring the severe pain, Wu Yu fought to flap his wings, finally in a place about 100 meters above the ground, greatly slowed down the speed of falling down, and it also rushed below the wood seal that wanted to help it, shouting to stop. Fong Quan nodded. He had once promised the Gao family's old man that he would step in to protect the Huaxia Jiao layer at a critical time. More importantly, Su Lu, in the face of his own self, who had already lost his mind to the drug, did not even have the slightest misdemeanor, but wholeheartedly wanted to help himself, and that persistence, that firmness, touched Ran's heart immensely. Eternal life has always been the goal of all cultivators. Only through the test of heavenly tribulation can they walk on the path of eternal life. As long as he exerted the slightest amount of force, I'm afraid that a crack would appear in the surrounding heaven and earth, and even a piece of it would collapse. It sounded like a soft sound, but in the ears of all the people on the battlefield, but as in their hearts, exploded a loud thunder. The people who stopped, instantly as a large mouth of blood spit out. This whole big battlefield of all the people, almost all spit out blood. Promotion can also alleviate the resentment in everyone's heart. So Zhang San began to draw up the list on his back. The first one is Wang Huan, as Zhang San spent a lot of effort to get his hands on a military general. From the very beginning of the Sea Shark Island period has always served in a key position, and later became the 1st Battalion Commander, the 1st Regimental Commander. Upon realizing that the damage that the shooter units could inflict on these creatures was minimal, Luo knew that these evolved Inuyasha had appeared, while the side of the Union Combined likewise realized that higher-level monsters had appeared. Han's mom and Han's dad both smiled bitterly and shook their heads, letting the two of them finish the plate of kale, all of it, and along with the kale, what was depleted extremely quickly was the duck soup. Hearing my words, the old elf was enraged, waved his hand. A light green energy rushed towards me. I was shocked. Could this be the elf's power of nature? This is a special power between magic and martial arts. Only pure elves can use it. May I ask who you are? Upon entering the conference room, the police officer first inquired about Ryu Takushin's identity. As for the matter of the continent of the Blue Moon tribe players, in the southwest, 2 continents promised many benefits and agreed to share that with them after these Basket Moon people answer uranium. 2 continents promised not to get involved in the war between the 3 continents. He debated whether or not to go to Kim Tion or Lin Yuner for counseling. However, considering that letting the 2 of them know about this would surely cause a scene, Lim Hoon gave up on the idea. Lin Sun didn't have a single reaction, still lying there with her eyes closed, seemingly falling into a deep slumber. Yang Yi looked at Dingbu angrily. What are you looking at? Do you want to get beaten up? Dingbu hurriedly turned around. This ant seems to be unoffendable. Can't you see? Even the dean has conceded. Roger ate the buns, while looking at the newspaper read, 26 elderly Chinese organized a fellowship, met to go out to sea fishing, encountered a storm collective drowning. The organizer of this event, Lucas Lee, also failed to. Lucas Lee, saying that, Roger couldn't help but stare at Jai Nan with wide eyes. How did you find out? Seen your uncle? Big Boss Lee opened his mouth and asked. Intuitively, this matter was not that simple. Tai Yi let out a big yawn, lifted his spirits, and reached out his hand to knock on the ancient tree a few more times, finally waking up the old ancient tree. It wasn't until Fong Cheng greeted everyone and softly said, "Go down." The 2 stone pillar like 2 tall bodyguards only went to the door to stand by. After the Nightchen left, Hui Yi began to order people to check Jiang Yu's things, focusing on checking that white jade hairpin. Jiang Yu is how to get, how long to get and so on. And then check Jiang Yu has not recently contact with some people who have not come to each other before. There is nothing wrong and so on. Just Li Yuan still informed Lu Jian. Lu Jian, silent for a long time, said, do not have to use the consort specifications for burial. She is my wife. Let the queen to figure it out. Mao Lian's funeral ceremony will not be willing to say another word, mention one more word. For him, our cut heart like pain. Seeing that this arrogant young man who had just looked arrogant on the airplane but had been beaten up miserably could really be so powerful, many people had felt a trace of sympathy for Lin Xian. She got up early in the morning, because she knew that Lu Jian was still unable to eat lately, so she planned to make some beef soup herself. Beef is rich in iron, which is the most suitable for his body that lacks nutrients nowadays. She thought he would sleep for another hour or so before waking up, but she didn't realize that not long after she left, he had already woken up and was furious. Slap, slap, Slap. The sound of slaps with concealed internal force rang out continuously. The two followers, the tall one and the short one, wanted to go up and save slobbering Swallow, but they were blocked by the other three who blocked the path and fought. Feng Xiao froze, while the others looked at each other. Could this captain of his own family have swelled up? He had gotten ahead of himself? Although it was intentional, it was indeed what I had in mind. Looking at He Lin Yao's slightly angry face, Long Xiaoyan's heart was a little happy, and said softly, Chapter 26 Athletic Meeting Walking Square, by Qingxia holding up a sign, requesting readings. Then, the only explanation that caused the 7 devils of Plum Mountain to be alerted was that the news was simply leaked intentionally by the people of the Xiandi sect. What? Ji Yaoguang and Yu Linglong both looked like they didn't believe it. Fong Fong being able to escape from under a Jindan cultivator had already surprised the two quite a bit, and now it was said that he was already able to fly with a sword, and was at least at the 9th level of Qi refining realm. This was less than 3 years of work, and was considered to be a genius even in the Ink Spirit sect. He had refined the power of the star origin many times, and which time hadn't he died of pain and serious injuries? She was discovered by a talent scout and got into an entertainment company. At the time, she was naive enough to think she could be a star, and after 6 months of hard training, her first job was to go to a charity ball. Sheener has grown up. You are able to think like this. Mother's heart is very comforting. Tomorrow go to the secret room. I hope that when you come out of seclusion your realm will have a breakthrough. Neishang Manor Master said. Zhang Shifeng did the second one, stretching out a hand. His expression serious, countless numbers rolled before his eyes, controlling the vertical and horizontal rise and fall of countless numbers, like sulfuric acid, dissolving the sweeping chains. Now that those great powerhouses appeared before him, what a great honor was this! How could it not make him proud? There were very few opponents in this world who could be looked upon by Yen Beichen. Gu Qingcheng was, and naturally, so was Wu Qi. Elders, times are different nowadays. I believe you have seen the true strength of the 9-clawed ancestral dragon, right? Su Feng looked around no one, and did not seem to point to anyone else, not sure with a hand pointing to himself, which approached the guy, and at this time found that this is not the ink color he was looking for. Although Ogio's most critical monster for a jewel knight deck that relies on fusion magic is definitely True Rokubuzo Violet Flame, it is not the right choice to directly attack True Rokubuzo Violet Flame because it can make other Rokubuzo monsters die. However, because True 6 Musum Purple Flame can make other 6 Musum monsters die, attacking Purple Flame directly is not the right choice. He laughed because he suddenly realized that this kind of thing for why to do so sneaky. He actually engaged in so many curves before, again as a bait and secretly prepare the backhand and so on. Simply completely unlike that usually efficiency supreme himself. Angel had the good sense to use the water delivery technique and poured some water in the glass. He also lit the oil lamp on the wall, used his magic hand to bring in the cactus on the balcony, and finally took out an iron dagger and placed it on the table. How confident was Nausicaa to suddenly say something like that? According to Angel's understanding, even if Nausicaa really blamed herself, she would only apologize and then do her best to make up for the mistake, instead of staying where she was and feeling sorry for herself. Especially since a few of the hairs had been naughtily manifested, which ignited General Ma's arousal even more. At the same time, she looked at Yuan Jiaying on the opposite side of the table, and her gaze also carried a slight flicker. And that stance, she was afraid that it could not be taken for a lie. Tang Quan will directly put away the dragon Yuan, which will still do not know what happened to be killed the whole dragon put away. Check the cave. Tang Quan will withdraw from this place. Back to the inside of the airship. Tang Quan began to fully test the construction of the dragon Yuan. It's going to be difficult, but it's not an option. I was able to make the odds better. He only could. He himself also has white bone sword flow. White bone sword flow, which is a set of sword flow, is also half bone and half fire sword flow. I am bone. Bone fire is extremely strong. Brush on the last bit of paint bucket to the bottom. The two sides to fight the last endurance. Half a year later, Mohan Li far away from the sanctuary. The two bastards out of the cage, out of the mountain to see the light of day. A teleportation is now on the mountain of the Tianqing zone. Let the water soak in the bath. Long pouting and sighing, cursing the house Shang pigeonholing, said that a few months to go away? More than 2 years of no news. Now I give you two choices. The first is to take up a position in the local, after some training into the 6 ministries. The second is to stay on the side of the loan as a general secretary. Yang was previous minister. Zhou is now left in Jiangling as governor. Now needs someone to take up the vacant position. Tuoba Jia was full of gratitude and agreed to Tai Fu Rong's request. Jia Zuo was happy in his heart. After sending away Tuoba Jia and Lang Qi-gu, Tai Fu Rong followed Jia Zuo to Chiu Xian's room. The hall is brightly lit, fragrant pot overflowing. A person plus 2 animals with the hungry ghosts like eating and drinking. Less time. The sound of footsteps outside the courtyard turbulence and pushed the door into the hall. Into the hall to look at the eyebrow fluttering. The search was very careful, and Qin Ding's body, any place where something might be hidden, was searched all over. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it is not surprising. After all, Dora is the one who awakened the talent, and awakening the talent is a necessary condition for advancing to the Emperor. Plus now Dora seems to have touched the doorway of the Emperor again, which means that under the premise of no accident, Dora's advancement to the Emperor level is at least 70% possible. Without saying a word, Lu Yu attached half of his divine consciousness, which was originally all of Lu Yu's divine consciousness, to this true chi, instantly exited the divine consciousness space, and continued to send one true chi after another into the divine consciousness space. Gora Khan how do not know the trick. He did not hesitate to use a dark and windy night, leading the army raid, a breath of 5 Earth City, the army overnight into the hinterland of the Qin army occupation area. The attacking Wu army obviously did not expect the Chu army to suddenly charge out and was caught off guard. When Tai Zheng heard this, he suddenly felt an unprecedented life and death crisis approaching, and in his haste, the black tablet violently appeared in front of his body, while the thunderons under his feet flashed rapidly. The merger of the 3 sects, kill the beasts into or more greatly increased, before as the beasts dried meat. Now, the beast's beast skin and magic crystal have become a problem. Cloud Cliff Sun Cloud Empty Sun rushed to convene the senior level of the church and the Yamen army camp. The beast to clear the hall of senior management to come to the outer door of the hall to discuss how to deal with the beast skin and magic crystals. Moreover, Naichini also said that this game of his is a collection of the best of all sneaking games today. He had a clear face, tall and thin, wearing a gray monk's clothes, and was trapped on the ground by Chuanhua's spell, unable to move a muscle. Tianhua summoned Yunya Zi and Yunkong Zi, placed the 5 people down, and separately called the 5 people into the hearse where he and Yashao Tian were talking. In the past, the old man was just a poor old farmer with a broken heart. But now, all these tycoons and businessmen from all over the world are very pleasing to the eye. Zhang Bin's thoughts entered a magical world, and in just an instant, his thoughts were experiencing 100 years, and the inspiration was constant. Chapter 27, the twine is specially designed to break at the finest points, and bad luck is specially designed to find the bitter one. Nowadays, the demon bloodline of the Northern Fox clan was already very rare, and the human bloodline accounted for 80%. Truly speaking, the Northern Fox clan already belonged to the human clans. On May 3rd, the First War Area determined the operational policy in the Zhongtiao Mountain area, in order to break the Japanese invaders' attempts to attack. The enemy should be preempted and guerrilla attacks should be actively carried out in order to crush the Japanese invaders' preparations for attack. Jun Chenyi and Xia Cherry agreed to try to win over. This scene is very long, because there is a scene of the two of them talking to each other, and then the last kiss is the end. This section must be completed in a single breath, not broken, so it is a test of the actor's acting skills and ability. Roy Hibbert, who has asthma, was back on the field for a full 7 minutes of rest, fully enabling him to play at the top of his game once again. The game on the court is very anxious. In the face of teammates in bad shape, Sprewell took the initiative to carry the team's offensive flag. The Lakers simply did not pull the score. That's not necessary. Yang Mi smiled and squeezed her eyes, giving Jiaosu a ladder so that Zhou Kaoru and Wan Xian wouldn't sing in unison and make Jiaosu lose face at the kids. Successive in the front to beat Kobe Bryant as well as Dwight Howard. Especially just this round in the offensive and defensive end in the paint to give the opposite side of the newest edition. The league's first center a profound lesson. Gone? Li Siwei was shaken, panicked and lifted the quilt, only to see that Yang Fan's left leg was gone from below the knee. Ji Ning looked at Yang Xuanzhen. Brother Yang, you have great magical powers. You must have a way, right? Ji Ning had lost his temper when it came to Yue, and he cared too much about Yue. You are merciful. The full body armor knelt again. I felt exhausted inside for him. Immediately after the magic spider spit silk, dark spider silk into a large net directly flew toward the black-robed old man. Corrosive poison lifted its moment, directly corroded its flesh. On his way off the court, Zanmus burst onto the sidelines. Come take a picture, he said to a white spectator on the sidelines. He Pengfei's words only to wake up Zhang Yigu. The original unconsciously has been in the palace of the god of war. This place in the heavenly power palace 1,000 feet high, belongs to a piece of emptiness. Your Majesty is speaking nonsense. My brother bears your Majesty's love and respect and holds an important position. At this time of national difficulties, he should take up the duties that he should bear. Empress Sun Chang was first stunned, then interjected with a serious face. This Xiao Changsheng they all knew. Not only was he Li Jiancheng's personal guard, he also had a good relationship with Li Shimen. When he was in Luoyang, Li Shimen often affectionately called him Brother Zhao. What's wrong? Is it not good? Seeing that she stopped after just 2 bites, Tang Yuren's mom hurriedly asked towards her. I have something important that needs to be said. Everyone gather together first. Mr. L just said this and then led them to another group. Sin Jionian secretly shook his head. It is true that the more beautiful the more toxic. A moment ago also swore an oath of alliance. Not you. In the twinkling of an eye can carry a bowl of poison. Dark colors and gentle to send you on your way. There was bitterness in Prime's eyes as the phantom dragon and the golden skeleton bone king battled each other in the void. And the underworld chi and underworld chi contained each other. Only after a long time did he react to the fact that self's good cultivation in the latter part of his life seemed to have gradually degenerated since it started recently. Is this the evil side of absolute power? Within 20 days, Wang Feiting carefully studied the information of those 800 people along with Duan Shang and the other deities. Ding Jia hesitated. He is, after all, an honest man, and always felt in his heart that it was not good to do so. Tian Lu has its own plans. She waited for the effect of the interview release for George to see, and then specifically talk about it is not too late. And now the reason why the immobility of the proposal is only for the latter step of negotiation and cooperation to lay the foundation. When the princess gave the word, the attendants under the carriage hurriedly moved. The attendants under the carriage hurriedly moved. They patted the stools, lifted the curtains, and helped their master to get out of the carriage. The room was quiet, with only the low footsteps of the night sacrifice echoing. He slowly approached the pile of miscellaneous objects and boldly brought Jinzun closer, trying to use the dim light that Jinzun emitted to see them. Seeing the first elder and second elder say this, the people below also argued differently, each expressing their own views and seemingly agreeing with the two of them. As a result, this auxiliary hammerhead's hook was so crooked that it should not be able to keep anyone if the hook was empty. So Su Wei wanted to wait for the 2-second CD and then he had to play a whole set of moves to consume a little bit. I'll ask you once more, follow me or not? Go back and do your part properly, and I'll spare your cheap life. The scarred man pinched the teenager up with one hand and drank in a deep voice in his ear. Lu Bang didn't panic in the slightest and returned to the tower to restore his blood. Lu Ban can be wild in the early stages, but the late stages? It's just a brother among brothers. Han Zian came every day, but she was so anxious that she really didn't have time to take care of him, so he sat silently every day and left. And the reason why the sudden change, with a few totem masters and only 100 or so masters, is entirely because in the darkness of the night, it is not at all suitable to have a wide range of soldiers running around. Then it is easy to expose the whereabouts of. That would be more than worth the loss. Yi Mo stammered a little, and before she could react, the item in her hand was already taken by Kim Jong-in. Yi Mo somewhat panicked and tried to stop Kim Jong-in from opening the box, but it was already too late. Mukthi took one last look and walked into the cottage after seeing that there was literally nothing next to the tree. Hearing this, Chu Hao hurriedly panting while counting to 10, hurriedly top again. On the contrary, it is that Xiao Sai, originally the year's most popular genius. I do not know why, but willing to go to the ancestor shrine to do a spiritual disciple. Some good disciples in the door have speculated, because the head of the door by the Xuanji real person to sit on, this former big brother doubly hit, disheartened. No, his senior uncle is still in the royal residence. He won't leave the city. Jianquan replied with certainty. This body is indeed too useless. Just move like this. At night it is cold and painful, and there is no medicinal herbs to keep it up, so it is possible that it will collapse one day. Chapter 28, Two People Tutoring, Door Locked. I don't believe she can run, requesting readers. Yi Che unfolded his inner vision and carefully examined his new spiritual root, which was golden and transparent and exuded a dignified aura from the inside out. Let's go. Go find the store. Leaving the wonton stall, Li Yu and the two of them went to find the store and bought fellows. Just as Zhang Feng was sitting on the sofa in the living room with a headache, the old man came and sat down next to him in a Chinese mountain suit with an imposing presence. But that wasn't enough. Ji Yuan poured out the jade marigold, once again spilling out a blanket of watery air, working his divine powers and throwing it up into the clouds. Today's 100 flowers and apricot flowers matter are spread all over the mansion. Not only that, apricot flowers' miserable screams come from time to time, so that the various people sitting cannot help but chill their hairs. Today's Lu Qianro is glowing and extremely happy, not only that she and Gu Zhang have recently put aside their old enmity and reconciled, but also that today he told her that the pharmacy that he had previously promised to open for her had also agreed to her. When he was at the marketplace just now, Zhang Zuo realized that the quality of the salt in Huaquan's hands wasn't low, and it was even better than the ones on the market. Su Yun, on the other hand, does not need to deliberately accommodate, and will not be flattered by her. Clear and light. There is a feeling of an old friend, calling him a rare comfortable up. It seems like the assessment is really necessary. Li Yu naturally picked up the conversation and made small talk with the emperor. After a long time, seeing the second prince's group withdrawing, the house guards who had been controlled by their men earlier also came out. Her nails were sharp and long, painted with bright red cotton, and she grabbed the man's arm as hard as she could, and the man frowned. His fingers loosened and he pushed her back, and she was pushed out, and the back of her head hit the wall with a thud, and gold stars popped up in front of her eyes, and a buzzing sound filled her ears. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Hearing this voice, Greenfield could not help but shout in panic, not only worrying about the comfort of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, but also secretly screaming in his heart, "I'm afraid that he will have to bear twice the punishment now." However, the next moment, but it makes everyone a burst of consternation, only to see that after the water mist disperses, Jin originally and Xiang about to meet in the Manhwa Palace, just he hurried all the way, and still do not know here has happened so many things. Seeing that it was so, Mrs. Morgan also smiled and agreed, following behind Consort D and Noble Lady Bu together towards the Manhwa Palace. The highest peak also want to lie up. Duan Su Chu kicked him with his legs, letting the highest peak go to sleep on the other one. The highest peak is not willing to, and insisted on squeezing into the same chair with Chu Chu. Duan Su Chu didn't want to bother with him, so then the two children slept and lay down together. I know that all the things in front of me are just illusions set up by the phantom array, but the heartbreak in my heart is no longer controllable. Although the scene in front of me is false, the pain in my heart is so real. Yu Zhanming's voice was low, like the cold winter wind blowing through the pine waves at the top of the trees. The buzzing sound echoed in the valley. Yun Shan's heart tightened. She lowered her eyes and looked at the hem of her own skirt. The colorful skirt was embroidered with delicate flowers, one by one, as if stepping in the infinite spring light. After saying that, Pei Shuyi slammed the ring on Pei Tingqing's body, and then only heard the ring fall on the marble floor tinkling sound. Pei Shuyi did not even look at a glance, turned around and ran away crying. Is it going to be 2 days in a row like this with no success? Shu gritted his teeth, his eyes sweeping towards the city tower with a fire of hatred. There are still so many homeless people out there. If I'm all scared, what can those people do? I looked straight at Zhu and questioned him. I can go to the tomb for you and get what you want, but I want the same thing. It wasn't until late at night the next day that the smoke in the cave gradually dissipated, and Xiao Er and Ironhammer packed up their backpack props, spells, and blessings. What? I just counted to 2 and you regret it? I thought you could hold out? Turns out it's nothing more than that. Yang Hui smiled grimly. Zhang Yu followed the advice. A couple has no air in addition to the couple's physical health, but also to talk about chance. Kobe came to the baseline and feigned a jump shot, and instead of falling for it, Stackhouse posted up. Lakers players celebrated wildly at the Delta Center, and the crazy Utah fans had no choice but to exit the arena. The two of them saw that wall appear, thinking that the stone pillars were able to repair themselves before, and fearing that if they rested again, before this formation returned, Su Changyan pulled up by Rakshasa as soon as he could, and walked towards that wall. Su Chen, who was walking towards Jiang Yao, originally thought that Jiang Yao was looking at himself, and the corners of his mouth could not be restrained from rising. Su Yuan not only wrote letters to many people in the mountain pass in his own name, but also very intentionally, let the villagers who followed him write letters to send back. Jiang Yao rolled her eyes. Naturally, it's a real loan. When the time comes, I'll even pay back what I borrowed last time. Hey, it's like this. I see that Brother Yu has always been a casual cultivator, and I have an urgent need for talents like Brother Yu at this moment. What I mean is that I want Brother Yu to join my team. Seeing Yu Machuan so decisive, Yuan Pa did not hide and directly stated his thoughts. The one that Yang Haoshuan had just performed was precisely the ancient cultivator's technique of pointing points with qi. That is, the pointing secret of flying needles in the air, which had long been lost for 1,000 years. Ning Shenyang deliberately used phantom qi to separate them all, so as to allow Xianghe to single out these prana chiefs one by one. Bai Qianxian had no opinion, so after the two of them left the hospital, Li Cheng took Bai Qianxian to a western restaurant in the city center. Today, it was Shi Zai who accompanied Bai Qianxian on a business trip, and now it's clear that he's already done it. I just might. In case the rewards given by the upper realm are good enough, he might still go. After all, there's no need to forcibly give up enough benefits, isn't there? Shi Li said. Although Yi Pingqing is much longer than Zhao Jingyuan, but in terms of temperament, Zhao Jingyuan is rather more calm than Yi Pingqing, and is more able to sit back and relax. Shitzi end of the stone box walked to Tong Mei Hop side. Just want to open the proof sound on the ground motionless. This time can be scared Tong Mei Hop. Chapter 29, You're so cute when you're angry. Hearing the order from the specter, the remaining people were like amnesties and retreated towards the back. From time to time, they also looked back at Su Fan behind them, worrying about what Su Fan might do. Although she was a mother, She was in love for the first time, and it would be more accurate to say that Lu Tsinhui was her first love. When Wang Xingyu finished, he couldn't help but smile, remembering that when he got married that year, Wu Moxie had promised him that he would be Wu Moxie's witness. That day between the seats I went to the cloister and met the crown prince. Du Shuoxian told her mother exactly how she confessed to the crown prince and how she was rejected. Zhao Tianyu spoke and glanced at Wu Moses, thinking, I hope that he and Zhao Tianshi will be happy forever. And it's time for me to open that window in my heart to a new beginning as well, because it's also an explanation to myself. If anything, the most pitiful thing would be the exchange rate. If the exchange rate conversion ratio between the two wasn't so great, one would still have at least about 6 times the production. From then on, wherever Ma Jian went, Zhao Dongmei followed him to see his performance. Later, Ma Jian knew Zhao Dongmei's meaning, but he rejected her pursuit with a cold face. No comment on this topic from Irene and Matilda, who are trying on evening dresses. Who are you? Don't you know that this is our match? As he looked at Su Fan, who suddenly appeared and even punched the white bear away, his eyebrows could not help but zo, and he immediately questioned towards Su Fan. Zhong Zimu mentally thought that Su Ziki had just behaved the way she did because she had too many mood swings lately, and now that she had broken down into a smile, he finally let go of his heart and came with Su Ziki to the men's clothing section of Chengdu International. Finally she stopped because there were no more arrows in front of her. She stopped in the middle of the playground, but there was still nothing unusual around. Oh, the secret guards behind them, in shock, instinctively wanted to open their mouths and scream in alarm. The nerves that had been taut suddenly slackened, and the power chi that they had gathered in their dantian abruptly exploded, recoiling against the 5 viscera. Before a sound could come out of their throats, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out first. Xia half-ghost stood solemnly facing the river, but he saw a black shadow rising up from the bottom of the water and standing in mid-air. From the only few rates of clothing left on the other side, he could still tell that he was the Liang Qi who had gone into the water, but his body, which was only skeletonized, was too much to bear to look at. Although Tian Yuan has only one leg, but after all, is also a martial arts master, he knows that he is not easy to move. Escape is not able to escape, can only lie on the ground. But Hu Yan's Tian Xing Jiejie sword is not for nothing. She called a change. Turn this stab into a pick again. This guy, if he appears in front of my eyes, I'll have to severely beat him up. Chen Yun's nature still had some childish thoughts of heroism, so the words couldn't be hidden, and he directly expressed his heartfelt feelings. Empty soft chest, piece of paste in the red knee behind, slender arms around the red-kneed neck, palm gently caress his face. No one than empty understand red-kneed, no one than empty think red-kneed. The corner of her eyes with tears, seems to be able to feel the pain of the red-kneed. He was crying, phantom pain. However, right in the midst of that burst of exclamations, in the midst of Wang Hao's unsightly expression, Xing Tian was completely unconcerned. That's right, after all, it is I who have shortchanged you all. In that case, I will ensure that you will be free of worry for the rest of your lives. Sighing, Dong Zhuo pulled the thin quilt on the bed and couch to cover the 3 of them before turning around and walking out. In fact, she had thought long ago, together with her godfather, to build a big Taketsu house in the South Fishing Village, and she would need a lot of silver to form her own fleet of merchant ships. That's not 1 or 2, but a fleet of ships. How much silver does that require? Thinking about it makes people timid. I've talked about 2 before, then I felt it wasn't suitable and went bye-bye. Zhu Jiren said with embarrassment. Due to the special nature of its geographical location, Coriano City did not face any threats other than the occasional threat of magical beasts, so it had become the city of choice for many noble families to establish a second residence. Old Guan, why do I feel distracted? Lai Shusen was currently sitting in Lao Guan's office, enjoying the pure dragon well that Su Maximo had honored Lao Guan with, and his expression was somewhat puzzled as he looked at him. Yun Yun lagged for a split second, her eyes icy cold. Just in time, there was a table of a family of 3 who had just finished eating and left, so she walked over and sat down, not minding that the table's trash hadn't been cleaned up yet. Just as the sword sect powerhouse's face showed a strange color, this fire snake above passed through the longsword and bit into the sword sect powerhouse's head. The old landowner heard a sudden opening, and hastened to follow the plan, so that the ancestors of the Jingxian rewrite the main let over to go. Avoid the important to change the paper. Sure enough, not long after the landlord's son really escaped. Because of White Impermanence's series of moves, the entirety of Gaoyu is now in negative growth. At this rate, it was just not financially affordable. Go pick up your medication. Remember to take your medical card, the nurse said as she began to prepare the things for the shots that would be given later. While Yao Tian was operating on his brother, Dr. Bonner, and the others were discussing the big event. A total of 15 scientists, including Prof. Air Ingtai and the others, had now joined our team. Take care of yourself along the way. We'll meet again. and at that time, we'll drink, Ling Yu said quietly. All right, you go out, Ao Shui said to Su Huainan. Su Huinan looked at Ao Shui then turned around and walked out of the kitchen. However, after a period of experimentation, Ling Yu in his previous life and the scientists within the Yen City discovered that this was actually a failure. Because not only could this medicine only save less than 50% of the energy of a jelly body, but after it was used up there would also be a lot of residual substances accumulated in the body that would cause a lot of damage to the human body. All the people here have already been controlled by me, and this place is also under my control. He had just opened his mouth when Fong interrupted him with a smirk on his face. Meng Lan deliberately put on makeup, dressed up beautifully out of the door. We found a high-end restaurant, ordered a few dishes. Today I do not recommend drinking. I have a lot of things I want to say to Meng Lan. More questions. There are a lot of questions I want to ask her, so keep your head clear. Chapter 30, Class Uniform Skirt is too short. Must add stockings, request for follow-up reading. Why is the Tree of Life doing this? Could it want to become a world tree? Speaking of this, Jobu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. I tell you, I see people as very accurate. When I first saw her, I can see that she did not have a son's life. I was advised to Bolster cannot marry her, but Bolster called that vixen obsessed, said nothing to listen to, have to marry her. At the level of the divine soul, memories are not nebulous things, and as long as one is highly intelligent, it's easy to have one's attention drawn to something that's chopped up and important. Hua Zirong and Hua Ziqing looked at each other. They were well aware of Hua Chain's stubbornness, and they were also well aware of the reasons why she wanted to leave the Hua family. But now that they had heard her say such resolute words with their own ears, they still couldn't help but feel surprised. In less than a week, the news spread throughout the shinobi world, becoming the biggest scandal Konoha had ever seen, with even greater and more far-reaching effects than Orochimaru's defection. Dian Xiniang heard, immediately some tears and laughter. That girl, when learned so shameless, she is not forcing marriage. Luckily, the object of her forced marriage is less away. This is going to change the other person, not to mention go to invite the Zhang granny. It is expected to immediately put the person to scare away. What is it? Lu Xian looked at the phone caller who was Su Young, but even in how to avoid it, she still had to pick it up. So after picking up, the language was also quite flat. A brilliant light flashed through the old magician's cloudy eyes, and an undisguised greed appeared on his face. After another 40 minutes or so, Marcos Freeman, red-faced, drink a lot of wine. The table, one after another, left, the chips in front of him, piling up, and from time to time, sigh, seems to have not had fun. There is a sense of loneliness. The archmagician nodded, and with a wave of his staff, a magical light appeared on Ramon's body, which then rose into the sky. Daifa? I gave Daifa a panicked look, and then the next moment, Daifa violently drew the barrel of the gun at his waist and aimed it at my crotch. Since the other party had made such a boast, Lin Han didn't hesitate too much to ask directly. After getting off the boat, Lin Huanji was already waiting for them at the front of the boat. When he saw Lu Chengjin, Lin Huanji was happy to take him by the shoulders to take them to the courtyard he found for them. And on the way, he also gave Lu Chengjin the news of the recent capital city. Tang Yun grabbed the only remaining half bottle of General Red on the coffee table, pulled out the cork that was plugged on it with his mouth, and raised his head to gulp it down. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone. Zhou Anren saw that the boy's face changed in an instant, and his expression was a panic that he had never seen before. The old military doctor pushed the door in and pressed the button for the fluorescent light, followed by a figure. I looked up and saw a messy hair that was draped like an octopus. It was actually Hu Shubao. I noticed that the contours of her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Not long after the line, another general killed out. It is the Shouyang Pass guarding General Hua Kuan. Hu Xia roared, and stood up his spear to meet. Indeed, Tang Yun's words were really spoken arrogantly. He wanted nothing more than to squeeze Publius with his words, demanding a one-on-one, fair fight, only to consider the other party's godly mouth, his ruthlessness towards Numeria, and his own shamelessness. The words changed. She is not a party bee who has to answer to the work at any time. Yesterday to today, no cell phone to use. If you have to say that there is something upsetting, it is that she can't see whether Zhou Jin brother has liked and left a message to her in the circle of friends, or whether he has sent her a message or not. And now that Jiang Le kept using his ability, that jutsu was gradually liberalized, and his original self was slowly revealed. And this time, I helped Jiang Le to heal, and it was only under the coincidence of chance that I deeply realized this. Every now and then Sina ran outside the kitchen with Yihuan in her arms and peeked in, watching the two of them talk and work together, and came away smiling again. Xin Manqing always reacted quickly and immediately ran over, and in her haste, she also threw out a bottle of water, hitting one person in the head. At this moment, Lu Xinho's body violently released a violent wave of qi, and even immortal emperors twisted their heads in horror, because from the very beginning, the Jintian Sword Dao was a sword Dao that fused all the sword arts and sword formations, and originally contained an all-encompassing kind of desire in it. It was just a pity that the Jintian sword formation Dao, in the end, did not complete the final step, which was to fuse the sword formations with the pure sword Dao. It had to be mentioned that although G-Mad Wolves had won 4 consecutive matches, and their momentum was very strong, but in the outside world, no one was still optimistic about their exit situation. The reason was that in the next 3 matches, they would be facing the second-ranked 5 sectors, the third-ranked Pride, and the fifth-ranked NB. The palace has a perfect living record system, where the emperor went. What decisions, that are recorded in the living note, to facilitate the use of later generations to repair the history. Li Secret and the county lieutenant were being chased by a few guards, and thanks to the musket on Li Secret, they didn't dare to lean too far forward. Dajuan's father's generation is a single pass. Dajuan is also a soul seedling, but he also got this disease. I am afraid that I cannot keep my life in the future is still another story. With a muffled sound, Li Secret kicked on the door, the bolt clicked and broke, and I don't know what object flew out and hit. The room made a dangling sound. Early the next morning, we said our goodbyes and went down the mountain, but old Taoist Lao Tao didn't go back. His master and brother hadn't seen each other for many years, and he wanted to spend some time in the divine medicine Guan to catch up on old times. Waiting for that master Mo to leave, Zhang Tian watched for a while longer as the other departing disciples talked to each other before returning within the cave, walking back and forth in thought. A tall, thin old man, cloaked in a coat, came out from inside, a little gray at the temples, but his body still looked tough. When he ate it in his mouth, it was really sweet and icy, making the summer heat he had been holding in all afternoon disappear, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile. The wind whisked by, a touch of water-green clothes, hair lightly dancing in Baguio in the air and down, just like a fairy and like an elf. As for Ariel, who was following beside Adiel, he completely ignored her, merely glancing at her. The painting clan? Everyone present was stunned after hearing this introduction from the Pill Master. Chapter 31. The girl who pushed someone behind her back was caught by Lu Yuanqiu. Nima, is this still human? A martial artist of the 8th level of physical body slapping away, and it's still effortless? What's the point of this? Wang Tian sneered in his heart, holding Huayan's delicate hand and slowly following behind. Just in the blink of an eye, the figures of several people had already disappeared into the night. My eyes instantly became blood red as I stared at the black shadow that was going berserk. That black shadow should have sensed my anger. She slowly turned around and looked at me tremblingly. In this one instant, the soul regenerating tower's main body crumbled apart and was wrapped up by the mountain river in Jigaku diagram, turning into streams of light that disappeared into the depths of Li Su's main body's brow. Li Su didn't dare to be slow, and his Yuanshan principal body returned to the sea of consciousness, heaven and earth of his physical body, taking over the control of his physical body again. Tell me, what the hell is this tattoo? Why is it so powerful? Although I've never seen it before, the power that comes out of it makes me unable to let go of it. Yi Mimi asked curiously. Water elemental body. Once again, the miniature spotted tiger couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Of course, it was greeted with another merciless chestnut. The hostile demon listened carefully. Neither of them noticed. At the edge of this void universe, there were some golden glittering threads that were drifting. It looked so holy and incomparable. Mom, you're biased. Just give Shintong the chopsticks but not me. Lan Yu beamed and threw her chopsticks away, her eyes rolling upwards in protest. Such things are happening everywhere, and the major sects have noticed that all the various psychic phenomena that have appeared recently have disappeared. Roar! A true dragon and a divine phoenix rushed straight out, as if breaking free from their cages, pouncing on Emoli, to completely exterminate him. Mumu looked at Songwan strangely. Why did she call Niang Niang so affectionately? Moreover, looking at Songwan's anxious appearance outside the door, could it be that she had a different relationship with the Empress? The day she moved out of the trainee dormitory and into a separate apartment arranged by the company, the crowd was a little puzzled as they watched her personally clean up in the dormitory. A few years have not seen. I feel that Dad's head of white hair more than 2/3. The eyes are not like the former general decisive sharp, more than a few trace of amiability. Even the pair of wrinkled hands, all the coarse and thick calluses, unlike the last time they met. The atmosphere this time was obviously much better. Mu Zhengqing had always treated Wei Ran in a pleasant manner, as if the unhappiness from last time was not on his mind at all. Mu Yunxian, on the other hand, did not want to eat with Mu Zhengqing. He couldn't pick up on Mo Kingo's thoughts. He just felt that the old man would definitely say a bunch of useless nonsense again, and all he wanted to do now was to go home and be with Mo Kingo. Wu Yangyang felt something squeezing at her throat, making her unable to speak, and could only make a slight whimpering sound. It was only then that Gu Kaiwei barely managed to hold down the excitement in her heart, and she also nodded her head at Gu Changfeng and his wife, calling out to her second uncle and second aunt in a different way. A ball of cold aura erupted from Zhuo Fan's silver eyes. His long arched eyelashes trembled lightly, casting a shadow, and his handsome features were filled with a sinister aura. The Wu brothers over there, however, thought that they had accomplished a great thing, and in an instant, they both raised smug smiles all over their faces again. Her care and concern made Jun Jixing want to keep her by his side all the time more and more, and if it wasn't for the fact that Panner was still carrying a child, I'm afraid Jun Jixing would have just left her in his room for the night. In fact, in the end, he didn't know what he had come to Evergreen for. To get back the Yu clan's family heirloom? Or to request Evergreen to give him the mastery on it? Or perhaps simply to make friends with Evergreen and ask him where he learned his alchemy techniques from? During the previous millions of years, although the 9 Yu kingdom had sent people to guard the seal on a regular basis, the many sinful sons were suppressed without half a hope of getting out of the trap. Hearing this soft voice, Xue Xingran also woke up from his contemplation and turned his head, with 4 eyes facing each other. He always felt that every time he saw himself, the icy coldness on Luo Xie's face would also dissipate a lot. Okay, so what are your advantages? As you know, we're a soccer stadium, and we need an audience that I'm sure you understand, Hua Yisan said in a serious manner. Mo Zun that flat, as if the injury is not their own words, such as ringing the bell of the would gently hit the heart. Rong Shallow also do not know what kind of feeling, just slightly pulled up, unimaginable. Don't, this smelly looks like a bratty master. I won't find one like this even if I want to. Delay flatly refused. Is there something wrong? Bai Hui immediately grimaced his face when he saw the visitor, and his tone was cold. She had no time to think about the meaning of his words, and when Mo Zun was getting closer and closer and his lips were about to touch her, she didn't know where the strength came from, but she violently pushed him away. Qin Hui is the Song Dynasty's gold medal undercover, although deeply Wan Yansheng trust, but some things are still due to the identity of the Han and cannot be fully involved in it. However, the grasslands are not Han Chinese. Wan Yansheng in this issue is not to guard against Qin Hui, and Qin Hui's proposal is indeed favorable to the Golden State. The things in the storage bag were taken out by him in a brainstorm, but then after fixing his eyes on them, Xue Xingran was stunned. A Zhongshe martial artist, even a Zhongshe martial artist who started out with external martial arts, when they reached the Zhongshe realm, their entire physical fitness would be drastically improved, and a Zhongshe martial artist would not be able to die unless they were suffering from a recurrence of an old disease or if they were killed in a battle with someone. Chapter 32, School-wide Criticism and Commendation, Request for Follow-up Reading. Li Guozhen sneered and cursed. Tell you to this touching nonsense. Chopping off the tall Russian soldier's palm with an overhead slash, then adding another slash to end the tall Russian soldier's pain. Don't, master, just reward me with a bite of food. Ji Tiancheng was extremely exaggerated, and the expression on his face made the three of them laugh together. A hit. This dark sharpshooter demon did not stay, staggering after a lunge. Potato melee combat experienced, lateral panning a big step, can avoid the sharpshooter demon attack. Just now, I felt a familiar yet loathsome aura. Just whose is it? Jiang Hua had just left not long ago when a person shrouded in black mist appeared in the 333 dormitory and whispered. When Zhao Liuzhou saw Wang Tian's appearance, even though he was very puzzled, he knew that he couldn't ask anything at all, so he simply didn't ask. That's not right. Even though Li Mingxin is quite famous, it's not enough to alarm Mayor Hu, right? Some people said skeptically. Fan Shuiqing thought for a moment, shook his head and did not say anything more. This thing, in fact, there is nothing much to say. Everything depends on the effect. If it really does not work, do not let Wang Tian stay in the company is, compared to your achievements, my little gain is not worth mentioning. I put away the equipment that I was going to dispose of, and without moving, I patted Uncle Mullen on the back. LV Fei can not only be an academic master, the family has been a teacher for generations. The education of people in this regard is also a master. Immediately think of a way. Fong Li's face was a little red. She did not feel nothing at all yesterday. On the contrary, she had a reaction to the drug, and surprisingly acted more boldly than before. Although she said that she was a little shy, but she did not regret what happened yesterday. The bracelet was also about her life, and she wanted to know the whereabouts of her grandmother even more. So no matter what, she wanted to get a lead on the seller. Seeing Shinmachi and Fong Li also do not give face, Lin Jiaxiang also cannot laugh out. A look of being hurt heart. The things in Jiang Yan's hand were the things that Aunt Huang Ling had given herself when she was leaving, which included some sausages, canned food, and other things to eat, as well as 2 sets of Uncle Luo's new military uniforms. Su Ping simply opened his eyes for real on the way from the tarmac forward to the skill power test hall. Li Yunshu had just entered the space of the red-clothed resentful spirit for only a tea break when Chen Hong suddenly barged in. In fact, if he can always play point guard, his achievements must be higher. But unfortunately later began to switch to play forward and guard swingman. The data did not improve, not to mention, but also always injured. The peak period did not last long. Even more, not only did the gaze keep looking around, but at the same time, the fluctuations in spiritual power perception were extremely strong. The War of Conquest in East Africa against the pirate coast could be said to have given the British a sigh of relief. After all, with the superiority of weapons and troops, the East African army did not show the advantages it deserved. So that Britain was not worried about the threat posed by East Africa to British colonies such as Qatar, Bahrain and other British colonies. Most of all, every once in a while, there are always new copies of the game. And new copies of the game mean that it takes players' lives to figure out the strategy. The surging energy was like the shockwave generated after an atomic bomb explosion. In an instant, his dantian expanded by several times, and the violent energy had no exit and could not be cathartic. It just ran back and forth within Lin Yashang's dantian. The ape spirit merely glanced at Taishu before withdrawing his gaze, instead looking towards the reincarnation abyss, his gaze piercing through the layers of obstruction, seemingly seeing the three figures imprisoned in the deepest part. He suppressed his anger and just assumed that she didn't like the white chopped chicken. After all, this chicken, she really didn't eat a single piece of it. Thinking that she had just moved that steamed fish, Lang Haoshuan picked a little bit of fish meat with fewer thorns on top of the fish belly and put it into the plate in front of her. The strange rope looks like a cunning snake. Inscrutable, Chen Defu said blankly. What the hell? He stayed for a long time, stooped down and held the rope in his hand, but he didn't realize that once he pulled the rope end, he heard a strange sound coming from the depths of the flower garden. Song Ruyu stared at the big hand tightly clasped on the wrist, veins slightly exposed, pale complexion, like many days without sunshine. Then Lin Sixian this pampered but also white on 2 points. She raised her eyes in surprise, but a young man she did not recognize. His face was a little haggard, his eyes were slightly green, and he did not look well. Lu Yun was shocked to see this white-robed guest, and pulled Gu Qianqi back, taking a sharp step backward, only heard a long sigh. Qin Zhonghai has fallen to the ground, unable to get up again. He knew that he had no martial arts skills left, has become an invalid one, thinking of the future will be half paralyzed cannot help but face like ashes, has not been able to say half a word. The uncle in front of him has had a hard life. Think of his childhood spent in the war, his elder brother left before him in his middle age, and now he is approaching old age, but also suffered a lot. Thinking of those Joseon military officials of the hegemony, the snobbery of the country's officials, Cui Shenliang clenched his fists. Tears could not help but come out of their eyes. Autumn said, not smooth at all. I begged for that god-nurturing scatter by this senior got to go. Autumn finished also looked at Long Luo. The disciples only then saw that there are two people behind Autumn, and their breath is incredibly powerful. Autumn are called seniors, that they should be what realm? I have my own goals. Fighting you is just a waste of physical strength. Bai Lingfei lightly moved a few steps and came to Zhou Yun's ear, softly explaining. Yun Wanhua looked around in disbelief and looked meaningfully at Lu Shen, the expectation in her eyes screaming that she couldn't bear to tell her the truth. Simply put, the ghost servant and the 7-killed building within the means of the killer is quite similar. They can kill in the invisible and good at all kinds of camouflage. A hit cannot be successful and retreat and then next time to look for opportunities. Important notice. Come in and take a look. This week's hot push, return to youth from the pursuit of female school bully to start. I have an earth in my head first love go rich, do not forget each other yo. The time when the pure schoolgirls run in both directions to change the time that can't be changed back. Important notice for Rebirth, opening caught high cool schoolgirl supermarket stealing. Come in and take a look, it's being hand typed. So please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 33, from today onwards, he will be by Qingxia's protective shell. Li Yunyan flicked his wrist and pressed his fingers down. The blazing sun hanging high above his head rushed towards the constantly retreating Uchiha zebra like a stringed arrow at an astonishing speed. The leader was naturally the soul-thirsty Supreme. And surprisingly, even the bloodthirsty Supreme had returned. News about how to exchange for a gang-building order as well as a piece of place that hasn't been discovered by anyone without the slightest bit of danger and is at least second rank. Chui said as he couldn't help but bring a thieving smile on his face. I don't believe that you will not be moved. Is Uncle Burville sick, Daddy? Yunshishi pulled her gaze away from the crystal ball fondly and glanced at Burville with a bit of concern, as Akane was about to unleash her stance. Martial Warlord, who was watching the battle, spoke up to stop it. Qin Tianjun unleashed the Heavenly Jade Formation, only to see the Thunder Formation. bombarding Jiang Zia. But then he saw the apricot and yellow flag unfurling, an earth-yellow light shield covering Jiang Zia. The thunder could not hurt. The one who went to inform Li Yuan was the guard of the cold palace. After thinking about it, he still had to report it. So after adjusting his thoughts, he hurried over to Yonghui Hall to report it. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chu Yi's first reaction was to feel that the bag in his hand was incomparably hot, and he almost couldn't help but throw it back to the middle-aged man. Huo Qingxia has set up a situation for Zhang Li, and removed Zhang Li's filial piety of visiting the sick, and she is pleased with herself, so the four of them ate this meal in an exceptionally harmonious manner. Green, purple, red and yellow with Mo Yan Zhao Zhenyu hurriedly flew over to entangle Chen Ruer. Although Chen Ruer is a fairy, but the zombies are creatures outside the three worlds, she is not capable of killing them. Just then, Lu Ning suddenly heard a sharp gust of wind coming from behind the two of them, and since the Yellow Spring sect had set up the treasure and wanted their descendants to rely on it and rise again, it was logical that they would have left behind the method of training the Dao soldiers. Zhou Yang sighed darkly in his heart. What was the purpose of this battle? But it was becoming more and more puzzling. Yang Hao laughed and shook his head, not waiting for Dr. Huang to retort. He ran into the restroom in a hurry. Xiaoxia Fairy was on full alert, and between the long sword's rapid chopping, the 3 feet of cold light gulped and spat, as if it were covering rain, and as if it were the yellow spring of BJ, cold and sharp, and rolled on. At that moment, the crowd of bandits and the Soulbreaker Mountain Lord were like turtles in a jar, and could only watch as the long sword stabbed at them. Whether he is now under the tutelage of Zhang Ji or Guisi, he will one day leave and then assist Cao Cao in his Chunlu revolt. He was also completely relaxed at this time, restoring the majesty and aura of a mountain sect leader from the inside out, indifferent and relaxed. Then what exactly can it be used for? Hearing Chu Wangshu say that Lin Mei's plans of getting rich were immediately dashed, but she was still curious about the use of this piece of iron birch wood. Chu Wangshu was startled when he saw the other party suddenly spitting out blood, and hastily leapt backward and retreated 2 or 3 feet, and hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade him. Once this sentence was said, although the old lords were mentally cursing Rurusu for being shameless, there was no excuse. After all, he had moved the name of the Lion Duke. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, just as Su Yang was about to start gathering his offense, all of a sudden, Su Yang's face changed, and straight away, he felt his thoughts snapping, and hurriedly flashed to the side. Are the two of you just going to run away like this? The first one who couldn't help but open his mouth was Yuanjin. He had always acted in an overbearing and decisive manner, but today, he had first been beaten by Su Yang's 2 men to the point that he couldn't return the favor, and then he had been chased for half a day by the giant crocodile, so his heart had long been in a fury. Music Center's airtime is Saturdays 3:50 p.m. Before them, that is, the Friday slot is KBS's Music Bank, so every time the opening of the Music Center's PD, the director will be the most worried about the opportunity to ask you to be afraid of the wolf in front of you and the tiger after you are afraid of it. Li Dingwa went forward to pick up. Look at the content, which recorded the year and month and day, sent to the customs a few more goods. The type of details, clear. Now Yisun knew that it was very difficult to get close to Muling Tian, so he had no choice but to activate the trump card of Cui Yao. At Feng Junan's level, the spiritual qi required for cultivation needed to be qualitative in addition to quantitative, and this was precisely why there were fewer experts emerging from the loose cultivators, and why every loose cultivator valued spirit stones very highly. No, something has to be done. I absolutely cannot be investigated. His current physical condition and blood were no longer normal, and most importantly, he was now penniless and without any power. Ready! The Ming Army Sword and Shield 100 shouted. Hand pinched an extermination bomb tightly held in the palm of the hand. The fuse has been ignited. Sparking squeak sound. The lobby manager frantically scowled at Kuchun, smiled mysteriously and then leaned over to whisper in his ear. Quickly took the water tank and put it at the spring, cleaned it and started to catch the water. Saw a silly roe deer running over to drink. Picked up a stone and threw it. If it wasn't for the fact that his spiritual attribute had been raised to more than 16 points, I'm afraid that the moment the information flow flooded in, it could hold him up and give him a headache. In his previous life, his father was the mighty protectorate general. His first brother Songjin was the youngest scholar of the great Jing dynasty, and the general's house was full of flowers for a while. The tavern guests applauded very heartily at the end of a long verse. Kuchin sat in front of the computer and skillfully opened the Monopoly game before realizing that the interface had unexpectedly changed. Brother Yi Tian was really too strong. The feeling of admiration for strength in Yun Shi's heart was once again ignited. Her eyes flashed with admiration as she stared tightly at Yi Tian. As soon as it was hung up, people immediately came up to buy it, and one would naturally have a second, and one after another a long line began to form. And the most unacceptable thing was that in the face of such a gentle elder Qilu, Lin Yi was unappreciative. After seeing Shin He, the several Hans who were smoking could not help but stare blankly, and the atmosphere in the scene suddenly became a bit awkward. He Kegong said, "This louse has the fate to be born on me, and coincidentally had the fate to see the governor one side. You say the world's lice are more than billions of trillion. This louse has this strange encounter. This easily killed it. Is not a pity." A few words said Yuan Changhuan. Cheng Benji looked at each other and laughed. Lin Yifan froze for a moment. Immortals? He had grown up with atheism. How could he believe in the existence of immortals in this world? But looking into those dark and bright eyes with expectations, he realized that he couldn't say the word don't believe. Chapter 34, This moment Angel is the teenager in front of you, 3K big chapter. After living 2 lives, the two had never traveled privately, not wanting to cross paths in this life. He shook his hands and endless green energy formed 2 huge energy balls in his hands, which in turn formed a huge green giant bell. Right now, Shingu could even feel that a saber-rattling mood was gradually brewing. At night, in the guest room of the Shin family, ghostly screams kept coming out of the palm grave map, and Tang Saizang was preparing for the battle with a big setup. Ha 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 ha, so it's Lady Daji. You've come at a good time. As soon as Yen Buxia took a look, he could tell the fox's true form. The two were again speechless relative to each other. This Jehovah's wisdom and thought process was indeed very human to understand. Just like this, Wu Yi and the others were arranged in this cold mountain temple. Xiong Yuxian was truly worthy of being the heir of the Apricot Grove Fairy, and after a few days of conditioning, Wu Yi's body obviously felt much better. Bao Zi then will burn out the yellow table paper pinch in the hand. Si Lin Yueqin's sleeve floated out a few points of light, then a copy in the void, grabbed in the hand. Shen Luoyao's soul will fall in her hands. They were completely terrified at this instant. All 3 of their martial zone realm powerhouses joined forces and were simply no match for Ling Tian. Being crushed. For elder sister to remember to come and visit my sister. My sister is already very grateful. Pearly Pear sincerely said that Fu Nang was the first to visit her in these days, and she was very grateful to Fu Nang in her heart. The strongest means of the autumn water spirit eyes was her eyes. The spirit eyes that could see through the essence of things. After coming back, Yen Buxia separated the meat, and first refined the fat meat to look at the oil for a while and went to the toilet. Lin Mu gently spread his hand to caress its tough skin, and the Triceratops didn't dodge, and also leaned this way with considerable enjoyment. Lin Mu was happy and scratched slightly harder to tickle it. Song Tianji then detailed his encounter in the forest to Angel, and hearing that Song Tianji had actually returned to the Age of Gods in a dream and lived there for 10,000 years, Angel was also curious about what the Age of Ancient Gods was like. As martial artists from the 10 major county capitals, they all knew that Thousand Search Island had once seen the rise of a great person at the level of a martial exalted, thus making this Thousand Search Island famous for thousands of years. Fan Shang's face changed a few times. Shui had said Huang Zhang's and Gan Ning's names, so if he questioned further, it would seem a bit too much. After he disappeared, Kagayaheim also floated out of the opened-up heavens Mikado, and then with a frown, she disappeared back into the crevice. Moreover, 3 taels of silver for a stone of rice was too high, but in the past, you could buy a stone of good white rice for 1 or 2 taels of silver. The 2 big men squared up in front of the door to the box, finishing their final preparations as if for a job interview, and were just about to push their way in when they were immediately pulled aside by the 2 Georges. With the firelight illuminating her and her vision brightening, Xiaobaga realized how bad Meng Fu's situation was. I thought about it again. Old man Liang told me that with true feelings. It doesn't seem like a lie, but why did he lock me in the house? Because of what happened in the party. She also had a little bit of timidity to retreat. Only, it was not easy to tie Fuja once. There may not be such an opportunity in the future. Really want to give up? As a matter of fact, as early as when he got Meng Ligu had already returned to the clan. He had wanted to go and capture him and hand him over to Qi Yunhao for disposal. Only when he had just set foot on that mountain peak, he was directly scared less by the sword array directly above the peak. By Shuejiao's symptoms belonged to a special type of body, and during acupuncture, some special sensations will appear. As he was about to open his mouth to ask something, a sudden headache hit him and a huge stream of information rushed into his mind, and after a few seconds he knew he had crossed over. Song Xiao could about understand why this time the matter of the immortal spirit sect was falling on the inner disciples, and although Xia Pillowcloud and the others felt that there was an abnormality, they didn't find anything, and could only wrap it up for the time being, and leave 2 of their own disciples in the vicinity as a helper. The expression on old man Liang's face suddenly changed, and he looked at me with a bit of horror, saying that later he was afraid of losing the money again, so he slept with the money in his arms, and then one night he dreamed of a furry thing sitting cross-legged on his bed, saying that it would come back next time to steal his life, and smilingly asked old man Liang to guess how many times his little lifespan would be enough for it to steal. Yi Peppercorn froze and suddenly laughed. A set of crimson lips curved up into a weird arc. Even that ghost mask on her face trembled with her laughter. Gray Qingyun received the T-Chin Mo. Since then on Earth and more attached. Recognized the human youth as a son. Only because of that of favor. Or there are other reasons. Only Gray Qingyun himself know. Wang Yu, where are you? I've been waiting for you for a long time. I knew you would definitely call me. Li Xian's voice came from the other end of the phone. He stood up, making sure his grooming was presentable enough so as not to desecrate the coming moment. Lucian for a long time suppressed his laughter. Tears were flowing out of his eyes, and with an apologetic face, he said to Su Beifeng, Xiao Siyuan she naturally recognized. Lucian obviously wasn't. Either Lucian stole it or it was a gift from the Xiao family. This action was not only popular at the Blessed Exchange, but gradually spread and became an international trend. The arms of the paperman's body turned scorched black in the reflection, indicating that he has taken complete control of this part of the body. Not only that, behind the paperman, a bizarre scroll floated up, on which the whiteness was incomparable, but it was also gradually stained with black ash-like dust and was defiled. Discharge me today. I want to go back to the mountain village. Elder Lu's face was pale and depressed as he hissed. As for the aspect of squeezing the miners, there was no need for Liden to explain it at all. The mistletoe people could accomplish it well on their own. Chapter 35 Lu Yuanqiu, if I'm not mistaken, do you want to hug me? First shift. Although the song Sanyuan personally made, badminton is not like the Mandarin Ducks ruler like 1,000 miles to send love to the power of the Huan Kenshin personally named, but its playing method is two people one-on-one play. The badminton ball flying up and into the hands of the people in the racket net is not a symbol of willingness to throw themselves into the other side of the heart of the net of meaning. If you wanted to prepare for the final killing move, you would inevitably have to adjust your breath and tighten your fronts. Just like a poisonous snake would always coil its body up before feeding on its prey. It was the same reason. She immediately snowed. In her heart in this house, the only one who has the strength to pick himself up and lift himself high is Master Yun. Huan Ling shook his head slightly. Tonight he stabbed the Ma family's sky, and his grandfather would only scold him when he returned home. So what's the point of celebrating? Only in the Song family would they not care about the background of those people, and only celebrate because he did something useful for the country and the court. In the Shinigami world, Kurosaki Ichigo's and Lucretia's continuous warnings still can't prevent Takakoshi from sticking close to the tail like a bullseye, and the two who are getting more and more annoyed have strengthened their anti-tracking abilities drastically in the past few days. The superior officer has to wear a slight dress, but the subordinates can't not come to meet. Two people from the side door into the government office received the news of the Song governor, etc. Will hurriedly come up from the back to meet. Mr. Sin is also a human savant. O Ting put the ready-made evidence not to use, but also to find other evidence. It is nothing more than the video, involving Yu Wuri. Yu Songhai creepy shock, hastily turned back, swinging the sword to block, which know that this is actually Wu Yu's false move. Sword to halfway and not with the other side of the long sword hard. Feet cohesion out of the spirit sun foothold. Feet even step. Once again from the top of Yu Songhai swept through. Zhang Jialiang also has a worry. In case he arrested this Njigua, that Huang Shijun will not have a view that he is targeting him for which? If it was when Wu Yu had just taken over the Osborne group and faced S.H.I.E.L.D., there might not be much that could be done about it. At most, he would secretly instruct the group's backed legislators to go to Washington to protest, and then mobilize the media to discredit S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhang Muhua tried to publish an ins. For this number no one even follow. The marketing number are not happy to carry, because before Zhang Muhua, there are already people in ins posted. A bunch of questions clumped in his heart, and before he could ask them, he only saw Su Rongchan's eyes looking at Mo Tinji again. The words "I'll never forgive her best friend" written on this piece of paper alone. These words themselves carried heavy emotional overtones. Yu Ping shouldn't have been so calm. If one could obtain the shelter of Mr. Su, looking at the southern wasteland, one would not have to be afraid of even the three great holy lands. Anyway, if the old doesn't go and the new doesn't come, Zhang Yunshu adhered to the idea that maybe she could really die early. And Lan Yu felt even worse when she heard it. There were many rich young men she knew. Most of them were defeated rich second generation. People have celebrity studios coming out with joint statements, either agreeing on a time to send them out or not missing each other by more than a few minutes. Xiao Zhentian grimaced as his gaze swept between Yi Yuntian and Xiao Tianyu before finally landing on the emerald green jade. She only needed to exert a little bit of tactics, and Xiao Kuan would assiduously bear all of her tuition fees and living expenses for these 4 years of college. Pastries next to a chrysanthemum tea. Teacups selected celadone, engraved with chrysanthemum patterns. Very appropriate. Lin Huan sniffed and froze for a moment before carefully sizing herself up against the glass of the car window. When Du Kan said this, Princess 15 couldn't comply. She stomped her foot and shouted, "It's not! Your bull asterisk 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 ting. Du Kan is bull asterisk 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 ting." Saying this, she made a gesture to hide behind. Since Su had personally sent someone to inform her, she thought that this play must be wonderful and tight, and she could not miss it. Just like the old blacksmith said that at this moment the back of the mountain once again lined up a long line. Those waiting at the door of the nobles cannot help but secretly glad that they came all night was really a correct choice, while those who only got the news in the morning, but only sad to find out that can only be at the foot of the mountain along with the team to eat breakfast. If it is a naked sleep, young master, I can consider. Zhaoyi foot violently at acceleration and that sword light has not yet come to the time to dodge. A moment to scurry out of shadow. Slowly, Yu Zi's heart sank. Ian did not come out hardly. What kind of person came just now and drew him away? And for this life, perhaps there will be a chance to enter a certain world and see a similar landscape. But if it is not this name, if it is not this scenery, then it is not it after all. The man seemed to have expected Lin Huan to agree, and calmly as if he had reported the address, he ended the call. "Fall down," Bai Ru Xue shouted. A somersault cloud, landing steadily beside Bai Chongshan. "Sorry, teacher, it's my fault. I didn't pay attention and stepped on this student's foot." Luo Jing took a step back and raised his hand with an innocent face. And Gu Yanqing were practically carved out of the same template. How could there be a father and son so alike? Recently, Luo Yuan's free time had been spent drinking with Arakaba Tatsunoko at the shake show, and occasionally dabbling in dinner or something, and it was only after Iwanaga Gumiko reminded him of this that he suddenly remembered that it was actually the time of the Sakakino school festival. More than once, as it turns out, Heron whistled to deliberately provoke Nubia. You can't talk without permission. So most of the members in the channel were left with that voice echoing in their ears, besides typing and swiping their faces on the public screen to show their innocence. Perhaps it can only be. Luo Jing was just about to nod his head in agreement with this helpless way of surviving with a broken arm, when suddenly the expression on his face froze slightly, and the words on his lips came to an abrupt end. You really have a lot of nonsense. Permitted to be exasperated. Pushed away Nubia not even wiped the water. Fishing up the bath towel wrapped around the body directly out of the bathroom. Gu Linlang looked at the back of Enshior's departure, and when she came back to her senses, her face was already colored with a two-point grimace, and she thought that she could use empty gloves to make money. But now, it seems that she can't do it without coming up with a little bit of money. Just as Li Bai finished speaking, a green vine suddenly sprang out of Chen Cicun's sleeve and gently smacked Li Bai in the face. Mirage is a dragon species. 10,000 years of dragon mirage. 10,000 years word is only an imaginary number. Refers to the ancient realm above the great demon. Finally, they found out that they were getting into a taxi, and when they tracked down the driver through the taxi company, they found out that the three kids were going to the dragon group. Chapter 36. Can you pick me up from school tomorrow morning? Second shift. It's not an electric meter. Ha! Although it has all the functions of an electric meter as well. Nianzu took a seat to one side, making a space for Zaiji. Saha gritted his teeth and worked up the last sweat. He wanted to score and make a name for himself, but it really felt like there was tension. There was weakness in his feet, and he wasn't playing at 80% of his technical ability. Also, only the strongest players can play normally. Saha will go to the next level in terms of mentality and technical movement if he experiences a few more key matches. The guards noticed the noise inside the cave and immediately sounded the alarm. And in an instant, more than 1,000 infantrymen came to surround the cave entrance. Cave out of a cavalry, the leader of the person wearing thick iron armor, holding a strong man's arm thick alloy gun. Bronze face scars from the heart of the eyebrow to the foot of the left eye, such as paste a centipede with 100 feet. Shiza's hands grasping at Shifei's shoulders, almost sinking into what little flesh there was, tightly irritating the fragile bones. The hands grasping and hugging her waistline, sinking deeper into the flesh, almost touching the internal organs. Sifi didn't move a muscle to bear the pain, experiencing the rhythm of his body's agonizing trembling, and suddenly sang softly, San Yisheng Si Jiang Shang. This look. Know that he has long known that he came, now just waiting for his own to invite. See him have this kind of mind, also secretly admire. At present, light step forward, will be the West Bo Ho teach in his words, but said Sugu all the way rush. Not a day back to Jizhou, the eldest son of Su Chuanzhong led all the generals to receive, because asked about the business of the dynasty. In the blink of an eye, a few months passed swiftly, and by the time the flying dance rehearsals had matured, it was the end of 1985. Lin Xian, that deadbeat, must still be lying in bed playing with his cell phone at this hour. I know without asking. The white cat said this, and at this moment, Hong Ling's jade hand gently jerked its fur, paralyzing its entire body. He couldn't care less anymore. There was only one thought left in his head, to keep that one innocent life from being sacrificed in vain, to keep Asuna behind him from turning into a point of light. But it's not enough for us to say it, there's also Caesar's side, Palma said. Then he stopped and just looked at the Archduke with his eyes. It was only that his own strength was too low now, and he was mostly unqualified to know this secret. What are you doing, Rhine-Zhou? This beach wind is so strong. Still take the fan. Scrape fly how to do? Wang Shi went forward and snatched the folding fan and received it into his bag. Still looking like I'm doing it for your own good. Lin Tian's pupils tightened. His body suddenly swayed from side to side, bringing up a few residual shadows. And then, flying and jumping onto the wall, he swept across the wall with his body horizontally. Just after skimming out 7 or 8 meters, his back suddenly tingled like fire, and another terrifying flying dagger narrowly and dangerously brushed past his body. The disciple on sentry duty saw a large group of people approaching Tiandang Mountain from afar and immediately informed Lung Xiao, who ordered his disciples to probe a few times, and after determining that it was 100,000 returns with soldiers from the royal palace coming to attack the mountain, he ordered all the disciples to gather in front of the mountain gate and prepare to meet the battle. The success of this time made his spirit greatly invigorated, and immediately condensed pure force to continue to cooperate, to plug all these holes. That will lay a good foundation for the victory of all. The split ability of the Spirit Assassin, combined with the recently completed cultivation that Eri Yinfeng is currently using, is a magic skill called co-sensory perception taught by his master in magic, Tokiomi and Osaka. It's nothing much, it's just that I was just celebrating Mr. Herman's inauguration as the Minister of Education of my revival territory. Without changing his face, Fong Li promoted Herman directly. Lin Feng also wanted to delay a little more, so that some people in Yanjing anxious a few days. But I did not think that the president and premier of this time they moved so quickly. Also did not think that there are actually a lot of forces around to help him to ruthlessly clean up those families. See, his play has been stirred up, singing cannot go on. I dare not. I dare not. Herman owed a slight bow in honor of the princess's congratulations. When the restraints were undone, Wang Badian turned into a shadow of light and disappeared from the spot. Bailey stood by the window with his arms crossed. The sunlight outlined his silhouette through the window, and the shadows from the backlighting outlined his angular facial contours even more coldly. But he underestimated Mukai. Just a photo. His neck was broken in turn, and he was instantly dismembered. The villagers of subterranean Dragon Village shouted and cursed with venomous voices, only that their curses didn't stop the bald man at all, but instead made him even more exuberant. Alright, stop and rest. Old everyone's. You take a few to pick wild vegetables. Tian Cheng. A few of you go catch rabbits. Fan Xiaoying couldn't bear to interrupt even when she saw everyone's high spirits. After looking with this for some time, he withdrew his gaze and then drove away from the school. Since they knew that the Gu family's children went to the academy, the families in Mingshui village also sent their children to the academy. Chang He was incredibly excited at this time. As early as in the 7th year of Wuda, Li Shimen will be installed in the Zuan woman on duty, and gifted 30 bar of gold knives used to buy the Forbidden Army. Yu Ning, who was still unaware of the impending catastrophe, threw the bowl of kanji that was in his hand heavily onto the table. Chapter 37 by Qingxia. You are the face of Class 28 today, third shift. The group listened and thought carefully. The situation is indeed as Zhang Yi said. With a street of more than 200 meters, the Blood Emperor does not know where he will appear from, and fewer people will definitely not be able to take care of it. Returning Gadianshan village is more than 10 kilometers north of Wupiang County, and the east side of the village is close to the big highway from Gaotang to Wupiang, which is only 20 kilometers to Gaotang County. Uncle Su, since Shu Boren is the general manager of the group, what would be my position in the company? Zhang Yi asked suspiciously to Su Zicheng, and it was because of this battle that the Tabilo kingdom became so famous that it not only gained a large part of the country, but also established its reputation as a powerful country in one fell swoop. After the Maoist left, Li Su waved his hand and said that the meeting was adjourned, and the other brothers immediately left the scene in an orderly manner, and those who were busy continued to be busy, while those who slept went to sleep. I was shocked and looked back to see that Li Wei had somehow appeared at the doorway of the roof, hurriedly running over and pulling me away from Jiang Ziping's side. It is with this never give up never give in spiriting Zhao Tian can in this bloodbath pool inside soak for so long and not die. But those bloodbath gas and bloodbath pool water are all the ghosts of the same haunted Yin Zhao Tian. Non-stop drilling to the body of Yin Zhao Tian want to completely collapse Yin Zhao Tian off, trying to rely on the loud noise to attract those people's attention. Their mentality is especially clear to me. They are thinking that Lu Xiniang and Jin Yunchao must not dare to do anything to them in front of so many people, and with so many guests watching the ceremony over there. There might be two people with a strong sense of justice who would step in to help, About forward nearly 10 miles distance in front of the two stopped at a lake. Said the lake is not as much as a pond is more apt. Because this lake although some big but there is water places very little. In Zhaotian two people found a fairly hidden place more up carefully observed the two people every move. At the outer gates of the hospital, the guards cleaned up the blood on the floor. At this time, more patients were brought over. Meanwhile, the old dwarven mages were inside the hospital, using magic to try to revive some of the patients. But now that he's a father and the head of the family, he can't continue to take things as easy as he did when he was single. And then, it spun wildly, with daunting power, and finally coalesced into a sword. Later, a friend suggested that he go to sell houses, saying that you are so strong in sales why don't you go to sell houses, which are now very profitable. Feeling the odd looks that the surrounding beings were giving him, Hong Jun felt even more like he was looking for a hole in the ground to burrow into. Many people under the stage could also see this point, and it was obvious that this person had no intention of letting the other party off the hook from the start. Yi Yun's heart was equally shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying energy before. He could clearly feel that at this moment, the elements between heaven and earth had boiled up, and all the energies, it seemed, had begun to become berserk. Changle Square is the nearest square city to the Imperial City. Because of the existence of the left church department, singing and dancing geisha gathered. Therefore, this place is a gathering of celebrities. Night and day, is the Imperial City officials and eunuchs of the family's favorite one of the prosperous market. Everyone's gazes were glued to the two of them. Deep amazement and salivation swept across the bottom of their eyes. The gray-headed Rohin University students and teachers were immediately silenced. They had already sensed a strong murderous aura. Divine rank. That is, the state of celestial unity. Anyone who wanted to launch an attack on a strong person in this state would cause feedback from the state of celestial unity. Thus for a strong person of the divine rank, it was very difficult for sneak attacks on each other to produce a decisive effect. But half a day's time, the Borer Lacewing Sun will be 5,000 soldiers all released. Will be that hole left inside the bones swept all over. But also with sorcery resurrected the year with the Chiyu War with the Wind and Rain division of the two great witches. Since the Silver Fighters battles can't improve my strength, I'm going to go find magical beasts to fight. In the Range Moon Kingdom, wherever there were magical beasts, there was my gold fighter gallon. Thus, I became the killer of magical beasts in the mouth of the Range Moon Kingdom. I became a heroic being. At this moment, Invincible, who had traveled day and night with 100 Orcan warriors, had already arrived at a location that was only a few days away from Fortress Roan, and Tuli, who had set out before him, had long since entered Fortress Roan and had basically finished his preparations. Wang Chunyang finally broke through the countless prohibitions laid down by Yuan Hong, governed with the might of heaven and earth, and refined the true body of the fire dragon. Jin Jia, Mu Jia are the opponents of the three great Sure, but the 100 Eyes Demon Monarch at this time where to care about this. The 1,000 Eyes Golden Light offer up. He this 1,000 Eyes Golden Light. If Jin Jia, Mu Jia encountered non-death, and even the possibility of serious injuries are saved. On the side, Palma looked at Invincible, and was somewhat surprised to find that Invincible just nodded, along with Penta beside him, who didn't show the slightest expression of surprise, much less any awe or admiration. Since senior sister has become so arrogant, senior brother can't help but let you know the truth of the heavens and the earth. Ah Gio never thought that the two senior brothers would actually move against her, knowing that she was not an opponent. Could not help but feel timid, but see elder brother appearance mental and angry and aggrieved. Want to say good words and cannot speak. A moment of indecision froze. Lu Bowen's words obviously stimulated the presence of the same enemy, and the South Alliance will be so set the tone. However, this kind of relationship between the big things of the people naturally cannot be unauthorized. I want to call people to go to Xuanmu Island to report to Li Song. Waiting for the instructions of Song, Hangu immediately arranged for the company's lawyers to rush to Hanjiang City, the location of Jia Ying's headquarters, and the gate of the city was very wide. The material of the gate was made of synthetic material, which came from the bottom of the sea of the ancient planet, so it wouldn't damage the surface of the land, and the only thing that was damaged was the unspecified currency, the wood, which was used in the city's houses, which was collected from the mountains in the far distance. Chapter 38, It's not that I won't go back, it's that she won't let me. Catelyn wore her long hair loose and was dressed in a cream-colored nightgown. The nightgown was short and only barely covered her thighs. Her young skin was fair and smooth, and her delicate face was easily mesmerized. The already pitted ground was hit with mud and debris, startling a large number of birds in the nearby jungle, and a porcupine foraging on the side of the road grunted and hid in the bushes. A few rhesus monkeys fled into the jungle screaming. His eyes looked to the sky, and the two pillars of blood-red light seemed to penetrate the ancient firmament. Seeing the old thing he cursed from time to time under his breath. The higher the realm, the higher the difficulty of promotion. I do not know how many geniuses, the early cultivation of rapid, late obliterated in the crowd. The fifth mural was the most special, as if it existed on its own, with no connection to the previous four murals. There was only the scene of a giant beast opening its blood-spewing mouth and swallowing a mortal. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'm no longer the same teenager who didn't love to study before. Sooner or later I'll let the world remember my name one day. After Yen Xin finished speaking, he went into his bedroom. People are still long, but also chewing a gum. Put in the real world is absolutely forced to make countless girls undress and pouring. Luo Tianzhao weighed the current situation. Think there is a certain reason. Plus the enemy is very likely to carry out the third clearing of the countryside. The training of this armed forces have to be stepped up, not disbanded or better. Chu Chen, why did you come? Han Yang obviously didn't listen to Chu Chen's words, and looked at him with great suspicion. However, at this moment, the dozen or so formal wizards were just quietly holding their fruits and knives, with no unnecessary movements in their hands. After glancing at Lin Wei, they focused on the human skin skeleton again. To be precise, it was focusing on the tube connected to the human skin skeleton. Zhang Shirgui was so scared that he hurriedly came forward to receive the general's order and ran down the pointing platform in a puff of smoke. Moreover, with his understanding of Zhou Yi, his suggestion of giving up the Blackwater tribe and attacking the Dragon Cave of Yen Mountain should have been well thought out and was not without purpose. It was important to realize that a telegraph was not cheap, and it was priced at 200 gold coins by Rex. It's sunny, late afternoon. Iced coffee turns to warm coffee. Slide point cell phone. Can't pick up, only can surf the web in fixed range. They came, but it is very convenient. Is not writing a mount, nor is it their own walk. Directly from the portal out of the middle. The war between the Big Circle, the Green Gang, the Hung Sect and the Devil was just the beginning, and it was all in the Six Paths calculations, intentionally or unintentionally by their own, deeply buried in the depths of their hearts, avoided for a long time. That name, suddenly smashed in front of their own. Lu Kuei, heart vaguely sour, but on the surface but still maintains the appearance of immobility. This was an opportunity. If Mingyi wanted to take care of the fly in the ointment that was Ma Juezhong once and for all, take advantage of the fact that Ma Juezhong wasn't able to do anything right now to finish him off. When Joey saw the smile on Kataf's face, he couldn't help but start to be wary in his heart, not knowing what this old thing would get up to next. An indifferent boss like you doesn't deserve to be embraced by anyone. What Elf said truthfully. The man wore a black trench coat and a Cordoba hat, a smile on his weathered face, and from a distance, the wrinkles of his years still couldn't hide the handsomeness of that face. Good, let's go. Su Yan led Yi Tian to immediately change the route towards the outside of the tribe. When they walked outside of the tribe, Yi Tian changed into a dragon body, allowing Su Yan to point the direction on their backs, and they went back to the jungle where they fought with the ghost-face spider last night. This place still retained the state from last night, full of devastation. The woods were falling down in all directions. At this time, see almost everyone's cell phone ding-dong up. The people took out their cell phones, only to see, the original everyone received almost exactly the same WeChat. The same as this. Do not know who sent the video, but it was such a thriving place that was colored by darkness and sin. And it was on that night that I truly experienced what true darkness was, and I, unknowingly, had been in that darkness. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Xinyu looked at the white-browed Eagle King in front of him, who was slowly falling into a losing battle. If he followed the development of the plot, he was going to be injured next, and then Zhang Wuji was going to appear to help. Some of the people sitting beside Su Chen also inquired about Su Chen's bottom line in a sideways manner, only that this point was no difficulty at all for Su Chen, and he casually dealt with it. The third is the most specific, a clear and distinct picture showing what has not happened and is the source of all prophecy. The water dragon wanders in the air, as if it is really alive. Waving his hand, Wang achievement hit him out. Towards Qin burst shot away. The speed is several times the previous water balloon magic. Qin simply cannot avoid. After that, attacking barbarian landed on the ground. His long tail was curling towards him at speed from a weird angle. Therefore, for the next few days, saltpeter was sent to the logistics house every day, all of which were properly preserved by Lin Ziffen. Typically, when an apothecary encounters a headache with a contaminant that has little purification and separation value, this potion is used to completely neutralize and remove it all at once. Mo Chushi smiled happily, and with that, he turned around and walked over to Yen Xinshin's side, reaching out to take her hand, only to see Sugar's eyes glistening and flickering as she looked at Milo, not to mention making sounds of awe. Into the South Pacific countries can also be suppressed, can also retreat to protect the South Asian countries, subordinate to the east of the local power. Sparrow Enchantress as a father made a quick gesture of invitation, taking the form of a beast and volunteering to fly up to the bird's nest to lead the way for them. Immediately, The Bailing Demon King did not hesitate and directly told Zhou Wushuang the location of the 17 protectorate divine beasts within the Great Summer Frontier. Chapter 39, Hello classmates. Classmates have been working hard. Chanli, don't be rude. Yi Lingqiu glanced at Chanli and opened his mouth in what appeared to be a scolding manner. When the symbol learns that Empty is actually capable of hypnosis and mesmerism, he is overjoyed, and thinking that Empty has a great deal of use for him, he takes him back to his lair. Blind second Q has a tracking effect. Wouldn't this flash be a death flash? Put your best foot forward and fuse your soul with the power of the soul-devouring pearl directly, otherwise it will be difficult to take it down. Ding Shang was a little anxious and quickly sent a voice message to Zhui Yinshan. However, he was also aware that Zhang Jingfan was on top of the main peak of the Zhouhua sect at that time, and the possibility of surviving was too low. If she really left, then the days are long. One is like an old monk in meditation. One has to count the cold hairs on one's hands to live. That kind of sin. Is it not a human being to suffer? But he is a god. Even if he is sent to the 18 layers of hell, that can't be called suffering. This night Zhou Zhuan came extraordinarily early. Su Shu had only laid down not long before sleep had come. Zhou Zhuan came. Su Shu covered herself in the quilt, only revealing a head, staring at Zhou Zhuan with a pair of dark eyes, while it was definitely known that she was fine. After all, this kind of testing had never been done before, so who knew if it could damage her body and affect the game. But just now Stranger Yu's approach. But let the hemp clothier's nonsense put away. He realized, the second lady wants, not a corpse, or do not take the initiative. The second lady's good thing. Stranger Yu now, not only can not be moved, but also have to protect. Don't make a mistake is. Don't think anymore. Some things can't withstand deeper investigation. If he looked deeper, I'm afraid that Zhou Zhuan would have to doubt the death of the late emperor. And it was fortunate that Zhou Zhuan was not born to Empress Fu. Otherwise he would have to doubt his own birth. Boss Crane, why don't you just pour gasoline on it and use a fiery attack? Entering the palace-like building, Old Man Duanmu somewhat wistfully spoke to Old Man Crane, and that eye without God's covered devil body, also once again ran to kill over. Boom boom boom. Then I don't know how many times the fist intent was killed out. Each strike, all with a forward, ignoring the gods, riding on all beings of the pugilistic killing intent, then bombarded on the fire spirit true god descending above the figure. Conlin's face smiled slightly. She also wanted to teach Wang Xian a lesson. She just didn't have an excuse. When she saw that someone had stepped up, she was naturally happy to watch a good show. The Misty Valley is just like that. Wait until we reach the territory of the four great families and things will get better. Morong Fong laughed lightly. In the dungeon below the Hall of Punishment, only I and the Hall Master's password can enter. As long as you release me, I will immediately take you there. Feng Feishuan was honest and said it all. With these words, Ding Ying's body trembled a little, and her face rose like she had drunk 2 pounds of highly charged Qingzhou. Isn't Gongzi always running to Suji lately? Gongzi wouldn't have anything to do with the god-transforming pill. Mo Yu said in surprise, after his eyes, which had already regained their pitch-black color, looked at Morong Feng in front of him with some confusion. Tang Hao's head lolled and he fainted in Morong Feng's arms. Hustle and bustle scattered back to the right way. The dust has settled. The do what also have to do what to go. In order to the smooth progress of the Congress, Changning first felt that when the official is also a kind of tired work. The first layer of emptiness within this heavenly Yuan god monument hid uncountable spiritual treasures, including weapons, armor, all sorts of peculiar existences, and even a great formation made up of one spiritual treasure after another. It wasn't that Gu Qingshu still cared about Lin Chen faking his death to leave her side, nor did she care about what exactly Lin Chen had used to survive outside the Forbidden Circle. Although Tang Tian knew that there was a certain amount of danger in here, he didn't stop these people from going in. After all, he also wanted to know that if even these few Huihai Realm inner disciples couldn't sense that special powder, then it would be very interesting. It couldn't be helped. Not even the Sons of the Rock could get him to join forces with Old Morgan, but now this blast had made him take the initiative to go in contact with Old Morgan. At a distance apart, he only saw a glistening white light emanate from his fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a silk thread that drilled into his mind. The back of my head? I snapped, not feeling too good, and reached out to touch it, but I just felt a 2-finger wide hole. Sakamoto Akira came to a conclusion after careful thought. I'm afraid that this is caused with the different perceptions people have of bank robbers. Once again came to the hospital. Fuyao to early in Wu Ming's ward. A few doctors and nurses back and forth busy blood test, blood pressure check, brainwave and all sorts of things. The mass of what looked like red flesh and blood dissipated completely at that moment. The flesh and blood dispersed, the red light disappeared, and a journal was placed on the floor. The 7th guard came here at an unknown time, but he was still the same as what Cheng Muanyang had seen before. A corpse, the Holy Sun. who had always been regarded as the supreme good. Even if it was just his stone statue that killed someone, it would be big news that would shock the world. And the leaping figure, the pupils for a condensation, cannot help but for a sigh, and then rolled in mid-air. The 2 feet stomped over, before it is for the return to the original place. But now, the Zhang and Zhang families had simultaneously laid hands on Prince Long and Long Tianwei. This was somewhat unusual. Seeing her like this, Yuan Xing couldn't hold back any longer and directly picked up Wei Shueman and walked towards the bedroom. All of you must be wondering in your hearts right now what my origin is and what root legs I have, right? The Violet Weather Emperor said. Duanqiu used magic to melt the frozen part, and the overall appearance of the portal was then presented to the eyes. Although Xianyang, whether it was the number of combat professions or the quality of the mercenary corps, would definitely not be lower than that of the Northwest region, Night Radiance resolutely concentrated all the corps members and smashed out countless resources, but also wanted to go to Xianyang to break in. I wonder who is this wooden statue sitting high on a stone platform? His Holiness asked. His tone sounded rather normal, but the words were close to blasphemy. Chapter 40, 3,000 meters long run, by Qingxia sends water in public. Although Chu Feng was not a person who was suited to keep a low profile, because of this bout of events, he wanted to think about how he could do his job better next. So he was now like what he said on that day, thinking that he must keep a low profile and a low profile again. Understanding this, she first took a deep breath, and then tried very hard to adjust her emotions. I don't understand what you mean by that, director of discipline. Chu Feng also did not want to admit. After all, not what good thing is not. If he said it was himself, he still didn't know what this guy was going to say next. If he said that he was looking for trouble or something, wouldn't he be wronged? This also shows that King Jin had already known the contestants when he formulated this method of competition, but he only knew about Li Polo and not Gao Feng. But that was enough. Let's go on. Zhao Jing felt that the tone of gratitude was a little bit ground, so he pulled Chu Feng to continue to walk forward. Chu Feng did not have half a bit of attachment to this pile of dead people. In his heart he still could not accept the way of this immortal cave that poisoned the living beings. In an instant, the sky darkened, electricity flashed, black lightning, black wind, whistled. Alas, a good feast, a good wedding. Tyron Meng returned to the council chamber after seeing off the guests and sat down again. Gu Quanshan slightly pondered, and finally nodded his head to agree. Although he was a little bit unable to pull his face to apologize to Pei Donglai in front of so many people. But now, he has no other way. He can only care about the future without regard to face. In such a situation, they could only fight for their lives, which directly led to, in the first lap of the race, the two of them were always in a stalemate. Gao Feng handed over the prisoners and weapons, totaling 10,000 men, to Yang Zhang and Lu Qi, who had welcomed them out of the city at Hanzhong. They both knew the ins and outs of the incident. In just an instant, he appeared in front of that demonic beast, but in that instant, he didn't even know what actions to do. He was just filled with the thought of defeating the demonic beast in front of him. What's the situation? The doctor asked Revolver. Almost 2 bottles of sleeping pills and a bullet in the stomach, Revolver said anxiously. In the face of all this, the Tooth Hunter Dragon knew that it would not be safe to get rid of Han Fei's defense line of this tyrannical Tooth Mountain, so it led all of the dragon beasts and demons to launch a full-scale counterattack against this Han Fei. In the hospital, the deadly atmosphere corresponds to the red, blinding surgical lights in front of the door. Revolver sits in the chair at the door with red eyes, while Tang Muyang snuggles up to Milan's body, and the other comrades wait in front of the door in 1,000 different ways. Zhuang Jian looked at the soul-burning lamp that turned into fragments in a daze. He could feel that the branding that he left in the soul-burning lamp had completely disappeared, and it withstood Ling Chutian's blow and was completely shattered. Looking at the silhouette that slowly stepped out of the white mist, a hint of an excited smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. How smart was Yi Jingfeng? After a little thought, he understood the deeper meaning of Zheng Qingsu's words. For some reason I seemed particularly excited tonight. Not nervous like I was the first time I was attacked, but jumping at the chance to fight my opponent. This Dragonstorm Fury has been waiting for the Thunderbone Dragon can give him to bring back the news of victory. The results of waiting for several days even got the Thunderbone Dragon's 7 brothers encountered the strong resistance of the Northwest Lions. The casualties were huge, had to be in the Bone Dragon Mountain for the death of the enemy. The third promotion match was set up in the Alchemy Specialty Academy's Elixir Room, and aside from Xinglian and Yuan Lai, both of whom were already safe and sound, Woji's handwritten cracked prescription had also managed to advance, and as for Qing Yun, he had, likewise, written the prescription without much effort. To say that this mouth of myriad fragrant heaven, that is really powerful. Let's not talk about impressing others or not. First of all, Xiong Guahai was impressed. Say, what's wrong? Yang Yuhuan's voice was still icy cold. Even to someone like Hyuji, who counted as half of her master still not giving a polite voice, the graveyard of nameless elven warriors buried the most powerful warrior of the Ironwood Star Elves. That flourishing dagger is even a legendary artifact. How many elf warriors have tried to subdue this dagger but failed? But I didn't expect to let a foreign mortal do it today. Fortunately, after hundreds of years of Li Su's piles of pills, the worst of the realm within the 600 people had reached the middle true immortal cultivation level. Of course, more of them were those who had broken through by remodeling their physical bodies this time. Adding another 15 experts with late Tai Xian cultivation, Li Su already had 38 Tai Xian realm disciples under him. It must be Han, because if Han isn't dead, then they can't just dispose of my body as they please. Now that the only one who knew me, Han, is dead, then they can do whatever they want with my corpse. Okay, I can promise you, but I have one request. The old gentleman struggled a bit in his heart, and said with a surge of anger. Immediately many soldiers around them began to talk. In their hearts the mighty man is worthy of respect. Before they have always admired Captain Mao. Now Captain Mao is at most a pile in their hearts. Yi genius is the idol of their hearts. Calmness coupled with introspection is the basic quality a leader must have. Brothers hang out with the irregulars. For what? Ideals and beliefs are important, but a way out is also something uncommon must give everyone. Isn't this something obvious? A supreme elder of the free sect asked angrily, pointing at the white bones of the 10,000 poison sect experts on the ground. Mother, child is fine. Just, Wang Tian stammered for half a day, and finally did not say the words of Wang Niu scolding his father for being a waste. He was dressed in white clothes. His face was like a crown of jade, handsome and incomparable, as if the turbid world fluttering good gentleman general. He was just in the room when he heard Lu Meifeng talking to Shi Jian, saying that she wanted Shi Jian's great aunt to find her something to go over there, and that she might come back later. How the axe has fallen down. The axe slung around Fushi's waist fell down at his feet again at some point, and as Fushi bent down to pick up the axe, God, how Tian's face instantly darkened. Remember that day when she came back? Shinauchi rigidly refused to let her enter the door. Not only said here and there but also drove her away. But now she is crying. Is it really a distant fragrance near the odor? The crowd looked in the direction Hikari Fei was pointing and saw Mori Ran and Conan walking out of the screening room. The era of your rampage has long since passed. This is no longer the Dragon Han era. You are nothing more than a mere survivor. How dare you insult the poor Tao like this? Shin Xingfeng hung up the phone, put the phone in his pants pocket, and eyed the front. His brows furrowed and his complexion somewhat bland. Chapter 41. This is the real center of attention. Thanks to Big Brother for the reward. Ma Yue looked at Chen Beihei as if he had seen an alien, and could not speak for a good half day. Zhang Yunshang has used the cell phone. From this point onwards, the guy's family background is afraid of not general. After all, now the phone a little better. Easily 7 or 8,000 or 20,000. The most critical is the cost of the phone is also very expensive. The city is 7 or 8 cents a minute. Long distance that would be even more intimidating. I'm not leaving. You let Brother Cannon go. Su Xiaoshuan's stubbornness also came up, and she also stretched out her hands, blocking in front of me. It's the same as what St. George said. You have to comprehend the power that belongs to you first, and a move to second the Legion leader boss is this kind of power, which is called a forbidden spell by mages, and requires a long time of meditation to accumulate, and is basically a great move that can only be used once in a lifetime. Chen Beihei had made good plans to go to the U.S. West Confederation to find Universal Entertainment to negotiate with, and for this reason, he had made a point of doing an in-depth understanding of Universal Entertainment by surfing the internet and looking up information, finding experts to ask. Therefore, his lips moved slightly, and this drop of water naturally flowed down the edge of his lips into his mouth. Each country has its own internal situation, cannot be the same. The Great Song's 319 years of existence has its own unspeakable aspects. Meng Juoyan stopped the discussion about the Song dynasty. It was a bit obscure after all. Was it constantly traveling through the spatial dimension? He had experienced the same situation before, but any boss that knew the spatial escape technique was not normally obscene in terms of concealing their movements. The West Demon was the first to arrive and the first to leave, and with her own demonic strength alone, she was enough to threaten the 2 sets of Shiguan Northern Wei on the waters of the South China Sea. Please come in. Lone Qingyue lay on the bed with her eyes closed, her hands resting on her head, the dog's tail grass taken from Qidong in her mouth, looking rather like she was asleep. Although Qi Tianyang increased the strength of his arm, it didn't hurt me, it just made me walk a little harder. Child, who is this man? Do you still think that I've killed and killed less and want me to kill one more? Zhou Bini asked. Lightning spread across the sky and collided with the invincible overlord gun executed by Lu Ba, and an incomparably violent energy abruptly erupted on the top of Tianyang Mountain. My wound hurts too much. Aren't you going to comfort me? Quan Xiaoqian used his uninjured hand and grabbed Jin Yan's hand. A man's name, a tree's shadow. If this time, he didn't dare to go alone and couldn't teach the challenger a lesson, then further down the line, there might be other challengers. The messenger leader dressed in dark red with embroidered clouds, standing in the middle of the hall, bowed and cupped his fists and reported. Lin Feng hurriedly looked around. Everyone's eyes were looking his way. If he let Jiang Ran keep shouting, I'm afraid that even if he's fine, he'll be shouted at. Only by truly calming down can we show our excessive talent at this time and thus change such a situation in front of us. Dai Painting watched coldly, the corners of her stunningly beautiful lips hooked up in a sneer. Glancing at the tender yellow figure that had squeezed into the courtyard, a refined light staggered in the lower part of her eyes. But I didn't eat it. So I remembered the 2 purple glows it gave off before it disappeared. It also remembered the words she once said before it disappeared. I didn't realize that it was still helping us in the underworld. A few people then explained to Jack the situation that they had just arrived in the East Sea, such as the appearance of Chang Yen, Shui Hongyi's waking up from her sleep, and so on. Sato wandered rhythmically back and forth across the room with his hands behind his back, and he wandered over to the window just in time to see Ding Mo Chen fixing his hair and walking up the steps, not daring to delay. Xian Zhan hurriedly spiritual magnetism control, using his mouth to bite the rope, dragging Wu Ershi backward. If Bo Xian had brought 1,000 armies over today, it would be only right for him to say such things, but he was only alone, yet he spoke with the air of 1,000 armies? Where did he get the confidence? Coffee that hot, even if it doesn't disfigure your face, it will leave red and swollen marks that will be hard to recover from for a month. According to the deduction of the level of the gongfu that Long Joker had told himself, it was completely certain that it was a gongfu above the level of a great general without a doubt. Ning Xia didn't notice the obstacle under her feet because her eyes had been following them, and she tripped and stumbled, only managing to stabilize her body. The Valley Master brought so many people here and carried 2 corpses, just to collect a debt? Shonao Yuan didn't see the master come over. There were so many people on the opposite side, and there was also the difficult poison Dr. Valley Master. He didn't dare to act rashly. He only had to stall for time. Anyone's revenge has to be avenged, but it's important to think about it holistically, and it's simple to choose the best, most appropriate way to do it. Because Bo Xian has not seen the sun for a long time, his complexion is so pale that it is almost transparent, but even though he is weak and stands there casually, he still has a full aura. Among the 5 poisonous demonic bodies, there were 5 corresponding demonic bodies, and Zhang Yuanhao chose this method in the first place precisely because of one of them, the scorpion demonic body. When the scorpion demonic body was cultivated to the 2nd layer, in conjunction with the golden scorpion bloodline, not only would the surface of the body give birth to a layer of brown scorpion armor-like substance covering it, but the chi strength would also be greatly increased, and incidentally, immunity to a large number of toxins was also present. Yet with just a breath of air, it broke through the slowing down of time again and blasted downward. The handsome face was grim as he looked high into the sky, his divine sense terrifyingly frightening as he instantly probed where the problem was. Fireflame nodded and said, "Alright, then you go and take a look. You can take the dragon scale with you." Bintian nodded and was ready to go, but he suddenly stopped. John decounted the time. Indeed, in a few years Tongguan will have to find the dignity of being a man in Xixia. Makes one envious. That's what Manzi, who also plays with array forbidding, was thinking. He'd rather the boss kicked him so much as well, instead of being polite and courteous. Luan Ti all you alone, the youngest son of Debay, the old man to get a son to go to the pay, to its favor, now has also changed the Lu surname. Go to the pay call its single word for, tiger, Lu who is exactly him. With that, sister-in-law Gu pulled out 2 knives from her side, and Zhou Yuan and Zhou Run each drew their short knives in their hands. This time, it is the music big lady looked dumbfounded, scared speechless. Now the Danyang soldiers held Han Wei in high esteem, because they were martial. Han Wei's bravery was recognized by the world, and these soldiers naturally obeyed him. A brilliant divine aura erupted, reflecting the heavens, like a great sun descending from beyond the realm, hanging above the mountains and rivers, magnificent and incomparable. See, she knew it, she was the special one and the only one he liked, and he was true to her. Xian Yan, you love him Shija so deeply, did so much for him, gave up so, endured so long, now, should I let him know all your compulsion and pay? Chapter 42. Do the 2 of them actually share a common language? It should be. EU was a bit unsure, but it didn't stop her from blindly worshipping Qin Fei. Shi Yun gazed and carefully comprehended. This Dragon Clan senior's aptitude was extraordinary, and his understanding would naturally be a reference for himself as well. Above the stands, a white-bearded old man said with a smile, only his face was quite a bit embarrassed. Flying devil a sword point into Yen Yi's thousands of swordlight. Precise and unparalleled skipped the endless changes. Is pointing at the latter's sword blade. Yen Yi roared wildly. A mouthful of blood flew out. The hand of the long sword has been borne to the side of the bend. All the changes in the light of the sword. All into nothing. Of course, everyone wouldn't give up on the experience. So they unanimously decided to stay and wait for blue light and Yu Haijiao's skills to recover. As the system voice repeated the command, chain-spliced arm blades extended from the front of Mecha Gypsy's arms. Village chief. I want to meet that martial arts master in the village. I'll talk about it in detail when I get there. Thinking for a moment, Qin Shuang did not answer Zhao Kong, but instead proposed that he wanted to meet Li Jia. Like the previous hyperdimensional game, the entire time, mental energy was consumed to maintain the two modules of dimensional descent and virtual embodiment. In the midst of flying, looking towards the dark and deep forest in front of him, an inexplicable luster emerged from Light's pair of pure black eyes. Ma Xiaoxiao seemed to be made uncomfortable by Lin Chengqi's unbridled gaze, but before he had the chance to open his mouth, it was another person who grabbed the words first. From the time Jiang Mushi shouted out the word get off to the time the three of them jumped down from the car, not even 2 seconds were used. A hint of a winning smile hung on Han Chaoga's face, but did not show the smile. Your Excellency is polite. Just call me Chunlan. Chunlan was flattered, hands on her waist nodding and bowing her head, crouching at the waist to return a salute. Her original body was a rabbit, held in Chang'e's arms for millions of years, and she finally cultivated her spiritual roots and was able to practice. He knew that if he used a little bit of trickery, Jiang Mushi would definitely go to work with him in the end. Chu Fei Fan sighed and said, there is no connection between the Tsang Mang dynasty and the 5 great sects. How difficult it is to seek their blessing. Only Shen Tian sect has the greatest possibility. Alright, Long Qingyun's attitude was extremely respectful. He dismounted in response and led the reins to the Jushian restaurant. The other old ancestor said, his face revealing that there was no room for doubt, and that it was not something that the two of them could resist no matter what. Gu Junyun's face did not have its usual freshness, as if it had shed that layer of playfulness and anger, becoming lighter. If it was before, Jiang Mushi should actually be very excited and happy when she got such a mental hint. Zhou Xianying's face was red after she hung up the phone. At that exact moment, Tang Chen happened to drive the car out on the road, and under the orange streetlight, Zhou Xianying's face looked even more delicate and cute. He carefully perceived that this well water not only contained extremely rich spiritual qi, which was very beneficial for cultivation, moreover, it was also very helpful for cultivating spatial aptitude. Coldly glanced at Cao Cao. Yuan Shao did not say anything else, but the grimness on his face was a bit chilling. Touching his chin, Han Yen didn't care what Yuan Shao was discussing with Cao Cao, but now that he was with Cao Cao, it wasn't so easy for Han Yen to discuss things with Cao Cao. The Lord Earl opened the envelope unobtrusively, leaned back in his chair, spread out the letter paper, and glanced at it with a slight glance of his eyes. Dozens of horsemen rode in 3 groups, not far apart, and slowly marched towards Wenger Town's retention house, which was Sir John's residence and the administrative center of the entire Wenger Town. Master Tang, are you saying that that person put the evil weapon on top of Yan Ke group? Zhuang Lao asked in surprise. This is impossible, right? In Zhuang Lao's thought, no matter how powerful this magic weapon was, its range of action couldn't be too far away. This has gone more than 10 floors, almost to the rooftop. What evil weapon can be so powerful? Don't you know about this problem? Then what's with the demonic aura on you? Could it be that you were not born with it? The human's eyes actually flashed red. Elder thanks Senior for the grace of fulfillment, Buchler said excitedly, respectfully wanting to bow towards Yen Han Yuan. In an instant, this side of the world was completed, and Shi Yun paid himself the honor of not being able to gain any more in a short period of time. He must wait for his cultivation to improve again, and then come back to realize, before he will have more gains. If Huang and the entire Jia family explicitly turn their backs on her or cut off their relationship, then whether she stays or leaves, I'm afraid she'll have a hard time in the future. The Dusk Tower's current advantage was that when both sides were about the same strength, the role of god-level experts was amplified to the extreme. But in a war of this level, in the end, it was still the quality of the comprehensive army that was more important. If one of the sides were to completely crush it, then doubling the number of god-level experts would not be able to reverse it. But right at this moment, Aryan smiled faintly, while the hand seals in his hand changed extremely quickly. Immediately afterward, a faint white aura dissipated into nothingness in an instant. I've told you before, you can't buy me, not even with the threat of a loved one, Zetsuto said with a stern voice. Then what else? We've already lost twice in a row. Are we going to give it all away this third time? Somi's face flushed and he said in a deep voice. Chapter 43, by Qingxia. You have me this time. Don't be afraid, requesting for follow-up reading. All three of them are from a reckless background. And when they were young, they had the spirit of chivalry, although their nature is like a fire, but they will only go straight. Spring has arrived, and there is a touch of green on top of the graves in the mountains, making them seem not so depressed. While these people are all on edge, the Yellow Turban Army, which has just won a huge victory, is also in a sad state. The crowd was in a state of uncertainty. Chen-Che suddenly drew out his cudgel sword, and with a swish, before anyone could dissuade him, a strand of black hair flew up into the sky, and slowly drifted down into the valley under the illumination of the winter sun. Helancha dragged him to say, Taoist friends, wait, this is the water monkey's trick, do not fall into its trick, immeasurable heavenly father. At the moment of life and death, Long Yu was forced to make a move. He flung the moonflower immortal dust, a few spikes sun flew out, and immediately firmly bound Nalan Zongping. Moonflower fairy dust is a treasure weapon to subdue the demons and eliminate the devil. Bundle a big living person, there is a breakaway? This was an extremely high title for the young generation, the title of king of the same generation. No young generation dared to call themselves that. They had to have the approval of the world to be able to get it. Yi Chen and the Battle King had a rare meeting, separated by decades, with many thoughts, and talked to each other about what had happened over the years. Hey the great treasure is waiting for me, and the secret book of immortal cultivation is also waiting for me. Why don't you go away? Chen-Che is anxious and sweating in his head. Not only that, unlike them who weren't in a hurry to rush, that one spaceship was actually sparing no effort to wear out its hull, constantly performing ultra-long distance wormhole jumps, striving to rush to Earth in the shortest possible time. Song Qin walked out of Lu's office building. A cold wind blew. She shivered. It was already March. Why was it still so cold? Anger was indeed an emotion that could easily make people lose their minds, and when Ruoxue, who had figured it out, didn't intend to continue fighting with Bai Lei, he suddenly realized his advantage. Dale originally intended to erect a monument to the old man, but Xinqing said that the successive heads of the Xuanzong clan did not erect a monument for themselves, because the Xuanzong clan has always taken the protection of the world's living as their own responsibility, but they do not want to return the favor, and the successive patriarchs have all died before their descendants of the clan erected a monument without words, but don't look at the occasion, so can't hold his breath. Directly take the words to stab the past, completely don't give Lu Mingqing to save face. Is it really good? Mac Tang threw off a Beijing accent, waved his hand, and left Zhuge De Yu's office. With one hand in his pocket, he turned around to the detention room, and after a lapse of no more than 20 minutes, Mu Tang once again saw Lu Ruoxi. Kyoto, a dragon head up, suddenly accelerated straight into the sky. Aspect dragged out two long-tail flame streamers, like a fish leaping through the Dragon Gate General. Strong firepower continued to release. Mister, I discovered that there are such scum in our police force? The cunning Sun Chenglong didn't directly answer Bai Lei's question, but instead thought of ways to set Bai Lei's words. From that time onwards, Suzuki would spend the rest of his time, apart from the time he spent on his daily business, staying by his wife's side all the time, taking care of her meticulously in the hope that she would wake up someday. Li Ling's words were filled with a strong color of grief. At the same time, Neo suddenly felt a mysterious power wrapping up all of his body. A power that Neo hadn't seen before but could feel that it contained attributes that directly attacked the soul. On the other end, hung up the phone by Hao also scratched his head and let out a bitter laugh. He had also pulled a saw with his parents, and inexplicably dreamed of that Arctic fox at night, although it did not do anything, but the black eyes looked at Bai Hao in the dream. Strange and scary. I don't know how long it had passed. Yili felt that she was also hazily sleeping for a while, when suddenly a sharp pain in her scalp made her sit up straight with a jerk. Chu Lunyan didn't think much about it and rushed over to the girl. Just as he thought, the girl had fallen. Guan stopped the car. I opened the door and got out, saying goodbye to him as I walked away, and he, like before, still ignored me. Can't. That was her answer. She wanted to die in silence, but when it really came to death, she realized that death was not the result she wanted. What she wanted was to no longer be manipulated and pushed around. She was going to get everything she wanted. Qin Lang, family, career. One size does not fit all. When Tao Guo's debt was paid by you, it's only natural to give you the money now. Tao Drunk said without much expression. It's just spinning in the sky, not technical at all. Qin Lang grunted, expressing great dissatisfaction with Yi Li's insistence on pulling him to repeatedly sit in the swivel chair. Chen Yirin was in a great mood after returning to the company, and Xiao Yang had the feeling that the corners of the president's mouth stayed 45 degrees up. However, Chen Xiyan realized that this apple sent by Jiang Chen actually tasted a few points better than what she usually ate. Grand Designer Tao, aren't you too focused? Wait a minute, there's a thief inside the house. You don't even know. Wang Yizheng's voice came from behind coldly, startling Tao drunk. You're overthinking it. I just came back to get some things. Do what you need to do. Don't mind me. Zhang Mingxi's face does not show, but in her heart she sighs. It seems that today is not possible. Can only come over another day. As a result, under the strange gaze of the store boy, he bought a few applicable ones at random at a very low price and walked out in bewilderment. Chapter 44. What? You didn't go to the bathroom? Can't hold it in? This capital city things transported to the western region. At least more than half a month time. So many things can only be limited to this place. But Incense Pancreas is not to worry about this problem. One could only see that the mountain was filled with white bones, both monstrous and human. The heads of all the white bones were aimed at the mountain, and overall it looked like a mass pilgrimage. The moment he entered the cave, Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he took a bath and his color became lighter. Also fortunately, the tunnels grew with continuous pieces of fluorite. Otherwise this time he might have to soldier on. Feng Lin, now that you have lost all your powers, how can you still take up the position of the Feng family's head? If you let the others know about it, will they not laugh at our Feng family's no one? You've been the head of the family for so many years, you should consider for the family, and take the initiative to hand over the position of the head of the family. Third elder Feng Aoyun looked at Feng Lin and said. Lu Chengyan was stunned for a moment before he said, I've been there, that's why I said the view is nice. Lu Chengyan finally gave up on the words he was going to say, and only told Rong gently to take an early rest after drinking the medicine. Today's youth dormitory is quite lively, rare and happy. The youth went to the field in the morning a while back. Last time, you made that mountain bandit suffer with your pocket arrows, and I expect that these bandits will have to make another trip soon. Rong said gently. So you see, even I said no. Do you think that in this world, there is anyone who can? Lu Qi asked rhetorically. Watching a large number of insect soul beasts die, the instant bee became furious, and under an instantaneous movement, it stabbed the bee needles on its tail into the body of the heavenly king of the centipede, directly pinning it there. A holy envoy was so terrifying that he casually crashed and dispersed the Wanchen immortal dynasty's qi, not to mention such an amazing holy preceptor. Xiao Xiao, we are all working hard for night rain listening, why do we need to have a disagreement? Besides, I saw their situation with my own eyes. If we go a little bit later, I'm afraid we don't even know what's going to happen. Nalan Tingxue immediately gave me a favor. It was then that Su Nan realized that the backer behind Jin Shang was the National Bureau of Special Affairs. Nodded his head. A few moments later the wooden door opened. A large mass of white light suddenly pounced out of the door. Shaking the Tong Nior could not open his eyes. Afraid of hurting Chu Lian, he Sanlang then pursed his lips and went to the martial arts arena with a black face to vent his anger. Ahem. Also made a side trip to divine Dr. Mu. Just like that, he was yanked out by carved wood for a long distance before he craned his neck back and glared at Mu Shiguan. His tone rather stern. After laying down the formation, he left behind the phrase heaven and water are separated. Mountains and rocks are roaches, the 8 gates do not fall, and there is nothing to avoid. The formula for entering the formation. Although Zhang he did not understand the meaning of it, he memorized it in his heart. This was also the reason why after Taishara read out the spell just now, he instantly realized that the one who laid down the no evasion formation was the old monk in front of him. This scared me. The old turtle actually disappeared for no reason. If the old turtle really disappeared, then I will feel endless self-reproach to my own. So rushed headlong into the calm lake to look for the old turtle. The north has a white tiger. Color smooth fur as if washed with water full of luster. Into the ink-like black pattern across the white fur above. It is so lazy crouching on the ground. From time to time issued 1 or 2 shocking low roar. How many times would their forest territory of the elves expand after ruling the entire divine and demonic continent? Where would the teachings of their god of nature be spread? How many more believers would there be? Did they know that and not want to? A meal was eaten for a full hour and a half. All of them were full of wine and rice. And Kim Min-hai couldn't help but let go of her appetite after her injury. After eating this meal a short rest, and then began to carry out formation training, after practicing for an hour, and then took the people to go to the field outside the leveling of the land. There are ready-made tools in the field, and they brought some from the city. The refugees to do 2 people have a piece. The 4 of them went back to the new village with pleasantries, and the closer they got to the building, the louder they could hear the noise. Although there were also people clamoring, but it was more like the chirping of chickens and ducks. Just as she was about to weigh up the red lotus, a snow-white sword blade flew over at the right time, once again forcing the lashing half-beast back, and she turned her head to see the 4 scenic diffractors pulling over Jialan's gray hair without the slightest bit of compassion, and throwing it to the ground directly from mid-air. Belle finally raised her eyes to look at her, crystallized teardrops glistening at the corners of her eyes as Belle whimpered. With the distance between the city head and Tianzhuang, Of course, Shude could not see so many details, but probably still can see, roughly without error, also can be inferred from the common sense of using soldiers to camp. In that instant, everyone fell silent, each rubbing their eyes with a look of disbelief, pulling back her long hair, her neck white and red in the orange candlelight of the inner room, the heart of the flame wobbling. Hoshino Junsia shifted grimly, faintly covering the paper window where she lived, where 10,000 lights in the distance fell close to her, and where she too was a square window. Lan Xing Xian is Lan Qingqing's sibling. Weekdays will often help Lan Qingqing to deal with some things. Just Lan Xing Xian's nature is very gentle, not too opinionated, encounter things without too much strain talent. Brother, you wouldn't be afraid to confess to someone, would you? Obviously just now. He was worried about whether or not he would like him, so why did he suddenly run away on his own? And then Zhang Hao just walked out. And then there are nearly 10 people walking in front of and behind Zhang Hao. These people in the most reported craft is the production of talismans as well as practicing weapons, of which there is one of the spell array. Practicing Dan Zhang Hao didn't hear there is that is. In that case, then my concubine will immediately head to the Dragon Rider Legion. Please rest assured, husband and everyone, the Dragon Rider Legion will definitely arrive at the camp before dawn tomorrow. Thinking of this, Shui Qingcheng said with determination. Chapter 45, Lu Yuanqiu grabbed the microphone from the podium and gave a letter of war in public, request for follow-up reading. I'm the leader of the Chrysanthemum Gang, so if I say it's okay, it's okay. Auntie wants your word, whether to choose the first, or the second. 13 sisters said impatiently. Just as Shan's words were finished, the doorbell suddenly rang, and when they heard it, the crowd looked at each other, and then Glasses stood up and went to open the door, and when the door was opened, Glasses actually revealed a very strange and bitter expression. My driving skill. I don't dare to say it's top-notch, but it's still more than enough to abuse this so-called car king, Luo Han said lightly. The sticky and disgusting egg white flowed all over her body and face, and her face, which was as beautiful as a jewel, was covered with stains in an instant, as well as scars from the sharp egg shells that had slipped through her delicate skin, and the blood stains mixed with the dirt were frightening to the eyes. As for why it was so detailed, with a few questions from Frost, he could hear that the other party's medical skills were definitely above his own. Together with her breathing became rapid. There was also the impatient Li Shang next to her who had been staring at her pretty figure. At this moment he was ready, just waiting for Sikong Xiaxia to reach the fire. As he said this, he reached out and took Shang Jiao's hand in his palm, holding it tightly for comfort. Cough. After applying the medicine on the two shoulders, Mumayu signaled the rest of the people to go out and wait first. One's lord was not the quasi-divine level that was revealed on the surface, but a genuine divine level. In such a critical moment, since the person had not been exposed, it meant that the plan was still in progress. As such as a servant himself, he could never jeopardize his master's affairs. The further you go, the more cramped the cave is, and all kinds of holes are more and more, if not for the stone sheep to point out the way. I believe that the person who casually came in, not to mention finding the last sarcophagus, even if he wants to go out again is a problem. As the elder of the Heavenly Blood Palace, he had a total of 18 protectors under his command for him to drive, and this purple-clothed man was one of the stronger of the 18 protectors under his command, having already crossed over into the level of Martial Saint limit, the Hallowed Realm Lord, but at this moment, they were directly threatened with their lives by the Shadowless Realm Lord, and with the threat of the Shadowless Realm Lord, they really didn't dare to try it easily. However, when the long rope stretched out to less than 20 meters, Liao Dongfeng felt that the divine prison suddenly stopped, and both the resonance and the organ network penetration were completely unresponsive. Immediately the anger from the heart, altogether jumped to take off the kick, in Shui not past the face on each side of a footprint. The big fat man was immediately kicked up again out. At this moment, Liao Dongfeng was also staring at the white mist, and he saw that it was dissipating in a rather orderly manner, and it was still facing in one direction. After the last incident, the Taxing Sword sect and the Lian sect had already joined together to fight against the Devil sect. Adding to the fact that the Devil sect's power was already very strong, it was natural for both sides to join forces to make them go straight out. Treasures such as the Diffractive Light World and the Divine Light Hall were likewise not secrets to many forces in the Cosmic Sea. On the day after their own under the Lu Hong door, to his character, no spirit stone certainly cannot be accomplished. Think of Lu Hong, that character. Su Yan is again a burst of helplessness. A day stroll too. Also really tired. Su Yan helplessly shook his head. Also went to sleep. Since the Xiahang Jingjai contemporary heir Faxian with the Heisher Bai into the world, the whole world rumors that it will be in Luoyang to select the master. With the Heisher Bai gift, Luoyang has become a hidden crouching dragon and crouching tiger, the wind and clouds gathering place, the central plains outside of the domain of the many forces. Countless heroes competing in the influx of Luoyang. Come to think of it, I should still come and tell the crown princess about that matter. Thanks a lot. Kill 1,000 daggers said with intent. Then shouldn't the sect leader bring in Junfeng now? The ghost elf doesn't want to waste time. I guess. Li Yu spoke out. Chen Xingyu's pestering caused Xiongba to be incomparably jealous while at the same time was unable to hold back his anger. Just now the petition was just an introduction. This time is considered to enter the main topic. A big red official robe of the third rank said, Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Fu was not yet the country, should be in the capital, but suddenly appeared 10,000 miles away in Xuanzhou, contrary to the ancestral system. But also please Your Majesty to understand, this person is considered polite. Let Hongji himself look at the matter. Gu Shao naturally can't not be fully prepared. Just when all of them rushed up, in the Tongtian Tower up and down, more than 100 black-clothed people. These black-clothed people's martial arts skills are exquisite, and between each other even formed a formation. Will be all the stray fish to stop, to prevent them from advancing. Staring blankly at Yin Junfeng, Tai Xiang Shui did not understand. This time, what kind of surprise would Yin Junfeng create? On the shadow-bearing sword, a huge sword light came out in a huge manner, going all the way deep into the darkness, but no end could be seen. Not even a trace of the top of the sword light could be seen. However, that could only be described as an absurd thought. First of all, not being able to see this object from such a short distance made Ji Juntian secretly wary. Moreover, these guys will nibble the blood element defense shield of the strong. It is steel can also gnaw off. 1-200 you are not afraid. If hundreds of thousands of them come over it will scare people to death. After I heard these things from Demao, I'm basically sure it's Yao Chang with commanding people to do it. There's no one else except him, although I also offend other people, but other people won't use these punks to cause trouble. Only Yao Chang will do such a thing. At once, the situation in the scene became bizarre, and the lead policeman's face changed slightly when he heard the other party's one word. And then, he heard the other party actually sitting here peacefully, waiting for his reinforcements to arrive. Chapter 46, Your Wife. First shift. Lu Yuanqiu's behavior made the 28th class god of sleep a rare sight. For the first time, he really looked squarely at his classmate Lu Yuanqiu, the teenager he had spent more than a year with in the back row of the classroom. Zhang Yifeng felt from the bottom of his heart that since the beginning of this semester, Lu Yuanqiu had behaved very differently from before. Wang Xiu, after seeing the identity of that person, Mu Zhaozhao was shocked. His gaze was quite unbelievable. How could it be that he saved himself? Moreover, that day that situation, he actually also alive. This, exactly what is going on. The Zhou family, Qin family, Luo family, and Cheng family were only famous in Liao province and were called the four great families. Outside of Liao province, looking at the whole country, the four big families might not be. The Yin family is definitely a famous family in the whole country, but Gao Fei didn't pay attention to it and didn't know about it. The power of the immortal destruction divine thunder was indeed terrifying, enough to destroy the divine artifacts, but it was impossible to destroy the 24 heavenly divine artifacts, and although the Haotian realm was shattered everywhere, it did not hurt the foundation. The surface of the lake, which was calm, rippled sharply, and the ripples spread out in all directions in a circle. Too late to cast light wave shield again. Gao Fei could only choose to use inch shift to dodge the second flame bomb. Only hearing a whoosh sound, his body disappeared in the air, and almost at the same time, the flame bomb flew past his ear. Many of the students knew that the relationship between Park Ziyin and Zhao Yu, and at this time, when they saw Zhao Yu and Park Ziyin acting affectionately, they were all a bit stunned. It was already dark by this time, and seeing that there weren't even any lights in the villa, Xia Fanyuan couldn't help but frown. Lin Fan had a headache. As he came into contact, he felt more and more that not only was the Manhwa sect in trouble both internally and externally, with the celestial god sect in turmoil, but even the city lord and the disciples guarding the city were ignoring all of this, so they really deserved to be killed. He could only watch as the points he had painstakingly accumulated were swallowed by the abominable bloody mouth of the red gold lottery. Adams was immediately awakened, then withdrew his hand, gradually returning to his shriveled form again. It can be said that Lu did very much like Sun Yu, and valued Sun Yu's talent, but Sun Yu did not make any meritorious achievements, and there is no political achievements. Hastily promoted is not too good, but also better to put on the side of the advice, and when the time comes to let Sun Yu to the central or local officials. After the call was connected, I immediately said, Tonger, you're looking for Linson, right? The person she's looking for is there. How awkward for me to pass the word from the middle. It's better to let them talk directly. Only to see Ding Zili on the field with a serious expression and a reddened face, gritting his teeth and urging the silver-colored Yuan Qi in his body. The sword in his hand swung repeatedly to strike several sword seals flying into the sword umbrella. And at this moment the sword umbrella violently bulged outwards. It was as if some fierce beast was about to rush out from the umbrella. In reality, Emo-san's eyes opened and raised his head. Not the slightest bit of fatigue, but rather an unusual spirit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did I forget about this? Jinwei's side of the words just fell. Immediately, like a face change instantly put on a modest gentleman. Eyes not oblique appearance. At this moment, Yu Luming is holding the unconscious water-soft ice in his arms in the wilderness above the driving horse galloping, in his back. Stabbing Yu's figure is like a ghost, like a shadow closely chasing. Both sides so one after another in the wilderness ran nearly more than half an hour. But the sky has gradually dawned. The two stayed for a short time, but left behind a new legend. Perhaps believed by some, or taken as a joke. The latter also relied on this relationship and managed to subjugate competitors such as Pantheon and Shero in the following century. At this moment, a ray of sunlight shone above Yu Luming's face as he gently breathed a sigh of relief, then faced Ning Xuanying and the others with a faint smile. Chapter 47, Come over here and blow for the lead balloon in my hand, second shift. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jinchang and Gao Chang twisted their heads in unison to look at Lu Yuanqiu, and said in unison, Okay, I won't argue with you. It's your Lu Yuanqiu's wife. Lu Yuanqiu immediately aside a strong man-lock male. At this time, Bai Qingxia tilted her head to the side and looked over curiously, wanting to see what Lu Yuanqiu's wife looked like. The man was lying on the healing bed, his eyes closed tightly, and Joseph was saying something at his side, his brow still furrowed tightly, and it was obvious that he looked pained. With that, Yi Qing pulled up the two men and transported them like the wind and thunder, flying upwards to a mountainside to put the two men down. However, Song Yuyen had no intention of putting her down and directly carried her to the open lounge to the side. This kind of fighting style made it difficult for He Yunlong, because if he had to defend his right ribcage and there was no way for his left hand to return in the first place, then he could only use the black flames he was holding in his right hand in a strange, diaphragmatic position, which made the fluidity of He Yunlong's fighting drop quite a bit all of a sudden. The chef glared at Mei Renwei, then looked at Hua Jitian, waiting for Hua Jitian to give him an explanation. In his heart, he felt that Hua Jitian seemed to be a person with real talent. Before He Yuan could finish his words, his face suddenly flushed red, and then, with a bang, he died violently. The two bought things, then went to the cashier. When paying the bill, Song Yuyen directly handed the card to the cashier. Gu Jiujiu hastily said, No, use mine, things are all I bought, she said and handed her bank card to the cashier. So it's Prince Mei. I didn't expect you to come here as well. Zhao Beiming laughed bitterly. For the first Duke of the Future Bureau, Zhao Beiming naturally recognized him as well. When she said that, my heart started to beat. And I've been thinking about this problem for a long time, but so far there's no solution. The Grand Commander's voice yanked Tian Jie back from his daze and reached out to catch the bracelet that the Grand Commander of the 9 Dragon Guards had thrown over with one hand. Qi, look at her again. Just fulfill her request and suppress her unbeatable pride. Sun Shinru whispered softly in Zhang Xuanqi's ear. There was finally movement in the crater. A youth slowly flew out from the crater. Countless gazes landed on his body, slightly startled, and the 3 Yunshan people were also stunned. If I'm not wrong, what's floating on that water should be a layer of oil slick, and after lighting those torches, the oil slick just happened to burn out. Yunzi said. The teenager who was casually held by the military department back then had transformed in just a few years, and now became the second underage level 5,000 in the history of the Alliance's spiritual power, and his growth speed was simply going to be heaven-defying. More importantly, over the years, they had constantly suppressed the flames of the city's shoreline students, who knew that it had all become a catalyst. All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yu Shuang himself was dumbfounded. All of these people together were estimated to be more than $3 billion in transactions. Li Tenzil is locked in a John Cena STF, and no one is more excited than Stephanie, who loves the look of pain on Li Tenzil's face so much that it can get her high C's. And you know that what those people have endured is not what they should have endured? Night Deep's voice was low as he rhetorically asked Xia over. Then without waiting for Xia over to answer, before stepping into the hospital room, he said one more thing. When he came to Boston, Li Tianzi didn't inform Sasha and AB. He planned to give them a surprise. Zheng Xuanqi skimmed down Zhuge Hong, who interrupted with his gaze, knowing that on one hand he had an itch in his heart, on the other hand he was quite defensive and used jokes to ease the atmosphere. In the end, Hao Aiyu did not go to Shangshi. Chu Wei took her to the mall to buy clothes. Chu Wei went to the counter of the big brands. Hao Aiyu did not have a trace of resistance. She knows the financial strength of the Chu family. Too is their nephew filial piety to their own. The heart is only full of joy. Chapter 48, Okay employee by Qingxia. Starting work now, third shift. Bang! The lead balloon landed and hit the playground lawn hard. The teacher in charge of the measurements rushed forward, but his expression got weird as he stood up and shouted, 18.03 meters. Wang Ping was surprised. What? 1 centimeter more than Zhao Zhao's classmates? Zhao Zhao. In reality, there are many such fathers and sons, especially after the son is a little older, and the father to talk, always chatting and arguing. He was in a special position now, and in case these old acquaintances were targeted by his enemies, it would only bring them trouble. This night, Li Wei didn't cross over again, and after casually eating some late-night snacks, he hugged Chu Chu and slept until the big day. Director Yang is very young and pretty, and has a bright future as a director at such a young age. Now it's the Yangtze River that pushes forward the waves of the past. People like me are outdated. AI. A trace of sadness and helplessness appeared on Big Sister Wen's face. Sis. Oh. Su Bud's tears that had originally stopped, after hearing these words, once again pushed out, leaning into Su Miao's arms and tightly wrapping her waist. Excuse me, I'll get the wine. You two will eat at my house. Lu Qing got up and pulled money out of his pocket and looked at it. The 2 pairs of pillowcases are good material. Look at the color of the embroidery thread. Should be recently embroidered. That Zhang's work is indeed a good hand, but the reason why it was like that in the past is also due to the environment. No, my mommy is here. I want to sleep with my mommy. Yulan gave her grandmother a beaming look and continued building the block bridge. The clothes are washed. I'll put my arm around Yulan and go to bed. You also go to bed early. After Lu Qing finished speaking, he wrapped his arms around Yulan and went to sleep in the master bedroom. The difference was that the Nianshang shadow-splitting technique was winning with numbers, while the Ice Soul sword technique in front of him was winning with sword skills. Sitting on the sidelines, Wright couldn't help but give a thumbs-up nod as he watched this wave of hateful maneuvering by his boss, Sam. The ones that had long since had bad intentions towards the new plan in Yen Chang's arms heard someone give the word and made fighting movements. Their soul power gathered in their hands. Sakuraba looked around and didn't find any limbs or anything like that, but she did find a strand of white hair. With a long sigh, she didn't think any more about it and sent a message to Huo Lingxiao, inviting him to meet with the Golden Valley Garden. And the 9 Lama, who was carried by Sakuraba, smashed his mouth a few times and subconsciously hugged Sakuraba's neck. Su Huan revealed a satisfied smile. His Majesty had taken care of the matter after all and did not let Yen Ling get a bad name. Now he could rest assured. Playing with a heartbeat, he Jiafu said playfully while making his Lu Bang return to the city from inside the bushes. Huo Lingxiao is drenched in alcohol and holding onto the fence, the soles of his feet sliding around on the ground as if they were smeared with oil. As Huo Zishan takes Huo Lingxiao away, listening to Ano's words, the Oni's grip on Suraisha tightened, and he could feel that Suraisha was afraid. Chen Haoren heart sank. It seems that the Tang family is in some kind of trouble. The Tang family all the company's 8% stake. A year down Chen Haoren do not have to care about anything will be able to profit a few $100 million. After Chen Yu finished saying these words again, Shangwan Ruoshua nodded her head with a grave expression. And at this time, Chen Yu was also ready to summon out the sword of cold. There's nothing more. It's just that you're not coming home. Now it was my sister's turn to start mumbling. Looking at He Liuhuan's unblinking eyes, his sister still talked away. Especially since this matter was known to all the neighbors in the neighborhood. After all, the younger brother had grown into an adult, and now held a position half a dozen times higher than her own husband. Looking at Zhao Xier's pitiful, aesthetic temperament, Lu Mengmei's heart and intolerance, all of a sudden remembered to turn to Zhao Xier's most dependent and respected first cousin Chen Jiao, so picked up the phone. Chapter 49. A group of crouching dragons and phoenixes gathered in one examination room, first shift, September 21, 2010. The last day of the countdown to the games. Under the broad blue sky, La Shang No. 7 Middle School is as gentle as a mother, quietly and kindly watching the students frolicking on the playground. On the sports field, you are warriors chasing your dreams, watering hope with sweat and writing brilliance with hard work. People are younger brothers. What's wrong with taking care of them? Besides, you're taking a big advantage. Almost on the line. Mu Qingwan laughed. Unlike Ceres and the others who traveled through the jungle alone, Windwalker was always able to find a nearby elven village when needed. Along the way, Ceres and the others stayed in the best tree houses and ate the sweetest fruits and most delicious meals. The branches of the westbound demon danced crazily as the death aura continued to spread out from its body, wanting to erode this world. Ling Yun pointed to the sky with one finger as flames and light intertwine in his hand, slowly transforming into a giant sword. Like such a complex magic weapon can be directly combined with the physical body, even if it is called fire-melting golden body. But any normal cultivator will suspect that there is no backdoor left in it to be controlled by others. Since you're so elegant, then I'll try to see how your martial arts are progressing. Seeing that fervent look in Zhao Gong's eyes, Zhao seems also felt very curious in his heart. So he agreed. How many decades are there in life? What's the point of saying, if I had done what I did then, I would have done what I am doing now if I always regret what I did in the past? Tang Feng looked at eldest sister breathlessly before putting it away, then saw her reveal a sweet smile. Although Yi Nan was unfamiliar with refining puppets, he knew that no matter what kind of puppet it was, it would require a large amount of spirit materials. The old man in front of him was the ancient family elder, and aside from the old man, he had also already had many elders out looking for Yi Nan. Obviously it is more sparse and commonplace conversation, but her face is indisputably a scarlet. Her heartbeat accelerated as if it was the first time in love. What Xiaoyi couldn't understand was that, with Lin Bixiao's aversion to Qin Xinglang, if she knew that Lin Bixi and Qin Xinglang were working together, she would definitely not leave Lin Bixi in the western suburb villa. At the same time, Wang Li took a deep look at stretching his back before he immediately was bowing his head and retracted his gaze. He did not see through anything, but he could see a very heavy sense of dissonance. Tang Ningan's final appointment was in the same coffee shop where he had negotiated with Su Zhuanchuan last time. Originally this coffee shop was Su Zhuanchuan's, but now it has changed ownership. It has become her Tang Ningan's. These fragments have risen into the air, but immediately crumbled by the pressure from the sky, turned into fragments and dissipated. The spiritual energy in the air was instantly drained, so that the spiritual energy in the distance into a gale raging, and that ball of light is also as if a bottomless pit. No matter how much spiritual energy will come to be swallowed up by all of them. She glared viciously at Xiao Yan. It's really a dog that can't change its ways. Besides glaring at him, she did nothing else. Just now although she was given a touch, but it was strange. She didn't have the feeling of being molested or being taken advantage of by others. She also stopped counting. But the tiny, shaky sobs coming from the other end of the line cleared his alcohol-paralyzed brain for a moment. The opponent was already in a state of serious injury, and with the damage to the cab, he naturally had little fighting power left. But let her how to persuade. Ning Gardenia, all drooped eyelashes leaning against the edge of the bed, did not say a word, like a flower that lost moisture. There was a lot of excitement for a while, and there were all kinds of things to say. Gu Chang, who was hiding in the shadows, understood exactly what these people were going to do, as if it was some kind of ceremony for the opening of the furnace of the divine elixir, just like a sacrifice. His heart was relieved, and he was about to step in, but he heard Guangcheng, who was sitting on the stone seat in the center, slowly stand up, not angry, with a cold face. Chapter 50, Come, learn from me. Second shift. Of course, Lu Yuanqiu didn't participate in either of the two games. The girl with the glasses on the podium read the cheers with unbridled excitement, and she noticed at the moment that the boy on the track was the teenager who had grabbed her microphone yesterday, and as she read her script, she couldn't help but distract herself a little that way. After experiencing the matter of the ring child, Tong Yan was not sure if the person in front of him who looked exactly like Gao Qian was her or not. Ayudo and Feng Yao looked at each other and seemed to have taboos about the issue, considering whether to say it or not. After thinking for a moment, Feng Yao said, "Young warrior is a good person. There is no harm in telling you. Do you know that we are from the Five Immortals sect in Yunnan?" Yi Suiyu nodded his head. If not for Tang Xiao telling him, he really did not know anything about it. On the day before the departure, the assassination teams that Tong Yan had sent out earlier also finally came back one after another to report the news within Haitian City. Suddenly Luo Heben held Liang Yan's waist from behind. "What are you doing? Don't mess around," Liang Yan said quietly. "Elder Feng, take me to meet Miss Yu first," Chen Feng proposed. Although there was no intention of accepting Yu Chuyen, it was still necessary to visit her. Yi Suiyun listened to the bitter thought for a long time, worried that both cannot move the military, and what can be called the law of these two people cannot be on time with Chao Gaixi travel. It is difficult not to go to the lecture. Persuade them to help themselves. That would not be a fantasy? What is it? Jiang Fan said. He saw that Li Jiling's face was full of anxiety. Something must have happened. Underneath the smoke cloud, a huge hole with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters, spewing out smoke cloud dust continuously, while the gray smoke emitting a faint cold air, also quietly drifted out. However, this blood-breaking axe, which was known as the #1 killing weapon in the world, didn't hit Tong Yan's head, but instead chopped solidly on top of a golden long stick. Lu Firen smiled sweetly. "It's me, since it was sent to my door by myself. Don't blame me for eating badly." She didn't even have to think about it. She knew that Xu Xiaoyang could say these words. It must be that Shen Bian had given herself a lot of eye candy and blown a lot of pillow talk in front of Xu Xiaoyang. Yang Jin followed Wang Youcheng's side, never being able to guess what this Mr. Hadong's position was towards the two of them. In the date, Red Horse rushed to the fence. Her heart is going to jump out of the cavity. Thought she could not escape. Just in this life and death moment, the date Red Horse suddenly jumped high, jumped over the fence. landed steadily on the ground, followed by the horse hooves unceasingly, rushed straight to the street outside the fence. After he was rescued by the personal soldiers sent by Chu Xiaoyang, he concentrated on the remaining men and counted the number of people, and found that the remaining 100,000 troops actually had less than even 10,000 people, and in one night, 90,000 troops were buried inside and outside of Yuezhou City. What exactly did the cyan seed mean when it said that it was not a companion spirit? Or did she misunderstand the cyan seed's meaning? The police car braked urgently, the harsh sound of the brakes snapped, and the whole car tilted to one side due to inertia. None of them knew what they had gone through to return here. Even though it was a bit awkward and strange, Chunyu still wanted to hug everyone. The unknown leap just now did not affect us. It is really too good. The information shows that the 12 king beasts have been decided on the planet of the evil species, and according to Dante's plan, the target he prioritizes the most is the king beast of the Tengu race, the Black King, which has the ability to manipulate the mind to the fullest extent. Mom, you're so good to me. Lin Mumu sweet-mouthedly gulped down the chicken soup and secretly gave Yun Ting a bowl. While Yang Qiu had these 4 spirit pets to help her, she had even more treasures on her. Not only was she not afraid of the siege of the 5 Jindan cultivators, she instead initiated a snatch attack. Chapter 51, choosing between doing the work and cheating the practice, third shift. She got halfway through and didn't see the drink come out before she remembered she hadn't squeezed hard enough, so some strength was added to his hands. The drink shot out of the bottle and landed in her mouth. Feeling the sweetness of the drink, Bai Qingxia's eyes erupted with a few different colors. The young girl was surprised. In this environment, all of our strength is going to be severely weakened. Shen Yuanruo said that they needed a large portion of their energy to fend off the deadly aura. I looked left and right and finally realized that not far to my right, Han Yashi and the 3 of them were also standing there watching the 3 play basketball. Clothes are not as good as new people. Deceased people, aren't they? Besides, no matter who it is, with this kind of craftsmanship, we are all supposed to see it. This flavor, it tastes like I've eaten it before. It's very light and refreshing. Feng Yong smiled. Kang Shi froze, and so on to understand, really crying and laughing, but fell amused and laughed. And now he does not know his charm influenced the old 8, or the old 8 influenced charm. Anyway, the 2 of them are now lazy, not guilty of laziness. Laziness is justified. Yang Fu took it trembling, and understood in his heart that today, not only success and failure, but also life and death. The 100 ghosts of the flag hall probably realized that there might be some kind of misunderstanding between them, so they hurriedly released Lin Yingbing's restraints. Xinu, look at me. Which dress is better to wear there? Bei Rei turned to Lu Xingyu. So the old 8 said Xiaomo gave birth? Or son? The old man is really happy. And then others reported happy time is to be so long. And also specially go back to the Princess Hui and Liangfei sent a good meal of emotion. The old man at that time is the standard performance of the grandfather, like, of course, just so happy for a while. Lingshou was still looking out for himself at that time, solving his and Lanner's problems, solving his own way out, and was a very sweet elder. Knowing that Sun Xian would not be coming this morning, Suing got up early and went out to buy breakfast and also to prepare one for Xiao Ku. This preparation had basically become a habit, but after Suing left from the house, she did not wait for Suing to come back until Su Zhen got up. Other people also showed a bit of intolerance on their faces, and in their hearts they cursed the game designers for coming up with such a bad storyline. Wasn't it a living hell for people to watch? The valleys had all been completely dug out. The 2 peaks sandwiched on either side had all been completely dug out, and all the hillocks, water lakes, and forests within a 100-mile radius had all been destroyed, leaving nothing but a blackened city of steel. She was just about to turn around and leave, but out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly glimpsed a wisp of firelight, and her heart skipped a beat, stopping in her tracks. It's my father, Lang Jiqing clearly affirmed. In the beginning, Qi Jiming had precisely seized his father's trust. Only then did he design to kill his father, sitting on the seat of the number 1 in the mafia. However, he was afraid of his rise and retaliation. At first, he immediately shifted his position from America back to the mainland, and kept sending raids and assassinations. You let go of me. Lan Wanting scrambled her strength to handplow and footstomp, but she couldn't break free from his embrace, and with an anxious heart, she opened her mouth to bite towards his arm. The 5th floor because there is a door. She never came up, this time up, then found that the 5th floor and the lower floors of the decoration is different. Both sides are a pass-through to the end of the corridor, and the side of the 4 iron doors respectively, and the bottom of the corridor on both sides of the 2 sides of the 2 identical mahogany doors. What should I do? There were no waves in the ancient well in Xingtian's heart. The innate 5 elemental true qi was constantly overflowing, mending the wounds, and the power in his body was constantly flowing, maintaining a condition where he could launch an attack at any time. Tang Zhongtian's eyes widened in disbelief. This violent gale eroded his Xuanwu devil body, actually destroying all his breath to the net. Then Tang Zhongtian's realm dropped layer by layer.